Morning, everybody. Season's greetings, compliments of the season. Happy Christmas, happy Hanukkah, everything. Mili Maliki Maka. And that, again, is the way of saying in Hawaiian, Merry Christmas. And I hope that your day is going to go well. It's a bit early in the morning, I appreciate, for sort of pulling yourself to and trying to sober up from the night before. But that's what happens, isn't it, nowadays? And I've made a decision. I don't really want to do any stories that I think are going to be depressing. Stories that you're going to be thinking to yourself, oh, it's supposed to be a happy time, Christmas. Well, judging by the amount of people who were spending a fortune on turkeys yesterday, it blooming well better be a happy time. Even Phil Vickery has kicked off things this morning and said a very happy Christmas. Hope all the roast spuds are crispy enough for you. Do you know what I did the other day? I am so decadent. I went out and I bought some roast potatoes from M&S, which were on there. You get them reduced if they've gone past the shelf life. It's only a potato, though. And then I went to Waitrose and I bought some goose fat dripping, and I put them into a saucepan and I ate a whole portion of crispy roast potatoes. They're basically like chips, except they're sort of flatter and more misshapen. But I work with people like that, so it doesn't make any difference. You know, the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to have a nice easy romp through Christmas morning. You know, you can send me in your texts and emails and tweets. We're going to nip around the world in a few minutes. We'll talk to my friend Ian. He's over in Dallas, Texas. And as you know, the weather over there is absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. They've had, I think, minus 40 degrees. So, but they've said we might get it over here, which I'm hoping not to. We'll also have our usual chat to Chris Lowry over in Spain, so he can bring us up to date with the weather as well. And I'm hoping that we can look at a few gadgets with my cuz, which would be rather nice. We can sort of find out what people were expecting to get this year. I think that the must-have gift are drones. Everybody buys drones. There's this bloke on the television, and all he sells is drones. He demonstrates they go upside down, you turn it around this way, it rights itself. You go up in the air, and they charge it up, you get a battery, 2 for 40 quid, and you get this and that. And you've got to get them now because we're running out. And then the next day they found another load. They keep producing drones, and I've got a few drones at home. I've got one which is a ball, which you sort of apparently throw up into the air, and then it comes back to you. Mine didn't. It just up into the air and disappeared. It is like a bit like a boomerang, but it's round. It's quite nice, and it's got lights in it. And I'm a big fan of anything, you know, which has actually got lights in it. I love stuff like that. So I bought these things, and I bought another thing which it hovers over your hand, which is lovely. And so I thought, but you've got to remember, a lot of toys now, they don't necessarily have batteries with them, but you've got to charge them up on the computer. You plug them into the side of the computer. I've got a box which you plug everything into. But 9 out of 10 times you lose the blooming cable, and it's specific to that particular item. And it's such a pain. I've been buying other things to try and use the cables. I've got about 20 different cables, and I can't find what they're supposed to charge up. So that's just my little misdemeanor, I'm afraid, for the festive season. But I will be driving later on down to my godchildren, deep in the countryside. So I'm quite grateful that we don't have any snow. My producer, Elliot, is over in France. He was very excited the other day. He was telling us that he's sort of going and he's going to be skiing and snowboarding. Sadly not, because it's rain. All they've got is rain. So they're sitting there watching It's a Wonderful Life, and he seems to be fairly happy. Anyway, I have bowed to better judgment. A friend of mine who I sort of converse with on a regular basis to find out what life is like in America, because he used to be here, used to be with us at Global, and I bought him a Christmas tree, a little tiny Christmas tree, and it turns round, plays music, and the lights go on and off. Well, unfortunately, because of the different voltage over in America, it only comes to life once a year, which isn't the most exciting thing anyway. But let's see if we can get him to bring us up to date with the weather situation. So it's my friend Ian Camfield from the radio station Alt 1037 in Dallas. But he'll now tell me you don't pronounce it like that at all. It'll be something like ALT 1037. Is that how it is, Ian?
It's Alt 1037, so you were almost correct. And also, let's not undersell the Steve Allen Christmas tree, which is now in Dallas. It's not a little Christmas tree. You lugged that tree all the way from Covent Garden into Leicester Square, which for people who live outside of London is quite a distance to take something which is quite weighty. Yeah. And it was like a Christmas stroke leaving present for me, and you presented it to me on the stairs at Global Towers and said to me, "You've no idea how heavy this is. If you don't like it, I'm never going to speak to you again." So I've now taken it everywhere everywhere I've been in America so far.
It's lovely, isn't it, really?
It is lovely, and as you said, because of the difference in voltage, it only does 2 out of the 3 functions, because it should rotate, light up, and play music. And I get normally 2 out of the 3, maybe once a year you get 3 out of the 3.
Well, that's not bad.
So it's probably a huge fire hazard, but I like having it here. It reminds me of being in the UK, and, it's called the Steve Allen Christmas tree.
And that's what I like. You see, but the good thing is that the Americans, I always thought, did Christmas better than we did. They do decorate the outside of the houses. They do have 1,000,001 lights everywhere. You can get far better animated things, Father Christmas climbing up ropes and doing bits and pieces. And they really embrace the season.
It's absolutely phenomenal. There are some very big houses near me, and obviously the bigger the houses, the more extravagant the Christmas decorations. But I'm fairly certain that the people that own the big houses pay for professionals to come and decorate them. And I would suggest that some people have paid those professionals probably the same amount that it cost me to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Dallas for a month, just to put up their Christmas decorations.
It's lovely, though, isn't it? I mean, there's something about, you can always tell a professionally decorated tree.
Oh, a professionally decorated tree. They're very big on inflatables here. And also, if you're in one of the well-to-do neighborhoods, they have block captains. Now, the rest of the year, block captains are there to keep the crime and the general riffraff out. But for the month of December, the block captains coordinate on what should happen regarding the Christmas decorations from house to house, because they need them all in sync.
Oh, right. Because I was watching Home Alone again the other night, and they decorate the outside of their house. Then I watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, and they decorate the outside of the house with all these bulbs and everything else. And we don't do but basically we have sort of people who like to do it classy over here, and then we have the people who basically will blow up Rudolph and blow up, Father Christmas and all the rest of it outside the house, and it just looks slightly odd.
Yes. I mean, it can also look odd in parts of the States where it's very warm at Christmas, because you see all these Christmas decorations, and it can be... I mean, Dallas is one of these weird places with weather. Today, for Christmas Day, it's only going to be about 45 degrees Fahrenheit in Dallas, which is pretty cold by our standards. Last Christmas Day, it was 82 degrees. So at this time of the year in Texas, you never know what you're going to get.
Wow. I mean, so how far away are you from where this appalling weather is in America?
We're quite far away. I mean, Texas is kind of like in the south. So if you go to the middle of America and go down, then you'll get to Texas. But of course, if you're in the middle of America, then you're in Chicago. It's pretty much bang in the center, and that's been one of the epicenters of the terrible weather, because of course they've got the Great Lakes up there. So anywhere around Chicago and Canada and places like that have been dealing with just crazy temperatures. Every time the weather gets more excessive in terms of the extremes, they come up with a more extreme name. So this time it's a bomb cyclone, it's called. And to give you some sort of idea, I mean, I think up until earlier on today, there were nearly 6,000 flights that had been cancelled in America, just in terms of, the planes not being able to take off and the air staff not getting where they needed to be. And, I mean, you look at the temperatures, and everyone does everything in Fahrenheit here. But, I mean, in parts of Montana, to convert it back to Celsius, that you will know, in Montana, minus 45 degrees Celsius was the temperature in the last 48 hours, And we've been lucky in Dallas, because we had basically Dallas is more hot than not, but it has 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 times a year where it gets really cold. But we don't often get snow and ice, so it's been sub-zero crazy temperatures in Dallas for the last 3 days, but we haven't had any of the snow or ice.
Yeah.
But when you look at places like Michigan or Denver in Colorado, and like I said, Chicago, it's been absolutely crazy.
So over there today, have you? I can't work out whether you've had Christmas lunch or not had Christmas lunch.
No. This is it's currently in Dallas is 6 hours behind the UK, so it's currently 1:12 a.m. So what I've been doing is I've been waiting up, watching It's a Wonderful Life, as I do every Christmas Eve, eating sausage rolls to feel British. And then I thought, right, I'm going to wait up for you to call because, this has been my big debut on the Steve Allen Show. In fact, let me tell you this. I text a bunch of people in the UK, because, of course, everyone listens to Steve Allen in the UK, and I said, you won't believe this. He's calling me on Christmas Day. And they all responded with, no, he always says he's doing calls on Christmas Day and never does it. And I said, well, I've been telling him I should be on from America since I've been in America, which is like 6 years now. So it's finally happened. So I'm staying up doing this, and then I'm going to FaceTime with my nieces and nephew in Hornchurch in Essex.
Oh, love
part
it.
of the UK.
Yes, we know Hornchurch, yes. It's the first place I did a show. At the Queen's Theatre.
Exactly, Queen's Theatre.
Yeah.
Well, my nieces and nephew go to the Queen's Theatre for the Panto every year. They were there on Tuesday. I believe it was Sleeping Beauty this year. I should say, by the way, hello to Jake, Amelie, and Leah, who are very young and have probably, because they'll be listening to this, have only just discovered that Alexa can play radio as well as songs from the Snowmen and Little Mix. So it's good for their development.
It's so cool, so cool. So listen, so you've now achieved that lifetime ambition of appearing on the programme.
I know. It's very, very good. And so, I'm going to, after I do this, I'll FaceTime with them, and then I go to sleep, and then I get up tomorrow and go and hang out with some friends and have beef Wellington, which I've got to say, my friend Sharon, I don't understand cooking. Anything that I make, it goes in the oven, and I eat it within an hour. My friend Sharon started preparing this beef Wellington on Thursday, and we're not having it till Sunday.
Oh, dear. It's a nice thing to have, though. I mean, I do like... Basically, it's a bit of pâté over a piece of beef and then pastry wrapped round the outside.
Yes, but apparently it takes days and days. You have to put it in cling film, and then you've got to do this, and you've got to do that. And she's sending me all these pictures in various stages.
Oh, goodness.
I'm very, very impressed with the amount of effort that she's putting in.
Well, listen, I think Christmas all over the world is actually, well, as you know, both of us are exactly the same. We both love the same things over Christmas. We love the movies. We love the music. We just like the time of year, don't we?
It is the most wonderful time of the year. But when people say to me, why are you doing Christmas things? It's not even the end of October. I say because it always comes around too soon. Yeah. And I feel as much as I'm going to enjoy today, and I'm enjoying myself right now and have done for, all of Christmas Eve, it comes around too soon. So, you have to make the most of it, because once today's gone, we don't do Christmas again until July.
Yes, it's true, though. And I've always said, people say to me, you're not talking about Christmas in September. You go, yes, and it'll be over so quickly. And I'm right. Today is Christmas Day. I'll go and have Christmas lunch. And then tomorrow I'll go and have another lunch at my brother's. And then we're into the January sales.
Exactly.
But there's nothing I need. Nothing I need. Everything I need is here. A cup of tea, good company. Well, not necessarily good company, but a cup of tea and, a bottle of water and you at the end of a telephone.
I know, it's such a beautiful thing. I was thinking the only other time you ever allowed me on your show was when George Cole died, and we did a tribute to him. And then yesterday, I was watching George Cole play the young Scrooge in what I think you'll agree is the superior version of Scrooge, which is the one with Alistair Sim.
Yes.
And I thought I only get to do great radio with Steve Allen if it's George Cole adjacent, apparently.
There you go. It's all sorted. Well, listen, I wish you the happiest of Christmases. And we shall catch up again in the new year, no doubt.
Absolutely. And we'll do this again same time next year, right?
I'll look forward to it.
Happy Christmas, Steve.
Happy Christmas, Ian. Take care. My friend Ian Campfield from the radio station Alt 1037 in Dallas. It's strange because we're sort of at LBC and we just go, it's Steve Allen on LB. That's all I know how to say. I don't know how to say anything else. We used to have a presenter years ago, and she used to have to write down the name of the radio station on her hand. She couldn't remember it. She couldn't remember the name of the radio station, and then she sort of stopped doing that, and then she started writing it on the desk in front of her. So that if the producer said, just give her an ident, which is, you ident the station, you're listening to LBC, time checking, or whatever it happens to be. And but she was hopeless at remembering these things. Whereas, with my friend Ian, because he'd been over there for quite a number of years now, but over there they have something which would strike terror into every radio presenter. Their radar is weekly. So, in other words, over here, we have radar, which is where the radio stations analyse all the figures, and it's over a 3-month period. So we then know exactly how many people are listening, what time they're listening, for what length of time, what sort of, demographic they whatever that word is, I have no idea. And fit it in their place over in America, they do it on a weekly basis. So if their audience figures go down, they start shunting around as quick as possible, frighten the life out of me. You can imagine how difficult it would be. But I know that he absolutely adores Christmas. He really does. He thinks it's the best time. And so leading up to it, he would always write to me saying, so many days till the bells ring, because that's a line from It's a Wonderful Life. And the little girl says, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. And yet, if you watch the film, it's really quite depressing, and that's why nobody liked it when it first came out. Oh, and we never found out from him what the true meaning of the Boxing Day was, because he had his own version. It doesn't matter. I'm going to make it up, but it's what we said it was, isn't it? Which is, what is it? It's where they give you a box of poor people stuff in boxes. Oh, that's nice. I think that's quite sweet. I don't object to that. I've just bought this film, which I told you about the other day, and it's A Dog Called Christmas. And I know I'm hopeless at time checks. Seriously, I'm the worst person. There used to be a guy who used to work on another radio station, nothing to do with that Global, and he couldn't get the time right on the breakfast show. So he'd go, it's 7:20, 6, 8:45. Seriously, he was so bad, you couldn't believe it. So I'm going to tell you, I'm quite honest about it. I don't mess around on this programme. It's Christmas Day, and as far as I'm concerned, I can put my feet up, I can rest, I can look at the assembled choir that we've got with us this morning, which is very sweet, all wearing festive kind of things, and I haven't seen your hat, though, so I'm waiting. Oh, if I go to the break. Oh, honestly, it's like bribery, ladies and gentlemen, so here it is.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We've gone all festive. Julie Peasgood wrote to me the other day. Lovely Julie, actress in Brookside and everything else, but she did a lot of voiceovers for a candle company. And we used to laugh. She used to come in and she'd say, and this year we've gone all Christmassy. And it just sounded lovely when she did it. And I meant to mention it on the thing the other day. My friend Elliot, I say my friend Elliot, he's not really my friend. He's currently sitting there in the rain under an umbrella in France, waiting for the snow to materialise. But of course it won't. He said not only does America get Radar weekly, but their Radar figures give minute-by-minute breakdowns, i.e. 50 people tuned out when I made that joke. Nothing new there, Elliot? Nothing new there at all. I couldn't believe it. Are they on the same time scale as us? Is France the same, or are they an hour ahead or something? I should imagine he's probably up early to have a quick peer under the tree to see if there's any little goodies left for him. And the answer is there won't be, because he just went over there to go skiing. And a lot of people, if they're fairly well heeled, they get jobs as chalet maids. I don't think Elliot could be a chalet maid. Well, I don't know. And they sort of do the cooking in the chalets for all the OKR people, and then they get time off to go skiing themselves. I've never actually done skiing. It's never interested me in the slightest. I don't mind looking at snow. I watched a man the other day. I really am never going to get the hour back on my television life. And he was building an igloo. And he was showing it with a knife and a thing. And I began to watch, why can't they speed this up? When they sort of showed it, the block. No, he had huskies. And then obviously we cut to a husky. Even the huskies look bored. Seriously. And then he started digging this thing out. But he had to walk through the snow until he felt that it was right. It had to be the right crunchy sort of consistency. And then he cut blocks out. And then he made this igloo. And then he put a fire in it as well. You can do that. Because apparently the actual igloo, the outside of it, because of the wind chill factor and everything else, it keeps it ice cold. So you can have, it's not obviously a roaring fire, but it was a nice little fire on it. And I remember watching it thinking, this is really boring. But at the same time, I found myself captivated by it, watching it all the way through. I'm like that. It's just very, very odd. It's a very strange thing. So we didn't get to hear from Ian about the Boxing Day, but don't worry because the producer sorted it for us. And my friend Stuart, who owns the fish shop in Twickenham, says, have a lovely day with your friends and family. Phil Vickery hopes that my roast potatoes turn out crispy. I've got a thing about roast potatoes being crispy. It's like, not everybody enjoys turkey. And have you seen the price of it? My Lord above, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. We used to get a crown, but even a crown the other day, I think was something like £54 in M&S, which is an awful lot of money. And then I watched this horrible programme on YouTube where they were showing how they dispatched turkeys. I didn't like it at all. It kind of put me off a little bit. They first of all, they were showing you how they dispatch chickens, and then they were showing you how they dispatch turkeys. And I think Gordon Ramsay did it some years ago. He had pets in his garden, which were turkeys, and the children got friendly with them, because turkeys are very sociable creatures, especially round about Christmas time. Anyway, and then this man comes round. He's got a portable slaughterhouse with him, a little abattoir, and he was sort of dispatching the turkeys for them by electrocuting them. And I remember thinking, this is not the spirit of Christmas. We don't want to see things like that. We just want to see, sliced turkey on the plate with some, it's like sprouts. Equal rights for sprouts. Some people go out there into the field, then they just rip them up, and then they get them on a plate and they cook them and they boil them and all the. And then people go, "Are you having them with lard on?" And you say, "You wash your mouth out with carbolic," And it's a case of people have all these things, and then because you've got to have a traditional Christmas lunch. I don't know what you do if you're vegetarian nowadays. It must make it very, very difficult because barring nut roast, there's not really a lot for you, is there? You don't really get a lot of opportunity. And you can't eat nut roast but mind you, we eat turkey every year, so you probably could, couldn't you? But I've never noticed the different. All the Pret veggie shops, they were all closing down. They've decided they're not selling enough vegetarian stuff, so you're obviously not working at it. Steve, Merry Christmas and all at LBC. I shall pass the message on. And a shout out for us working on the cardiac unit in Hull this morning, and us pesky pensioners enjoying our retirement. The cardiac unit, yes, I owe a lot to the cardiac unit of a local hospital. There's a lovely smell, Steve, of seasoned turkey wafting throughout the house as I'm up early getting dinner ready for the family. I've got a cheeky Baileys in my coffee to help the day go smoothly. I love a cheeky Baileys. Well, I used to. It makes me feel a bit sick now. And Steve from Paul Holiday in Derby and his dog Rollo, or Rollo. I suspect it's Rollo, actually. Nobody calls a dog Rollo, do they? That would be silly. Steve, I'm very happy to hear you today, says Lindsay in Caterham. And Elizabeth in North London, good morning. She says, lovely to hear your voice. I agree with you. I'm all in favour of hearing my voice on Christmas Day. It's been so many years now. So many years. Jilly says, come on, most of us are stuffing our turkey and need a time check, especially once we have a drink. Well, you're not drinking this early. I mean, it's only 7:30. That's a bit early for drinking, isn't it? I mean, around here, you can't stop them, I tell you. It's fatal. Seriously, there's bottles of booze on the desk out there. I mean, I've tried not to sort of pay any attention to it. The presenter who always got it wrong was Jack DeManio, says Peter in Pontefract. Yes, it was in the 50s and 60s. It was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. Carolyn Epson says, I've always understood Boxing Day to refer to the day when employees receive their Christmas boxes, their bonuses from their employers in days gone by. Some hope nowadays. I know. I want this year to be good, though. And it's not. But I want it to be good. I want it to be good for everybody. I want them to sort out, if I could wave my little magic wand, and as I get older it gets smaller, and I would like to wave my little magic wand and say that we can sort of solve everybody's problems with the unions and the management and the companies to make sure that people get what they want, and then we can get back to normal and try and go on making the country great Britain, not sort of a bit half-hearted, which it appears to be at the moment. Lindsay in Caterham, morning, and Robin Bracknell says, Merry Christmas, have a fantastic day. Thank you very much indeed. It's the smell of turkey wafting through it, because it's got to be in there for hours, and then you've got to let it rest. I should have really asked Phil Vickery what the secret is of how long you rest your turkey. It just seems to take forever and a day. Are you having a little Christmas lunch out there? Will you be? Yeah. Who? Sorry. The Crown. Was that a pub? Oh, Turkey Crown. Oh, right, okay. Will you have roast potatoes and all the trimmings? Little sausages? Oh, how lovely. How lovely. And will you exchange gifts? Yeah. Oh, you're hoping for a gift. Have you got gifts to take? Yeah, I've got a car full of them. Seriously, they're all hidden under blankets in case somebody looks through the window. I don't want people to see things. So I've covered it all over with sort of towels and blankets and everything else. And I've got these things on my windows. You push a button and a dark screen comes up on the back windows. I know, it's so futuristic. And it means you can't see into the back of the car. Whereas me, if I was sitting in the back of the car, A, I'd be worried about who'd be driving it. And secondly, I'd be sort of waving at people out the window. But yeah, it's a black screen that comes up onto the window to stop people peering in, which is good. George in Sidcup says, I'm now opening my presents from Father Christmas listening to you. So Christmas has now begun. It was my 14th birthday on the 23rd of December, so I'm very spoilt at this time of year. Nice to be spoilt once, isn't it, though, George? The etymology of Boxing Day is actually staff being rewarded or the poor being given charitable relief, says Glyn. That's what the producer said. He said, give to the poor, give them some relief. I said, I'm more than happy to do that. On the way to do the horses, says James. Did not know you were on at this time, made my Christmas. I listen to you every morning on my way to work. I'm late again for the news. It's ridiculous. Honestly, I'm going to be taken out and really severely talked to. I can just tell. But we do have the news.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Richard, good morning, says it's not raining in southern France, but it's grey this morning. Should be warm, sunny day, circa 18 degrees. It's been 19 and 20 over the past couple of days. We're an hour ahead of you. Oh, God, I bet my producer, Elliot, is absolutely spitting blood over that. He only went out there first. I said to him it'll rain. And I was quite right, Steve. Sending you lots of love, festive wishes, and thanks for always being there to lift our spirits, says Mary, and start our day with lots of smiles. Safe journey and love to you and the family. Yes, it's Godchildren Day today, so just children running around making noise and stuff, it'll drive us mad. Absolutely crackers, but we don't mind, really. And also Mary and much-loved Auntie Rose, who's now lost your tea towels. I don't know, it gets worse and worse. And my friend Graham is at Christmas lunch here at the... Is it Phuket? It's pronounced Phuket. Yeah, Phuket Yacht Club. He says raising a glass of Prosecco and he's got a picture with a Christmas hat on. He's got the ocean behind him, and he says, see you in Twickers next year, because he used to be in Twickers, our Graham, and now he's having his Prosecco out there. Same for everybody. I wish you all the happiest of Christmases, but also, I think, spare a thought for those people who are by themselves today and who are probably too proud to tell you that they're by themselves because they don't want to say anything. I work with half of them, so I know what they're like. You know, they go, oh, yes, you know, we're all going home to see the They're not really. Seriously, they're not. They'll all be here, and then we'll find them sitting in a doorway a bit later on. You know, and I have to go past them and pretend I didn't notice them and things. I was watching it. There's a family of people who beg in Kingston. They do Kingston, Twickenham and Richmond, and they're all very well heeled. They arrive in a car, so they've also got a house, I'm led to believe, and they just sit on the pavement with a little handwritten sign saying, cold, hungry, on the streets, God bless you. And the girl the other day, she's on her mobile phone. I thought, how hungry do you need to be? I mean, for goodness sake, don't hoodwink people. That's terrible. Not very good. But there are people out there, you know, who are genuinely on the streets. You can tell. They look as though they're genuinely on the street. These ones don't look as though they're genuinely on the streets. John in Colchester, he says, I thought it was a gratuity, the Christmas box, from the wealthy homeowners. Well, it can obviously be quite a number of things, actually. Because we used to give, did we not? Well, we did. Christmas boxes to people. So the postman, the milkman, and the dustbin men, you'd give them some money in an envelope, you know, £5 or whatever it happened to be. And that was their sort of Christmas present for them, not spilling the rubbish all over your drive, you know, and for the postman who, you know, in all the weathers, and we have a very, very good postman around our way called Darren, and he's fantastic. You know, come rain, come shine, he's delivering the post. You know, that's it. But I'm still not convinced about the train. I don't know where we are with the train strike at the moment. I'm certainly not getting the same trains home, which is a bit of a shame. Steve, up early, had a small champagne breakfast, off to church soon. Well, you're going to be a lot of fun for the carols, aren't you? Off to church after you've had champagne. Good Lord. Then making canapes to take to the family whilst listening to you say, Karen and Lawrence. I was watching a terrible church service on the television the other day. It was either from Bradford or somewhere, but they had 2 bishops and a lady, and the one bishop was sort of doing the reading at the end of the day, and the other bishop standing next to him was trying to get something out of his pocket, but he couldn't find the pocket underneath all this surplus and all the rest, and he's putting his hand in. And I'm thinking, why didn't somebody just stop the recording of this thing and go, listen, do you want to try and get this out of your pocket now? It went on for such a long time. In the end, I nearly wrote in. Please wish the Devon Hayne clan, sorry, I can't even speak properly, I do beg your pardon, a very happy Christmas for all the Western Australian Haynes who are about to tuck into our dinner. Barbecue, snake and kangaroo tail on a bed of salad. How lovely, Andy. Sounds delicious. And Merry Christmas, Steve, says Ice Cream Ian. Ice Cream Ian supplies our ice creams on the programme. We always get ice creams at least twice a week. And very much, well received they are. He sort of delivers them to the reception. We have to try and wrestle them out of the hands of the people who work on the reception. But absolutely good. So, best company for Christmas, Steve. This is Steve and Vinny off to Waltham Abbey for dinner, says Jeanette in Kingsbury, which is lovely. And the other one here, which says, listening to you with my giblets out. And I heard you mention Boxing Day. I believe the origin was the masters of the big house gave out Christmas boxes to the servants and gave them the day off, which sounds lovely. Thank you, Phil. And Sula says 5 more days till the magic show. Yes, we have 2 magic shows at the Magic Circle on the 30th of December. Sold out months ago. And we're looking forward to it as well. Fingers crossed. Well, there's no train strike on that day, so that was a blessing, I think, actually. Steve, Merry Christmas from a listener in Moldova. Good Lord above, this programme is international. And Bev says, everything prepped yesterday, so I've got the luxury of listening to your show in bed. That's lovely. And Roger says, I know you're in for a busy day later, but on behalf of the Spikers that you entertain daily, have a great day and do push the boat out. So one thing I don't do, actually, is push the boat out. Hello and Merry Christmas to my nan, Christine, in Byfleet, from her grandson, Nathan, in Sheffield. She introduced me to you and LBC 10 years ago, and I've been listening ever since. Thank you very much indeed. That's what we like. And Zoe says, very grateful to hear you on the radio this morning. So can you say hi to everybody spending Christmas alone today? Absolutely. You're never alone if you've got the radio with you. Never alone. Even if you don't understand what the programmes are all about. You can enjoy listening to the phone-ins, you can enjoy listening to the conversation and the other messages from loads of people. So it makes you feel, because it's quite true, that you're not the only one out there. There's tens and tens of thousands of people. Thank you for mentioning the other day about cheese footballs, says Vince, in Scotland, where it is particularly cold. He says, I'd forgotten about them and they're my favourite nibble with a glass of something at Christmas. And so I headed for Iceland and bought 2 packs. Yes, they're lovely. And I love, with a sherry, they're brilliant. Seriously, I mean, you get cheese footballs or twiglets, although they're very messy. Cheese footballs better. Mary says, rest your turkey for how long you've cooked it for. Wrap it with tea towels or foot. That's what Mr. Neil says to me. Said exactly the same. And try the Bailey's pouring cream in coffee. Delicious and not too heavy. Yes, Mr. Neil says also the wrapping it in tea towels. I get the best advice here, seriously. And he sent me a lovely picture of the. Oh, it's me. It's me. It's my Christmas jumper, which has got a fire on the front of it. Moving. It looks as though it's one of those little things. He says, rest for at least an hour, wrap in foil and clean tea towels. Don't use my tea towels. Go and get other ones. Steve, good morning. Paderborn, Germany is rather mild now after the last week of minus 15. I've just had my order to get up and put the fire on, but no, I'm staying in bed for a while longer as Steve Allen is on and I can chill, says Phil and family. But thank you for keeping morale up this year. A few days ago, I lost my uncle. Listening to you cheers me up. Well, that's it. This is the worst time of year, isn't it? The worst time of year for people losing other people, so it's very difficult. Lanzarote, apparently. First Christmas abroad, says Kate. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I can't complain about the temperature. 23 degrees today. And Mr. Neil has made a sherry trifle. Looks delicious. I love a sherry. I bought a sherry trifle the other day, actually, and it did look particularly good. And I remember thinking, that's very nice indeed. And he says, why are you telling people your car is full of presents when I know you're on the radio at the moment? Let's hope the thieves in Twickenham aren't listening to your show. I hope they are, because my car's not in Twickenham. Why would my car be in Twickenham? I drive in over Christmas, Chris. Always have done. I've never not driven in over Christmas. It's my favourite thing to do. I've always enjoyed driving in over Christmas, which is great. Andy Peters says, you were right. The Phil Vickery TV coconut prawns were amazing. Merry Christmas to you and all the listeners. Ho, ho, ho. And we had loads of. So I hope all of you. I bet Andy Pete. So he tried all these things because they were doing the programme the other day, which I watched. because I like watching a little bit of television. I'm sort of quite an addict. A lot of people down with COVID. Lot of people down with COVID. So just be careful. One of my neighbours thinks I've had it, but I don't ever remember feeling ill. So perhaps it's my sort of resilience. Perhaps it's all the medication I take that means that I'm exempt from it. Because I've spoken to people who've had it this time round, and they've said it's really awful. They've said they feel so dreadful. They haven't got any energy. Well, I mean, I'm completely the opposite. Completely the opposite. I haven't felt ill, haven't felt anything at all. But actually, one of my former producers was convinced that I'd had COVID. I don't know, just because he'd had it twice. Greedy person. He was sort of going, "Oh, I've got COVID again, Steve." And I went, "Well, don't come to me telling me your woes. Goodness sake, honestly." But I don't think I have. Because you would know, wouldn't you? Unless perhaps I just get mild symptoms of things. But, Steve, isolating with COVID, says Pat at Ashstead. So not the Christmas I'd planned with all my family. Was feeling a bit sorry for myself, but listening to you has made me feel so much better. Well, there you go. Steve, pheasants, says Pauline, are going in the oven soon, having roast potatoes and sweet potatoes with parsnips and carrots and caramelised onions, washed down with Jamaican white rum punch. Well, you'll not be saying pudding, will you? No chance. Have you ever had Jamaican white rum? Oh, my godfather, I tell you, you could strip wallpaper with this stuff. It is, if ever you've got a cold, a little nip of that goes out the window. Fantastic. But anyway, there'll be four of us. We're going to have, Zabaglione for dessert. And I'll probably fall asleep after dinner. The cat's already licking her lips. I bet, Pauline. Sounds wonderful. Well, I wish you and yours a very merry Christmas. Stella says, wishing you a lovely Christmas. And Graham in Chertsey, Jan, together, says, Merry Christmas, hope you have a great day. Well, it's going quite well so far. We can't complain. You know, we're always... oh, dear, honestly, it's a bit humbug, the producer. You could always tell if he's had to wear a hat, he's a bit grumpy. He can't wait to walk out of the studio and take it off, you know. But I'm making him wear it. It's kind of penance. Did you know that the Japanese traditionally eat KFC on Christmas Day? Says Paul. It's so popular you have to place your order 2 months in advance. Really? Good heavens above. Oh, well, I can see that. I think that's quite a good idea, actually. I do like the odd bucket of KFC, thank you. And I've just opened, says Marcus and Leslie, a Christmas gift from our friends Sarah and John. And would you believe it? It's a brand new Steve Allen tea towel. Looky here, a Steve Allen tea towel. Well, you're doing better than me. Mine's not arrived yet. I've got to wait a little bit. Paul says, Happy Christmas. Good to see Lad Baby has the number one spot. Did Matt Goss chart? I don't know. But Lad Baby got the number one spot.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I make no more apologies. We do this every year, and we do. And also, the good news is I'm here tomorrow. So just while you're all sitting there with their heads going, ba-bum, 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 I'll be sitting here going, hello, because I never drink over Christmas. I know it seems a bit peculiar, doesn't it? Jamie in Kingswood says, an early Christmas treat. I gave my wife Vina a taster present in the local pub last night. She excitedly opened it to discover it was a Steve Allen tea towel. She loved it, thank God. And Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, you're just like Santa. I used to wait excitedly earlier on Christmas morning for Santa to visit. I'm the same now, but waiting for Santa Steve. So thank you for being there for us for another wonderful Christmas. So have a wonderful day and drive safe. No, you take care. You take care. And everybody else as well. Unsurprisingly, says my producer, Elliot, he's got into the swing of it now. He really has. He says Matt Goss didn't even place in the top 100 because I think he brought out, I might have got this wrong, I thought he was bringing out a Christmas single with his with the Philharmonic Orchestra and something else, because he's going on tour with them. And I remember thinking, he can't be taking the whole Philharmonic out on tour. It would be too expensive. John Barrowman had to cancel his entire tour because he was going out, and because of the resultant publicity over his, let's just call it a slight misdemeanour, which you might or might not remember, he's had to cancel the whole tour. But Matt Goss said he was going out, and I'm thinking, well, he needs to earn money. There ain't no two ways about that. But, you know, taking out the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra would be the most expensive thing to actually do. I can't work out how they would ever make it viable unless they're playing huge arenas. And I don't think he'd be playing huge arenas. I think they'd be doing the same as they did on the first Bros comeback tour. They booked out loads of places, but they didn't sell any tickets for them. So they had to cancel a lot of things, which was a bit of a shame. But I mean, I did think, you know, when he was saying about bringing out a Christmas record and he was competing with Sooty, I ask you. And Lad Baby, but then I said Lad Babies goes to 2 different charities. I don't think it's the best record they've ever made. I still think I like We Built This City on Sausage Rolls, you know, because the family just made me laugh, and I thought they were good, and it was lovely, and it was nice. So they've done this one this year, which is Do They Know It's Christmas? Which sounds almost identical. It's just they've got looky likeys on it, which is nice. My brother says Happy Christmas. So everybody's up early, aren't they? I can't believe everybody's up this ridiculous time of the morning. But so Matt didn't place in the top 100. Bit of a shame. And my brother says, have a lovely time with the parents of my godchildren, which is very nice indeed. Phil in Bushy says, I'm park running this morning while my wife, Sarah, a midwife, has a rare Christmas day off, which is good. She can help me with the cooking this year. Nothing like getting people involved with the cooking. Keith from Aberdeen says, we all love your shows. Received your tea towels yesterday. They're brilliant. If you are a unique broadcaster of a Super Christmas. I don't think there's anything unique about it, but I'm very flattered. Thank you very much indeed. Many of us, says Richard in Knightsbridge, on our own at Christmas, won't have to put up with squabbling relatives, icy stares from mothers-in-law, ghastly uninvited visitors, and of course revolting Brussels sprouts. Right, you're barred. Anybody who doesn't like Brussels sprouts, they never feature on the programme ever again. It's a shame. It's just the way it goes, I'm afraid. We can't do anything about it. But we take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. We've got a fair number of texts and emails to get through. And it's quite nice to share, isn't it, with what you're the producer, bless his heart, honestly. We call him that. It makes him feel important. We've got a badge for him. It's got producer. It's a bit like being a prefect at school. You know, we all know what it signifies, but nobody really cares, you know. So, because I never got to be a prefect at school. I wanted one of the badges, and I didn't get anything at all. I don't know, perhaps they didn't like me. Perhaps it was one of those things. I mean, the school was good. I knew it was good because my mother said to me, it's approved. And I remember thinking, well, that's very good indeed. But I didn't get to be, I mean, the most I ever got, I think, was sort of getting a thing for running faster than other boys. You know, in this sports thing, they used to give you, like, sort of tie it round your wrist or something. It's all a bit boring and tedious. But surprisingly, I was fairly athletic when I was at school. High jump, long jump, 100 metres, egg and spoon, sack race. I was there. Over 35 nudist leapfrog team. I was there. I was the person who was out there trying to be as interesting as possible. And they've done a whole programme on the television on sprouts. And I know many of you, not lots of you, but many of you, absolutely have an aversion to them. And I can't understand why. Because anybody will tell you, from Phil Vickery to Jamie Oliver, it's a case of you can cut them in half, fry them with a little bit of garlic and some lardons, and they're really good for you. I could eat a whole pack of them. I know everybody else goes, oh, no, you don't want that, do you? And I go, yeah, I do. I absolutely love them. I love them. And especially the little tiny ones, you can get 3 or 4 on a fork. They're delicious. And I do that. Sometimes I grate cheese over. Well, I don't grate cheese, quite clearly. I mean, obviously somebody grates it for me. I just empty the bag over the top of them. And I do that with everything. But no, nothing. What? Is there something the matter with sprouts? Are we anti-sprouts next door? Yeah? No, you don't like sprouts? No. Oh, you like sprouts? Oh, okay. Good. Well, then, 2 out of 3. I love sprouts. You need to get into them. Educate yourself. Get sprouts. You'd be a different person. You could bulk up by the new year if you eat sprouts. It's unlikely, but, I mean, at least you can try. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. David in Teddington says, I've just put a bet on at the bookies that you'll be taking at least 10 calls on Christmas Day. I hope I won't be disappointed. He says, by the way, I'll happily go halves with you on the winnings. Yeah, I've heard of bribery before. Doesn't wash with me, I'm afraid. I'm not into bribery. And Steve, Merry Christmas. I'm having to take you on my dog walk this morning as you started at 7, says Kate in the New Forest. Well, there's a good walk to do. The New Forest, beautiful. Especially in the summer when the sun comes through the trees and the ponies are there and everything. I love it. There's some lovely pubs in the New Forest and you can stay there and, just indulge yourself. I wonder how many people are going away for this Christmas. Some people, they sort of, I don't know what the problem is at the airport, whether or not we're still sort of in dreadful trouble over there. We'll have a chat the other side of the news at 8 to Chris Lowry, and perhaps he can sort of try and predict some of this dreadful weather, which they keep warning us is going to be happening in this country. They keep saying, come January, this cold thing. What do they call it? There's a thing that they call it in America. I can't remember what they call it. Is it snow bomb or something like that? I remember thinking to myself, it sounds a bit dangerous. Bomb cyclone. Why is it called? Why would it be called bomb cyclone? Is it because it comes out of nowhere and it's a case of, people have died, I think, because it's gone down to minus. I can't imagine what minus 40 is. I've been in minus 30. We did that inside the Arctic Circle, and that is cold. Let me tell you, really, really cold. Even we were inside the Arctic Circle. Went to see Father Christmas, and is that funny? Thank you. I was 42, and I met the old man with the kindly beard, and he was very nice, very gracious. Little log cabin in the middle of the forest. The snow came tumbling down, and we were drinking hot Ribena, and it was all lovely. And it's a place called Luosto, and Luosto is inside the Arctic Circle. So we got the Soy Lumiere with the coloured lights and all the rest of it. Well, they're green. You don't get anything else actually. And we stayed in log cabins. It was lovely, but freezing cold. I mean, I don't know, the Lappish people, because we're in Lapland, just seem to cope with it. Whereas me, my little fingers, when you have to sort of pull your glove off and you hold your hand up and then you put the glove back on again. Because if it's on the actual finger, I'm not explaining this at all well, but if you leave your sort of glove on the finger, my fingers just they're dropping off. And we had skidoos. Have you been on a skidoo? No, well, you probably wouldn't where you live. They're very expensive. And it's for going over snow. And it looks like one of those things you see on the ocean. People have them and they ride them, and the water. Sorry, like a jet ski, only it goes on the snow, and they have heated handles. They heat them obviously from the heat of the engine because they sort of start it with a pull. It's like being on a motor mower, but you go very fast. And the handles were boiling hot. Didn't make the slightest difference because the rest of your face was frozen into this picture of unhealthiness because it was so cold. And they said, wind chill factor minus 30, 35. So when they say in America minus 40, you don't go out in minus 40. That's just too cold unless you have to. Luckily at the moment we're sort of all right with the weather forecast, and we're all wearing jumpers. Obviously most of us wearing jumpers, and because you don't want to catch pneumonia out there. It's blooming freezing. I had somebody the other day. Somebody was working on my program. I can't remember who they were. We didn't let them linger long enough to find out. And they walked outside in a T-shirt. And I said, it's freezing cold out there. Put something on, for goodness. Leslie in Churt in Surrey says, we're spending Christmas in Spain this year. But it's been lovely and hot, but missing our family today, and we'll be speaking to them later. Well, you'll probably find, depending on where they are in the UK, it'll either be very, very wet, miserable, but not as cold as it can be. Scotland is cold. I can tell you for a fact Scotland is cold at the moment, but here in the global studio for LBC, we are cosy, and we love it. It's very nice indeed. And if you just joined us, I'm Steve Allen. This is Christmas Day breakfast with you till 10 o'clock, and then Matthew Wright's going to be here at 10 o'clock. He'll be in the other studio. We do flip-flop studios. Well, I don't. I can't cope in the big show. I'm hopeless. Seriously, my eyesight is so bad. I can't see anything. They say, this is the screen. I go, where? I see nothing at all. So we'll take the news at 8, shall we?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Merry Christmas, felicitations. What was that song? Feliz Navidad. Was that another one that was Happy Christmas? I've probably got it completely wrong. I've just sworn or something terrible. I do beg your pardon. But it doesn't matter where you are. I don't discriminate on this programme. We don't care whether you're big, tall, short, fat. It makes no difference to us. It's the fact that you're there, and you're there on Christmas Day, which is a very special time of year. For a lot of people, I appreciate the fact, and believe you me, more than most, I appreciate that sometimes it can be a very difficult time of year if you've lost loved ones, and there's no easy way round that. I've been there. I've done that. I've lost people at Christmas time, and it's never easy. but it's something that we all have to get through. And this year, without putting too fine a point on it, has been rubbish. This time of year has been absolutely terrible. We've had, people losing their jobs, people, not sure whether they've got a job to go back to in the new year and stuff like that. And it's so difficult. So that's why we're always very grateful. We always say, listen, on this programme and on LBC, come one, come all. Literally, it's as simple as that. There's no hard and fast rules. You don't need to join. You don't need to do anything at all. You can download all the programmes free. Everything is free. I've got 12 years worth of podcasts. There's about 8,000 of my podcasts up on globalplayer.com. And you can download them all for free. And in fact, I always urge people to download. If you enjoy the programme, then you'll enjoy all the podcasts, because I've got 2 podcasts, except for today. Today, I only have 1 podcast, which is Steve Allen, the whole show. But the rest of the time, I've also got Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. And don't read anything into that. OK, it's just Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. And it's a gentle dig at the world of celebrity. I mean, sometimes it's quite harsh, the dig, but it works all the time, I promise you. And so it doesn't matter who you are. And the amount of referrals we get, I mean, it's like joining a bank. You get somebody writing in saying, my grandmother used to listen to your programme, and she recommended, and we listened to it, and I didn't get it for a while. I do get that. Somebody will write, what are you doing? You're doing exercises. What's that? Stretching your neck. Well, I can arrange that for you, easy. No, if we could stretch your neck. We used to have some people put their hands on your shoulders either side and sort of squeeze, because you can get, you can tell if somebody's a bit stiff, can't you? With sort of, and so just so that, because it looks slightly peculiar. You're putting a jumper on now. What's going on next door? It's honestly, this is like some theatre show that's gone horribly wrong, isn't it? The play What I Wrote. So now you've got a stiff neck. Okay, so is that like that? Does that make a difference? It's clicked. I love the way you think it's clicked. It hasn't clicked at all. Why would it click? Did anybody else hear it in there? No, they didn't hear anything, so it hasn't clicked. Okay, so basically you just made up a story about the clicking neck, just to make it sound as though, I'm quite ill, really, Steve. I've got a clicking neck. We didn't hear it. It makes no difference, but you're still wearing the hat, and we like it. Because I think it's the hat that's given you that thing. Because you're supposed to do that anyway. When you wake up in the morning, you're supposed to stretch. Because if you stretch, you exercise all the muscles in your face. And if you smiled more, you would exercise all your facial muscles. And that's how it works. As Dame Edna used to say, sort of smile, tell the world, tell your face. And then your face will sort of be out there and everything else. Do you go to a gymnasium? Are you a gymnasium sort of person? No, I don't go either, surprisingly. You can always tell, though, can't you? You look at me and you go, I don't think he goes to the gymnasium. Oh, I did used to go. I used to go to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club, and we had a trainer, and he was really tough. You get in there, and I was a bit lackadaisical, and you go, OK, give me 6 circuits of the running track. Over my dead body, and which of course was quite true. And so we do the 6 circuits, and by this time I'm practically on my knees, and then he says, right, now we'll do some sit-ups. So we had to do sit-ups, then press-ups, then we did the rowing machine. In the end, I hated this person so much. I really hated them. I've never hated anybody as much in my entire life, because they literally, and apparently, no pain, no gain. I thought, no pain, perhaps he's disappeared, fallen off the running track or something like that. I found it deeply unpleasant. Matt, do you know, Matt, I was only thinking about you the other day. This is my friend Matt, and he's also in radio, and he says, Merry Christmas, Steve. And I was looking at a picture of you, because I think he was doing a conference or a talk or something like that, and I was thinking, I've not heard from my friend Matt for ages. So Merry Christmas, Matt, back to you, which is lovely. And all the other people who've been sending in, Christmas. We had record number of Christmas messages. I mean, seriously, record number of people who want to be part of the. And we're not offering anything, apart from sort of working with a happy little bundle of people, people who you want to spend time with on Christmas. Given the choice, and they're all here entering into the spirit of it, because they won't be having their Christmas lunch till much later than I will be. I'll probably be sitting down for my Christmas lunch before they've finished their shifts and working. But it doesn't matter, because then it's something to look forward to and it's nice. And even if you have nut roast and all the rest of it, if you have the full Christmas work, and they always say the trimmings, don't they? Apparently now trimmings include Brussels sprouts. But I can tell you anything, the one person who'll be having what can only be described as a healthy Christmas dinner will be Chris Lowry, who is over there in España. I'll try and get into the spirit of it, because they have a swimming pool and everything. And Chris Lowry, as you know, used to be LBC's weatherman, and he was with LBC for many, many years. And so every Christmas, we like to contact him and say, good morning, Chris Lowry.
Good morning, and Feliz Navidad.
I knew it had come from somewhere. It's Spanish, is it?
Yes.
Feliz
Spanish,
Navidad.
That's a very popular song here that gets played. Feliz Navidad. And yes, it's a very irritating song.
I'm annoyed with it already. I've had enough of it. No, I remember seeing it in... Yeah, it's quite... I mean, is your television over there in Spain, do you get lots of Christmas films?
Well, yes. I mean, we've got a satellite, so we can get a lot of the UK channels, and as well as the Spanish channels. But the Spanish, they don't really put on specific films for Christmas. But then they have all the Netflix and all that as well. So, they have access to that. But they don't really go crazy for Christmas here anyway, as I've discussed with you before in the past, Steve. Yeah. The big meal was last night for the Spanish. That's when all the families and friends get together and they have a big meal, which is not turkey, I can assure you. It's usually either a seafood dish, or it might be pork or lamb or a fish stew, something like that. Oh. But they don't have a traditional sort of Christmas meal, like we do with the turkey.
So will you be having turkey today or not?
Yes, I will. We because we're slightly more healthy and we don't like huge roasts, we cooked our turkey last night. And then I'm going to have that today cold with pickles and Bubble and Squeak, would you believe?
I love Bubble and Squeak.
Oh, so do I.
How lovely. We always used to get that on Boxing Day. My mother would do the turkey, and then we would have the other turkey, and you'd have it with Bubble and Squeak. We'd have piccalilli and Branston pickle.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it was lovely.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, we managed to get all that. We've got there's a few shops around the area that do sell British products from time to time. They don't always have it. So as soon as we see the Branston pickle and as soon as we see the piccalilli, we buy it because we know that's we have that for Christmas. So I'm going to have that today with and I managed to get Brussels sprouts. We can't get them fresh here. Oh. But I have managed to get frozen ones. We did have some fresh ones last year we found in a store, but they were absolutely revolting. They were huge. They were really big Brussels sprouts, but they tasted vile, so they went in the bin. So we didn't do that. Won't do that again. But
isn't that strange? I wonder what. Is it the climate over there which means you can't grow Brussels sprouts?
Yeah, they don't grow them here because they grow things like avocados are very big here. Yes. Everywhere you go, there's avocado trees, avocados, olives, tomatoes is a very big
I love tomatoes.
Grower here. But things like cabbages, Brussels sprouts, not so common. They tend to import that from other European countries.
Wow! And do you have a tree?
Yes, we've got a tree, not a real tree, but we've got a fake tree. Yeah. You can buy real trees here. They're becoming a little bit more popular. In fact, we were in a garden centre last week, and I saw for the first time, is it the Nordman fir, the one that don't drop its needles?
Is. Yes, the Nordman.
Yeah, so I've not seen those before. Normally, they're just the common spruce ones, which you pick up and all the pines and needles drop off straight away.
I know, I've had that before. Oh dear, terrible.
Yeah, horrible. But they are quite expensive, real trees here. I mean, the one I looked at was probably, I think it was about €80, so that's quite a lot of money.
That is quite a lot of money.
For a tree.
It is quite a lot of money.
It's not worth it, really.
And what sort of weather have you got at the moment?
Well, it's beautiful. Last week we had a lot of rain, but this week it's calmed down, and today it's clear blue sky. It's going to be around about 19 or 20 degrees this afternoon, little wind, so a perfect day. I should be in the pool later, Steve, having a swim.
Oh, goodness. Is it a heated pool or?
No, it's not.
Oh.
The temperature's about 18, so it's cold.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that.
No, exactly. Well, you're fit. You're as me. I mean, I'd only put a toe in it, I'd be out straight away.
Yeah, well, Steve's the same. He can't do that. My Steve, that is, not you, the other Steve.
But it sounds lovely over there. You've sort of settled into life really well, haven't you?
Yes, we have. We've it has its ups and downs. Sometimes it gets very frustrating, particularly when you're trying to do administrative work.
Yes.
There's a lot of paperwork involved. But daily life is generally good. It's easygoing. There isn't the stresses and strains. I mean, it's like Christmas, Steve. The commercialism of Christmas. I know you love Christmas, and I love Christmas as well. But it gets very, everyone gets so stressed out in the UK.
Yes.
Buying food, buying presents. Here, it's so much more relaxed. You can go into a supermarket. We did our sort of Christmas shop on Thursday. Went into the supermarket. Hardly anyone in there. They weren't stacking their trolleys high with food. It was just the normal shop. So it's far more relaxed. But you can't get so much of the food that you can get in the UK at Christmas. It's you have to go and look for it and find it and make the best of what you can get.
But that's actually quite nice because you're right, over here, I was in a supermarket the other day. People were queuing for their turkeys. They'd ordered these bronze turkeys from the fish shop in Twickenham, from Sandy's. And the queue went all the way up the road, and I sort of got through into M&S. And there were people piling trolleys high like, we were at the end of the world or something.
I know, it's crazy. And then, the shops are shut, for one day today?
Yes.
A lot of them open again tomorrow. And they'll all be back in there buying more food. I just don't know how people can eat the volume of food that they eat.
I don't know how they can afford it.
No. So, again, it's far more relaxed here. I mean, this morning I've squeezed some oranges from an orange tree that our neighbours have got. They gave us loads of oranges, so we've got fresh orange juice.
You're very forward.
Don't need to go and buy the oranges.
You don't care, do you?
No, I don't care.
Do you have a machine for doing it?
No, we don't actually. I just do it manually in one of those, those squeezers.
I bet your wrists must be like dynamite. Squeeze you, because I see Jamie Oliver doing it on the television. All the rest of it, they literally take the orange, cut it in half, and then squeeze it, and seem to get a ton of juice out of it. I'm useless.
Yeah. I mean, these are full of juice. Yeah. I mean, 2 oranges and you've got a glassful. It's incredible. Well, listen, beautiful. Yeah.
Can I just pause you momentarily? And I'll come right back to you. I need to take a very quick break because I want to ask you about this worldwide weather, which appears to be going all over the place, especially in America.
Yes.
Where it's terrible. So we'll talk about that in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Christmas Day. It's LBC. I wish I could sort of, drop snow all over the rooftops. But then, you and I together, very pretty to look at, but we don't want to be in it. Thank you very much indeed. But over in España, Chris Lowry is over there, used to be with LBC for many, many years. Many, many, many years. LBC's weatherman, used to do the jingles and, in fact, arrange the last jingle. Somebody was asking me, Chris, about the last jingle package. Do you know that there are clips up on YouTube?
Oh, are there?
Yes.
What, the one before the one you've got now?
Yes, of the orchestra playing.
Oh, yes. When we recorded that session, we filmed it as well, just so people could see what we were doing. So yes, I think I've seen that actually on YouTube as well.
Yeah, somebody told me about it the other day, and so I went online and I watched it, and I thought, it just kind of, I don't know what it is. It's just an overwhelming sense of that's an orchestra brought. It was a Polish orchestra, wasn't it?
Yeah, we went to Prague to record that at Smeki Studios. So yes, it was done there, and it was a full orchestra. It took a few days to do, but it was a great experience and a great bunch of musicians who,
yes.
It was incredible. They didn't even look at the music. The music was in front of them on the stand. They just picked up their instrument, whether it be a violin or a trombone, and played it, and that was it.
I know, it is amazing, isn't it? You look. I mean, I'm always very envious of musicians and people who can play. There's a couple of very good children's orchestras on YouTube who are so professional. You couldn't tell the difference between them and adults playing. And some of them are like, they look about 10 and 11 years old. And you listen to them and you watch them and you think, my goodness, that is a God-given talent. It really is.
It definitely is. And the younger, it's like learning a language. The younger that you start music, the more, the easier it is. And then, you can do so many things. I mean, I used to play the piano, so I could read music, but I haven't done that for such a long time now. I mean, I would find it hard just to sit down, look at a score, music score, and just play it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in envy of orchestras and things like that. I'm just looking at it now, actually. David Arnold was there. And
David Arnold, that's right, yeah.
LBC flew out to the Czech Republic to work with the City of Prague Philharmonic. And I think it must be so funny for them because they're just playing little bits like dun, 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 and that's it.
Yeah.
And you think it's very clever. So listen.
It's very good.
It is very good, and it was so lovely and great experience for you. Tell me about the worldwide weather, because in America it's gone balmy.
Yes, they've had this, as you've been talking about, Steve, this cyclone, this bomb, as it's called. And the reason why it's called a bomb is because it develops so rapidly, and the temperature change is so rapid as well. I mean, the temperature in some areas of Canada fell by around 15 to 20 degrees in a matter of hours, and that is incredibly quick. And it's very, very, very cold air coming down right from the north. And then this mixes with the.
Oh, wait a minute! You dropped out from us, as they say. It's a technical term. I have to explain that to you. And he's back. And he's back. Are you there, Chris? Oh no, not yet. No, he's not. No. I love the idea it's dropped out, and we just go, it's dropped out, technical term. We all sit here and stare at the distance. We will get him back, don't worry. Actually, in Spain, Feliz Navidad, they celebrate the Three Kings Day on the 6th of January, which is when the kids' shoes get filled with coins and sweeties. I used to live out there, says Lucian in St Albans. And I'm going to sneeze. I'm terribly sorry. Lord above, honestly, where did that come from? But I'm having a lovely, relaxed Christmas, and I'm very happy to have you on the radio, which is good. Okay, Chris is back. Morning.
Yes.
We lost you. We lost you.
Technology.
Dropped out, they said.
We're so far apart, you see.
Yeah, I know.
So far apart.
I was sitting with my friend Lynn the other day, and I was on the phone sending texts backwards and forwards to somebody abroad. And literally, I would send it from my telephone, and within less than 30 seconds back would come a reply, and I said, this is phenomenal technology. We just don't appreciate it.
No, we don't. And then it goes wrong, and I lose you, and you lose me.
I know, but don't worry, we've got you back now. So explain about this cold front.
Yes, so this bomb, as they call it, is caused by this mixture of very, very cold air that's come down from the north, mixing with the warmer tropical air that's further south. And the two don't mix, and we get this storm, which has been going on now for a couple of days across North America, and Canada's been very hard hit by it.
It's not going to come to us, is it, over here?
No, I don't think it will. I mean, often you hear people say, the weather that they have in America comes to Britain within 6 weeks. I've been looking at charts before I came on, because I knew you were going to ask me about this, and the charts I've got go up to around about the 9th, 10th of January, and it's certainly not showing any extreme cold weather. In fact, it's going to be quite mild, and there's a large area of high pressure that's going to form over a good part of Europe, and that's going to make the weather dry and settled, so it will be mild. So it looks like certainly up until mid-January, no sign of any extreme cold weather.
Thank goodness, because I was trying to explain to the boys and girls that I was in the Arctic Circle, and we had minus 30 degrees up there. I said that was bad enough. That was freezing.
Yeah, that's right. Dangerously cold. I mean, parts of Canada have dropped to minus 45 degrees. I mean, that is dangerously cold. You shouldn't even go out in that, because you can get severe frostbite if you're not protected.
Well, I bought the other day an electric blanket, but it's not a blanket. Ooh. It's a throw. Do you know what I mean? But it's heated as well. It's heated.
That sounds That sounds very cosy.
Well, I thought sitting in front of the television, you can wrap yourself up in it and you've sort of got your own electric blanket.
Yeah.
So I bought it.
You just wouldn't want to go anywhere, would you?
Exactly. I wouldn't want to go
if
out.
You had that wrapped around.
And I've got a scarf as well, which has got heating in it. My scarf has got a heating
how does
element.
That work?
Yeah, it's just a heating element. You charge it up.
Oh, you charge it up?
Yeah, it looks fantastic and keeps your neck very warm, because it's always my neck that go. Well, actually, it's my hands, my feet, and my neck that get cold.
Yeah.
So I was determined to make sure.
I get very cold hands. I get really cold hands. Even when I'm warm, I can still have cold hands.
You've not got Raynaud's, has it? Is it Raynaud's?
No, it is. Yeah, I think they call it that. I've always had it. It runs in the family, actually. My dear sister, she used to suffer with the same problem as well.
Producer's got it as well. He has it. Very, very cold hands, he said. Matches the heart, I suppose. But
I was just going to say, your producer, is it Elliot?
No, not
in France.
Elliot. Elliot's in France, where it's wet.
Yes, well, he should. If he wanted to ski, he should have come to where I am, because we've got behind us the Sierra Nevada mountain range, which is the highest range of mountains in Spain, and it's covered in snow up there, and the skiing season is well underway.
Don't tell him that.
The wrong country.
Yeah, well, in fact, I think they go to France most years, and he takes his own skis because they're rich, and he's got his own snowboard. But he said this year, before he flew out, he said, "Oh, it says rain," and then he sent me a thing a short while ago, still raining. So consequently, no snow.
No, that's no good at all.
It's not, is it really?
Tell him to change destinations and come here. There's plenty of snow up there.
Well, he's only on a 4-day break. He's on a 4-day holiday. Then he comes back to me, and then he works with me for a week, and then he's moving on to another programme.
Oh, dear. It's all changed then.
It's all changed. I mean, as fast as you get to know them, they all disappear. I mean, I was going to buy him a present, but I thought, no.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it. You know, they don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate it. Well, listen, I hope you enjoy your swim today.
Thank you. Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I enjoy our little chat every year. I think it keeps everybody in contact. We know where everybody is, and we're all still there.
We're all still here. Yes, some of us from the past have unfortunately slipped away, but most of us are still around.
Which is good news. So, listen, to you and Steve, wish you a happy Christmas and a happy New Year.
Thank you very much, and to you and all the guys at LBC as well.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Take care. I was just about to say Feliz Navidad, but I thought you didn't like the expression anyway, so I didn't think I'd push it. However, Dave in Stoke, and I saw this as well, Dave, and I've become quite obsessed with this, and this is Jesus Christ Superstar. They did a version from New York with Alice Cooper playing Herod. It was very moving. It says, the first Christmas that I've not worked for years, and I'm loving every minute of it. I started watching Jesus Christ Superstar because they started putting out on tour the man, I think his name's Ted Neely or something, who played Jesus Christ in the film Jesus Christ Superstar. Now he's a bit older, but he brought the crowds out to watch him doing it. I tell you, it reduced me to tears because he's got this vocal range which is just superb. He can still sing it. He brings all the crowds. What? Oh, dear. What are we doing now? What's the matter? I always hate it when people... Sorry? We got a visitor. What, for the news? Or we just got somebody who isn't a visitor? Who is it? Is it somebody... Should I do... Oh, Lord above. Where have you been all my life? Where have you been? Anne-Marie Minhall is back every year. This is a tradition that goes back how many years? 100 years, she says. We're both getting on, and she always brings me a Brussels tree. Seriously, this is where our Brussels come from. She brings it in. I can't believe you're still working on Christmas. Yeah, right back. I know. Where would we be without this company? We love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Happy Christmas to you as well. Bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kisses and everything. See? I told you, this is the best job in the entire universe. This is the best job, even with Guy and his freezing hands. You know, what can we do about it? We need to get him some gloves or mittens or something like that.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Merry Christmas to one and all. I can't believe we're racing through this program. This program will be over and done with before you can shake a stick at it. And Anne-Marie Minhall, every year she brings me. She's so sweet. She works for our sister station, Classic. We always have to say that. I don't know why. I say it every year. I go, our sister station. I don't know why. But anyway, I do it. And she always brings me a Brussels tree, which is, it's not the name for it, but it's just lovely. She does it every single year. She's very, very sweet. And I can't remember when it started, but it was a long time ago. So, Merry Christmas. We love listening to you all the way in Auckland, New Zealand. 25 balmy degrees today, Steve. And sadly, it's all over for another year, say Neil and Martin. Do you know, I've never been to New Zealand. I've seen the travel documentaries and I've seen the scenery and I've seen... A friend of mine went there. She said it rains an awful lot in New Zealand. She said there's something, like that. But it does look absolutely beautiful. Does look absolutely beautiful. But I've been watching so many gorgeous programmes on the television recently. I told you there was the man who was building the igloo, which I shall never get back again, and another man who talked to wolves, and that was very interesting. I liked him. A lot of you are well aware of his programme. And Lou from Chicago says, living through the extreme cold in America, one of the coldest Christmas days we've had in my 60-plus years. It's not so much the cold at -9 degrees, but the very strong winds that create the problem. The wind, with even a little snow, create terrible driving conditions and accidents ensue. Stay warm. When I came in this morning, I drove in past the Natural History Museum and there'd been a huge accident in the middle of the road. Obviously, a car had jumped lights because you get a lot of that, I'm afraid, over the festive season. And the car just looked like a write-off. And, of course, there was not many of us on the other side of the road. But I remember looking at it thinking, oh, goodness me. Steve, the kids are up. Santa has been. Kids are currently opening their stockings. Jen and I are about to open the Prosecco. It's 12 o'clock somewhere. Have a wonderful day and thank you for keeping me and the family company. That's from Gareth, Jen, Emma and Ryan from Banbury. Was that Banbury to see a fine lady upon a white horse, rings on her fingers and bells on her toes? She shall have music. You're looking at me like I'm daft, aren't you? It's because your hands are cold, that's why. Need to get gloves. Get some gloves. Get some mittens. Get some heated pads. You can buy little pads now that you buy in Costco and you shake them, the powder mixes, and then you slide it into your glove and it keeps your hands warm. Just what I'm telling you. I'm not your doctor, but, I care. I want you to know that I care. I want you to have cold hands. It's ghastly. Steve, with all your encouragement to eat sprouts, there'll be lots of bomb cyclones under the sheets tomorrow, says David. Thank you. Difficult time for me and others, says Dawn in Chiswick. I just realised I forgot to get pigs in blankets. I can't remember everything. But Merry Christmas to you, and especially to Tina from Barnes, another Steve Allen fan. Thank you. That's 3 of you we found so far. I'm very grateful to get fans at all in this day and age. And from Athene, what a lovely name. So good to hear a Christmassy voice today. I'm in Mallorca for Christmas with my husband Peter, and the one thing that is disappointing is I can't find Brussels sprouts. No, you can't. Isn't that funny? You can't find Brussels sprouts, as Chris Lowry just told us. They don't seem to have Brussels sprouts. So the ones you do get, so he's got frozen, which is sort of better than nothing. Joanna, Canada Water, thank you for another fantastic year. We're delighted with our tea towels and wish you a wonderful Christmas day and a great new year. Thank you. And Jilly says, Steve Basingstoke here, wishing you a very happy Christmas. Just wondering, as I prepare my turkey crown, do you like pulling a cracker at Christmas? I do. I'm well into pulling crackers at Christmas. Not just Christmas, actually. And somebody else was saying here, this is from looking forward to the show on February the 1st. Managed to get tickets, says Debbie in Ladbroke Grove. This is our live show at the Leicester Square Theatre. We've done it most years for Make Some Noise, and again they sell out really quickly, and it is just such a thrill to go to that theatre. It only holds 400 people, but we managed to sell it out every time and raise a lot of much needed money for Make Some Noise, and then it helps with the tea towels and other little bits and pieces. And it's always a nice thing because there's always an unexpected buzz. For those people who've never been to my shows before, it's the fact that you're actually going to see me in the flesh. Well, I mean, when I say in the flesh, I'll have clothes on. Some of you wishing maybe not. And it's just nice because you'll have one thing in common with everybody else there. You're all LBC diehard listeners. And you'll find everything, 9 to 90, as we say. Everybody will be there, all the famous faces, all the wonderful people who write in all the time. So you will be enjoying it, Debbie, I hope. And Cousin Will, he says, looking up a Steve Allen Magic Circle mug and a chat with Steve on the radio later. Yeah! We're going to do him just after 9, aren't we? I think something like that. Will Guy, my cousin, will be here talking about basically what sort of presents people receive for Christmas, and also how much stuff is charging now. Not batteries, but charging. And Mr. Neil says, don't forget our jolly old St. Nicholas. Oh, I would have done, actually. He says, pretty please. We haven't had it for years. And I have a feeling we might not get it, Neil, today. But I tell you, I'm in admiration of your sherry trifle. My mother used to make sherry trifle, and I love it. Your one looks delicious. I mean, seriously, I love a sherry trifle. So I think for Christmas lunch today, not a starter, but straight into the big thing, which is lovely. Steve, happy Christmas to you, says Tony in Uxbridge. Please wish my wife Kim a very happy birthday. She has double presents as always. Opening them will take hours. I haven't actually bothered to check with Guy what he's asked for Father Christmas for this year. What present did you ask Father Christmas? When you wrote the letter and I helped you, sort of lifted you up to put the letter in the post box. What did you ask Father Christmas for? I didn't get there because of the strikes. Oh, it didn't get there because of the strikes. What would you have asked for if there hadn't been a strike? What do you need for Christmas? What would you? Oh, bits for new. Oh, that's always useful. Have you bought it or no renting? Right. I know. Sorry, I don't want to go down that route, but it's interesting because people say, what do you need? And you go, everything. Have you been living at home then? Oh, right, okay. Because you suddenly realise that when you move into a flat, you need everything. You really need, it's not just, I mean, I can tell you where you can get mugs from. Okay. And, oh, really? Oh, they knew somebody who can get a deal. Oh, right. Oh, go for that one. That sounds much better to me. I can bring you in some Steve Allen tea towels, if that would be useful. I don't know if they're as good as the other ones, but I mean, I could bring them in. And it would be a gift that keeps on giving. Imagine, actually, somebody goes around and go, Steve Allen, then you have to lie and go, I've worked with him. And we have to go down that route. It doesn't always work, because I then have to say, I worked with Guy. Did you notice his hands? Freezing cold. That's how it works. Look out for a brand called Heat Holders, says Susie. Oh, he probably knows all these things. I've got a pair of their gloves and 2 pairs of their mittens. They're very warm. I've got these little sachets. I bought a box of it in Costco. And you take the sachet out, you open it, and you shake it. And I don't know how it works. But anyway, it starts heating up, and you slip this inside your gloves. It's not easy to keep them in there, but it does keep your hands a little bit toastier than usual. But Merry Christmas to you, Susie. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time. I hope all of you have a lovely time. I don't wish anybody not having a lovely time. I think there's something nice about this time of year. And it's not just the present. The present side of it is good for the youngsters. I remember there was a lady on the bus the other day, and her little one, I think it was probably her daughter's, because she looked a bit old to be having a child this age. And she said to this little child, she said, are you looking forward to Christmas? And he went, yeah. Because kids love it. Kids love it. It's something that's so special. You can never recreate, because you all remember what Christmas was like in your household when you were little, and the excitement of the tree. And, we had a real tree, then we had fake trees, and then we had more fake trees. And it was a case of, it was the food, and it was putting the dining room table out, getting the posh cutlery out, What my parents had a box of Mappin and Webb King's pattern, and I've got that now. I inherited that, and I've never used it, but I inherited it, and I forget how many pieces, it could be 80 or 90 pieces, and it was a wedding present for when my parents got married. To my parents, from who I've got no idea. I don't know whether they just bought it and sort of shared the cost of it, but I've got it now. And laying out the table with the posh china, the stuff that only comes out at Christmas or on special occasions. And that's what people look at these pictures. It looks terrible. This snow that's coming down, you're never going to... Oh, you're enjoying the pie, are you? Did you heat it? No. Oh, you like them cold? Oh, right. Oh, well. I quite like warm. You like them cold as well? Well, you're just cold, full stop, aren't you? I mean, everything about you is cold. You are Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost. I got any cream? Do I look like I've got any cream? don't think we need that kind of talk. I hate brandy butter. I absolutely hate it. It's the only thing I can't bear. That and what's it called? It's called bread something sauce. Ugh, disgusting. People who eat that, peasants. And brandy butter, oh God, no. I like squirty cream, but it doesn't last very long. But I told you, was it Morrison's were doing a mince pie with what? With sort of, oh, people laugh at me. Puff pastry, and then they put the puff bit over the top, and then they squirted it with cream. And it looked, I never found them, but people keep sending me in pictures just to basically taunt me and sort of say, yeah, you didn't find any of these, because I can't eat that very much of that sort of stuff. Although I did bring in 2 trays of Costco mince pies, and they went down very well, because my boss Tom, he had one of those, and he said I'll share them with the staff. Well, it lasted about 5 minutes. You know what they're like round here? Gluttons. Seriously, they don't care. They see food there, they just sort of take it. So today I brought in Marks and Spencer's sort of chockies and Satsumas. Easy peel, 2 for £4. They're nice. They're really good. I think they're really nice. I sometimes have one in the morning, just to cheer myself up, sort of have something like that. I quite like it. I don't eat that sort of fruit very often. I really don't. My favourite fruit, there was a guy called, the old ones are the best. I don't really have a favourite fruit. I'll tell you what I do like, dragon fruit. Have you ever had dragon fruit? You probably won't know what it is, but you slice it and then you spoon it out. That I like, because somebody said to me it's really good for you, so I quite like that. Prunes? I don't think so, no. Not at my time of life. I don't need prunes. I've had colonoscopy. And the last thing you need is prunes.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Go on, Steve, buy Guy some of those warm gloves, says Maggie. I'm not wasting my money. Seriously, I mean, I might have some old... Oh, stop. He started doing the shivering act. Like that. Steve, enjoy it. Part of Christmas is listening to you in the morning. My mum, Carol's been listening to you since she was waking up in the night with her first baby in the 1980s. Ooh, says Rachel. Merry Christmas, Steve and team. Travel north to Brisbane to celebrate Christmas today, says Moffy, with the family. As usual, way too much food and wonderful company. Overcast, little rainy and 24 degrees at the moment, with you on the radio to wrap up Christmas Day. And Mr. Neil says, Steve, I make chantilly whipped double cream. It's with vanilla pod and a little icing sugar. Oh, sounds delightful, doesn't it? I like the sound of that. The funny thing is, I remember somebody telling me, actually, that cream is okay to eat. So I bought double cream, thick double cream, whipping cream, all sorts of creams. I quite like them. But apparently he said the kids love it. You'll end up sweet butter. The turkey is now cooked, covered and resting. My rosemary roast potatoes all ready to cook with my homegrown parsnips. Matt Goss live on ITV. Oh, God, I'll live without it. The man who didn't get anywhere with his rate. He was convinced he was going to be a Christmas contender, but he didn't make it into the top 100. Which is a bit embarrassing, really. But they sort of put him on there. The trouble is with Matt, he's never able to laugh at himself. He seems to have had a bypass in the humour department, which is, come on, for goodness sake, try and get into it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. As I say, just after 9, we'll have a chat to Cuz Will about some of the gadgets this year. And the best one, my favourite, is a baseball hat that lights up. It lights up all different colours, and the colours flash and everything else. And I got quite carried away with it. I've now got 3 of them. And I was going to wear it and I thought, no, I'll be mugged for it, because people will see it and they're going to go, oh, I want that. But it does look really good. And I'd never seen anything like it. It's got fibre optics in the actual... Did I show it to you? Yeah, I did. And I thought you could walk out, but somebody's going to go, I'll have that, because I've never seen them before. I've got lots of things for the shows that I've got. I've got some shirts covered in mirrors for the... Yeah, they've got little mirrors all over them. I bought them on Amazon. I bought some last year. They come in black, blue, green, red and gold. And they're they're what I call show shirts. Because I think that if somebody's coming to see you and they've paid good money, they don't want to see you turning up on stage in a pair of shorts, not with my legs, or a pair of jeans or something like that. They want to see a bit of glamour and glitter. So this year we've got these lovely shirts. We've still got some of the colour theme this year is going to be blue. That's the blue sequin jacket. And I've also got braces that light up and a bow tie. I mean, seriously, it's fab. I mean, even I think it's fab. I looked at it in the boot of the car the other day and I thought, I can't wait to try these on. So I've got to... I'll probably wear my hat as well, yes, probably. Yeah, well, I was going to take a picture of my hat, but I don't know really whether I should. But it's got fibre optics all the way through, and you just charge it up on a USB port, and then you push the little button on it. You think I should take a picture? Yeah. Yeah, well, think again, Mr. Cold Hands. You know, I bet you're popular with the other half. Is the other half moving in with you? Of course, I'm assuming there is another half. Sometimes you say that and they go, actually, we just split up. And you think, oh, God, how embarrassing. So you're moving in together? Oh, do your parents know about this? They're happy with this situation? I have to check. You know what people are like now, you youngsters, honestly. Goodness sake, I mean, in my day, you certainly didn't move in together unless you were married. You know, all this sort of cohabiting that goes on all the time nowadays. Times it a little bit. My parents, actually, when my brother first bought a house, they didn't want his girlfriend moving in there with him. She could move in, but he couldn't move in. They were a bit funny like that, which I thought was a bit... I wasn't sure how I felt about it, actually. Doesn't make any difference to me. I've been single for so long now, I've forgotten what it's like. But I don't really care. Steve, my grandmother used to say the sign of an optimist was someone who's had prunes with their all bran. Yes. I do. I have eaten. I tell you what, we all get that one. Oh, that's very good. Much jollity and gnashing of teeth next door. I like dates, but I can't have dates either. They're not supposed to be very good for you because there's a lot of sugar in them, which is the problem. Mango, I adore. I absolutely love mango, but again, I'm not supposed to be having mango. Not supposed to be having too many strawberries. Can't have grapes because they're all full of sugar. And in fact, the list of sort of puddings that I can have with fruit in seems to be diminishing on a daily basis. Great problem, actually. Steve, Merry Christmas. Looking forward to LBC's 50th birthday, says Paul in Wakefield in 2023. God, 50. I've done 44 of them. So I only missed out on 6, but that's okay. We can get, says Will Guy some heated gloves that charge via his laptop. Oh, don't spoil him, for God's sake. We're never at the end of it. Seriously. Look at him sitting there. Ooh, Steve's so cold. He's like the little match girl. He'd be the little match boy, standing outside with the matches and then seeing the Christmas tree and then the match burnt out and then lighting another match. That's what he's like at the moment. So heated gloves, yeah. Steve says Adam and Emma just out walking the dog since 7 a.m. My God, that's a walk and a half. Remind anyone thinking a dog is a good idea for a gift, they need to be walked daily, every day, including Christmas Day. Wishing you and the team a Merry Christmas. Thank you for waking us up all year. Well, we do our best. We do our best. Tony says, Steve, just getting the last bits of ironing done before me and the boyfriend head to Berlin for New Year. There's a place to go to. Have you been to Berlin before? My God, it's like going back. Also, brandy butter is unforgivable. I just don't like the idea. I just don't like the idea of brandy butter. I mean, the funny thing is, which makes it even worse, I've never had it. I just don't like the sound of it. Brandy butter. What's that all about? Not... Well, I know if I don't like something, even without trying it. I'm quite clever like that. I can just look at something and go, don't like that. It's like black pudding. I've never eaten it, but I wouldn't want to eat it. It's just basically blood. You like that, you see, Northern. It's not for us down south, us Southern Jessies. We don't have things like that. We have croquettes and, potato croquettes with cheese in. Thank you very much indeed, which are very nice. I've noticed in one of those sandwich shops, Subway, I believe it's called, they do pigs in blankets. You can get a little pot of them. Which, to be honest with you, I think sounds quite a nice thing. I think sitting on the train, eating little pigs in blankets. Mr. Shah, my chemist... I know his first name, but I've said to you before, I can't call him by his first name. I think it's rude and impertinent. But he says, good morning, Steve. So he's up late, as you can tell. He says, wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from Mukesh and family. Glad to hear you today. Thank you. They bought me a present. When I went into the chemist the other day to pick up my prescription, you need basically a lorry to get my sort of prescription in and out because it comes in the boxes. And if I get the insulin and needles and all the rest of it, it's a carrier bag full. And I always take them in some toffees, chocolate. I bought them a big tin of Quality Street and Mr. Shah as well. And I walk in there and I said, I've come to collect my tablets. So they bring my tablets out and this bag, which has got a hamper in it with champagne and chocolates. and all the girls in the chemist all crowded round. I don't know what to say. I had no idea what to say. I said to my friend Lynn the other day, I just said, I'm so touched. I really don't know what to say. I was really absolutely chuffed to little pieces. It was so nice, because you don't expect that, do you? Like coming in here, and guys sitting there go, like that. I mean, really, I wish somebody had bought him a blooming blanket. It would save us all having to worry about it. But nevertheless, I shall try and remember to do the news at 9 o'clock today. I've just opened, says Emma, my presents. I've got your Magic Circle mug, your tea towel and tickets for your show. You, young lady, have got the set. You've got the set. If you've got tickets for the show, you've got the mug and the tea towel. Blimey, life is complete. But also, in buying tickets, you've raised money for charity, and that's what it's all about. Every year, we always try and come up with something for Make Some Noise, and we've had all sorts of different ideas, and the various ideas that run through my mind, and then the producers say, how about this, how about that, and I go, I don't know, will that work or will this not work? And the whole idea is to give you something that you can keep, that you get a gift, and we get the money which goes to charity. And some of the charities that they help absolutely are teetering on the edge. They need help. At this time of year, they need help. Not just this time of year, every time of year. They need to get this money in, because it's the only way that they survive. And if you realise the good that you could do, well then, thank you. Thank you. Steve, what a treat, says Julietta, waking up to you on Christmas morning. I don't think I'd had bread sauce until a few years ago when my partner Graham requested it for Christmas. I consulted my Good Housekeeping book and made it. I quite like it, and we'll be making it again today. The milk is currently steeping. See, I can't bear it. I can't bear it. I don't know why. It's odd, isn't it? Why would I not like it? Is it, am I being a bit naive? Is it just bread? Is that what it is? It's sort of bread with obviously a bit of milk, and you sort of, like the sort of thing you give to babies, milk which you've softened with, sort of bread which you've softened with the milk and things like that. Then the baby looks at you and does projectile vomiting, which is fantastic. We always enjoy that. It's always a good laugh on Christmas Day, isn't it? Anyway, if you have just joined us, I'm Steve Allen. This is LBC, and this, surprisingly, is the news at 9 o'clock.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's just gone 9 o'clock. I can't believe it. Mind you, so many of you are up this morning, which is fantastic. So many of you are, most of you appear to have started drinking as well, which is quite nice. I don't mind a liqueur chocolate or two, but the actual hard booze, which means, generally speaking, if you're doing the hard booze at the moment, and I hope not too many of you are, then it's a case of you'll have your Christmas lunch and then you'll be asleep all up. That's the best thing, isn't it, about Christmas? Especially if you've got a log fire, and my godchildren have got a log fire. There is a log fire, and so after I've eaten lunch, I will fall asleep. I can almost guarantee it. It's one of those sort of, I like falling asleep over Christmas. I think it's really sort of, I don't know, it's comforting. I'm very good at napping. I'm very good at sort of having one of these, I think they call them power naps. I quite like things like that, where you sort of, you feel so much better after having, so when I get in the morning after I've done the programme, which finishes at 7 normally, it's only for today and tomorrow that we're doing 7 till 10, and I have a little lie down. Half an hour does me. I'm absolutely fine. Ian in Lim says, long time listener, but the first time I've emailed you. Listening to you on Christmas Day morning is now becoming a tradition in our house. The mother-in-law and I will soon be raising a glass of Bucks Fizz to you and the team. Oh, they'll be thrilled. They'll be so excited. He's going to raise a glass to you. He's a power up there. Old guy was very excited. And travelled north, says Moffat. Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? about celebrating Christmas with the family, which is lovely. I don't know why it's not just Christmas, is it? There's loads of times throughout the year where it's family time, and having all these sort of nice things, and I don't know, it's just you don't have to eat in. You can go and eat out. It's not cheap. Not cheap to eat out. I mean, blooming me, heck, over Christmas, it costs an absolute fortune. But none of that matters to my cousin, Will Guyot, who is LBC's technology correspondent, who it says on my screen is ready. For what? We have no idea. It just says is ready. We're just waiting for it. Will, good morning.
It's a Christmas miracle.
It is the gift that keeps on giving.
I love Christmas. It's a great time of the year. And you know what? I got a text from Guy. I was just unwrapping a Steve Allen Magic Circle mug.
No.
Legitimately. I have no idea what it does yet. It's dark at the moment. Laura is going to fill it up with some hot water downstairs, and I'm literally going to see Steve Allen reveal himself.
You will get Steve Allen revealing himself. It's the picture is taken from a stage show. It's me in a glittery jacket, and it says Steve Allen. It says something like Steve Allen makes for a magical time, or something like that. I can't remember.
He does. That is true.
It's very nice, though.
Oh, I'm very pleased. It's one of my best Christmas presents yet.
Really?
And speaking to you, Chris, I get everything I want in the year, Steve. That's the problem. I review lots of technology and stuff and get lots of stuff sent. My house is like a Rumbelows store, stuff coming and going all hours of the day and night in terms of technology.
Yes,
so when it comes to Christmas, just getting something nice like a mug or something, I actually appreciate it. And I'll be able to see you every time I have a hot drink all through the year.
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm absolutely chock-a-hoop with that. I think that sounds fantastic. But it is interesting that sort of, the presents. I watch the shopping channels. I'm addicted to watching the shopping channels. I try not to buy anything. But at the moment, it seems to be, especially on one of them, it's drones. There's one bloke, all he demonstrates is drones.
They're the big thing. And the reason they're the big thing is people have been buying them for the last few years, but they've got really popular in the Chinese factories now. So they can make them much, much cheaper. Now, there's a little bit of a question around the quality of some of those, but drones are just a fantastic item. Lots of people wanted them this Christmas. Laura's just arrived in the room, Steve, with your mug, and she's pouring hot water in it whilst I'm talking to you.
Oh,
so I'm going to see what happens here. But yeah, drones have been they've been the big thing this Christmas. They've been the thing that most people have been buying. There's still been quite a bit of stock of them in the UK. There's been big problems again this Christmas with getting stuff from China, like components and those kind of things. So lots of items have been hard to get. Oh, Steve, you've revealed yourself.
Have I revealed myself? Does it say magical or something on it?
It says waking up with Steve Allen is magical. Now, you wouldn't go to Trading Standards for that, would you? So that's...
No. We never tell fibs. Does it look good?
Does it say that again, Steve?
Does it look good?
I think it's good. And Laura says you're the only man she'd let me wake up with.
There you go. Look at that. I tell you, we are pushing the boundaries.
It's good. I love it. I'm going to have my hot drink now, which is great. So, drones have been the big one this Christmas. Games consoles as well. I know that you're not into gaming, but gaming has been the big thing this Christmas. Lots of people have wanted to get their hands on the games consoles because the latest ones have been out for a couple of years, but this is the first Christmas where you've been able to get a Sony PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X because they've been in really short supply. And my favourite thing, guess what I got for Christmas? One of my other presents other than the Steve Allen mug. I got a Fisher-Price phone. You remember those little phones that children had that used to have the eyes on them?
Yeah.
That would have wheels. I've got one that links to my smartphone so I can make phone calls from it.
God. But, your house must be just full of boxes and bags and everything.
Much like yours.
Much like mine, absolutely. I'm terrible. I see things, and I start over the last couple of days. My friend Lynn, she said to me, you've got more parcels in the post room. and I then have to think, what have I ordered? I can't remember.
Yeah.
And the last thing I ordered, believe it or not, was a little shaver from China, which you charge up on a USB port.
Brilliant. That's like the gloves we need to buy, Guy. Lots of items now charge up via the USB port because
everything.
So many devices have them.
I've got a hat, a baseball cap, and it's got fibre optics all the way through it, and it all lights up in different colours, and then it flashes all the different colours. It's amazing.
You see, we could do that in the new year. We could get a programmable one because we got video screens on some of those hats now.
Yes.
You could sponsor Steve Allen. So when you're walking back from Leicester Square back to the train in the morning, you could have some adverts running on there and earn a couple of extra quid.
What a brilliant idea. I'm not sure about the idea of walking back to the train, but nevertheless, I mean, the idea in principle is going well. But I mean, I always thought, because I follow the news and all the rest of it, that in fact people don't have any money. Well, you'd never know it if you came out onto the streets.
No, there's lots of money still gets spent on Christmas, on gadgets and technology. Every year, people typically wait till this time of year. The crazy thing, though, the sales all started last night, Steve. So all the sales, Christmas. So obviously not quite the same as going down the high street and queuing and freezing your bits off. But at the same time, all of the online sales have started. So you could probably find there's an electrical item like a TV. You want a big TV or something now.
Yeah.
But go and have a look online, and you'll probably find it. And you'll probably find that they'll deliver it to your house within 2 days or something. That's,
wow.
The way sort of society is working these days. We're on to the next thing.
When you think about it, I used to have a Sony Trinitron, which, was as wide as it was deep. And now you look at them, and these things are thin as a pencil.
Now, let me tell you, that old CRT telly that you probably dumped when the cathode ray tube, when you probably dumped when the big plasmas came out, they're worth money now.
No.
Because, mostly to gaming enthusiasts who reckon the 80s TVs were better for the video games consoles of the time. And you can spend up to £1,000 now on one of those old TVs. It's like if you had a Sinclair Spectrum computer in the 80s, if you dumped it at the end of the 80s, you would have got pence for it at a car boot sale.
Yeah.
They sell for 500, 600 quid now on eBay if they're fully boxed.
Well, believe it or not, I've still got the Sony Trinitron.
Oh, Steve.
It's sitting in the corner of the room. It's so blooming heavy, I can't move it.
No, but that's the thing. We've got, not bragging, we've got a 65-inch TV downstairs. Yeah. And that you can almost lift that on your own now. But just imagine if you had a telly that big on the old TVs, you would have had several removal people and all sorts of folks
trying to get that. Well, I used to be happy with 36 inches. Now not.
Well, you're not. How many have you got now? What size are you now?
50.
No, you could go bigger than that this year.
Well, I know you can go bigger, but I don't like to brag. I think it's unnecessary. And also people come round. It's like moving into sort of, the local Ritz or something like that. It's terrible.
My screen's bigger than the local cinema in Swindon.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I have got, though. I've got a Sony V8 camera.
Wow. See, I reckon if we could do, one of those Cat in the Attic shows.
Yeah.
I reckon if we come to Twickenham, next time I'm up, cousin, we'll have a look and we could probably find a ton of things that you could make some money for.
I've still got rabbit phones.
You must be one of the only people in the country who ever purchased a rabbit phone.
Yes.
Now, for listeners wondering what on earth a rabbit phone was, you went and you had this, didn't you? Am I right in thinking, because you're a little bit more senior than I am? Rabbit phones, you had to go and stand by telephone boxes.
No, you had to go and stand under a sign that had rabbit's ears on it.
Isn't that the most pointless thing now when you think just how connected your average
and
mobile phone is?
And you know what it turned into, don't you?
It turned into orange, didn't it?
It turned into orange, absolutely. So they wrote to you and said, listen, you've supported us. We're going to send you an orange telephone and it will be fully charged and free for the year.
Wow.
And so that's what I got.
Good.
I ended up with that.
That's good. Did you? You probably went for B-Sky, BSB, and all the square reel. Did you have one of those?
No, I've never had anything to do with satellite.
Oh.
Never had anything like it. It's never bothered me. I've always thought, because I collect DVDs. People say, "Oh, you can get all of these on this channel, that channel."
I collect discs too.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got laser discs.
So do I. I've got a cupboard full of, because there's people find it surprising when you tell them that there are films on Laserdisc that never got released on DVD, never get seen on TV, stuff that gets stuck in these sort of legal battles between studios, all sorts of stuff from the sort of 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s that never made it to DVD.
I used to go round Tower Records buying laser discs and looking at them. So I've got like the Star Trek collection and all the rest of it. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, I can't get rid of it because that's like part of me. When I've gone, my brother can do what he wants. But he
can bequeath those to me. I'll have those.
You'd like that. I thought you'd be round there with the van. You'd be round. Listen, I tell you, don't go anywhere. I'm going to take a very quick break and then I'll come back to you. Okay, don't go anywhere. More from Will Guyot after this.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 9:17. Helen from the Edgware Road, just before we go back to young Will Guyatt, says, have a very Merry Christmas, Steve. For your friend and mine, may Linny and all the family have a wonderful Christmas, despite the alteration in plans for the big day. And she says... This is Helen from the Edgware Road, that she's had a chest infection for the whole week, but luckily got hold of antibiotics on the Wednesday, still feeling rough, and I won't be able to taste your favourite roast potatoes. So please wish my sister Jean, brother Paul, a very happy Christmas, plus our dear friends and neighbours, Ray and Tom, and their lovely best friend, Karina. I'm getting my sister-in-law and her husband to listen to you in Maryland, USA. When you're back on your normal schedule, it'll only be 11 p.m. their time, and I will end my festive message now, Steve, as I know you're inundated with texts and emails coming in from here and all over the world. You are right, Helen, and a very, very Merry Christmas to you. And to Will Guyatt as well, who, for every day, Christmas is in the household because stuff arrives, and then he sort of looks at it and then thinks, do I want this? What's the worst thing you ever got, Will? Have you ever been sent anything, you looked at it and went, that's rubbish?
Oh, yeah, no, I've been sent some really bad stuff over the years, mobile phones, laptops, lots of sort of early attempts to enter the market with stuff. Lots of very keen companies in China who develop items that aren't quite there. Like we got a foldable phone a couple of years early, Steve, and it just really wasn't ready. Like, for example, the foldable screens on mobile phones now work pretty well. You can get sort of 50,000 folds out of them. But that one, after about 20 folds, it looked as though it had been tucked away in my pocket for several weeks and was just falling apart. But I've been really fortunate. I've done this for 20 years. I've never really had a proper job. I've just played with gadgets and technology, and before that I was reviewing video games and telling people how that did. So I've lived the dream, and LBC is just such a wonderful place to work.
Yes, I agree. I wouldn't have it any other way. I love the place. I love everything about it. It's really bizarre. I walked out the studio a minute ago to get a cup of tea, and I passed two other studios, Capital Extra and Radio X, and the people waved at me. And I thought,
that's brilliant.
I thought that's really nice. Makes you feel a bit more wanted.
I do have to say, in this feeling of Christmas spirit, some of our listeners on Twitter aren't the same. Somebody called Massimo has called me your baggage.
Oh.
It's not very nice.
No,
he said Steve Allen's talking to his baggage.
Yes, obviously a jealous person.
It's Christmas spirit. We should all be happy on a Christmas day.
I know, but some people are miserable all year round.
No, you shouldn't be. On Christmas, have one day just to be happy. That's what I say.
They can't. You know what people are like? They'll always sort of write it and go, oh, I didn't like your... Yeah, they're there every day listening. Because they haven't got anything else. 4 a.m.
spike I always tell people when I talk about you, the 4 a.m. spike in radio is a very real phenomenon.
Yes,
if you look at the charts, you look at the graphs, that 4 a.m. spike has existed for all the years you've been doing this. People turn on.
Yeah, it's true. It is true, actually. So listen, if we were buying one present this year, what would you buy me?
Oh, I'd buy another 5 years of Steve Allen on LBC. That's what I'd buy you.
Sorted. That's sorted. You can have that. What piece of technology would you buy, though, Will?
Yeah, it's a tricky one this year because everybody has got individual tastes when it comes to technology. Yeah. Lots of people are really, if they travel and they're back on the trains, noise cancelling headphones are the thing this year.
Oh, yes.
Ones that won't upset you, Steve, when you can hear their music blaring because they're better shielded. But also, if you're listening to the music or you're listening to the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra podcast or whatever you're doing, you'll be shielded and you won't hear all the noise from outside. So headphones are really popular this year. Lots of people, even though we've had them for years, the USB smartphone chargeable, the little chargeable batteries that you can charge your smartphone off of, because lots of people are concerned about the potential of power cuts if we get a really hard winter or there's shortages of fuel. So lots of people are getting these just so they can keep their devices topped up.
It's interesting. When I was in hospital, the one thing that ran down really quickly was the power on the phone. And, of course, once you've not got the phone, you're kind of isolated. So I had to ask one of the nurses, have you got a charger? Then I had to get her to phone a friend of mine to say, can you buy me a charger and bring it in? And that was my saving. I've always said to people, if you go into hospital for anything, take a charger with you, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's one of the things I have been experimenting with this year that I've been most impressed with. Like those little batteries that you get to charge up your phone. I've got one which is basically the size of a large toolbox that could power my house for 9 hours.
Wow.
It's a new bit of technology that one of the Chinese companies is testing, the idea of bigger batteries. They were created if you wanted to go camping and those kind of things. But now, if you had a power cut in your house, you could run your fridge for 9 hours. You could run your tropical fish tank heater, all of that gubbins, even boil a kettle and run a microwave off of this because it's got 3-pin power plugs on it. And those sort of that battery technology is going to increasingly become part of our lives over the next 5 to 10 years as batteries and all that technology gets cheaper. We're going to see more and more of that in our houses. It's not a sexy gadget, but it's something that's actually quite useful because eventually you'll be charging it up on cheaper rates on your electricity overnight and then possibly using it when power is more expensive in the day. That's likely what you're going to have to be doing with that sort of technology. So that's all coming through in the last year too.
Well, I hope I live long enough to enjoy it.
Have such a lovely Christmas, Steve. You
too.
deserve a good break.
And you
I'll
too.
see you soon.
You will do that. Take care, Will.
Lots of love.
Lots
Bye-bye.
of love. Will Guy, LBC's technology correspondent. So the wife said it's okay. You know, there are 3 in their relationship. Steve and his mug and Will and his bits and pieces. Kathy says bread sauce is lovely. Here we go. I knew I was going to get into trouble over the bread sauce thing. Infuse an onion, studded with a few cloves and a lot of cream or milk over the hob for an hour, then add bits of bread torn up, boil, season and eat. No, it just doesn't appeal to me. Isn't it funny? I don't know what's the matter now? Goodness sake, honestly, sitting there eating a banana, really. It's not going to help you, is it? You're not going to get... I was very annoyed with you last year, and how wise that you remembered. How wise that you remembered. In fact, if HR had been in operation today, I'd have marched you down there myself to saying, basically... Where'd you get a banana from at this time of the morning? Did you bring it in? You did? Well, where did it come from? Because I've been out in that newsroom. You brought in a banana. You swine. Just sort of bring it in to annoy me, don't you? You know... No, I don't want prunes. I've got satsumas, but because I'm going on a long car journey. It's 70 miles. I basically have to take a water bottle and a little bottle because sometimes you get caught short on a motorway. And I don't know about you, but you sort of think, what do you do if you're caught short on a motorway? And I have to open both car doors and I have to pull into the hard shoulder. It was the only way you can do it and stand outside the car. But I did it once. It was raining. And I was telling the story at one of my shows. I said, and I'm sort of, because I was, at that particular time, I was under a medical procedure, let's put it that way for politeness. And as I'm happily relieving myself in between the 2 car doors. I'm only in a blooming bus stop, aren't I? And the bus pulls in. There's all these people looking out the window. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, Father, it doesn't get any more embarrassing, does it? It was like a scene out of One Foot in the Grave. I had to try and pretend I wasn't really doing what I knew I was doing, which was a shame. But anyway, a lot of people telling me about this bread sauce. I'm not going for it. And Roger in Hampshire says, all this brandy butter shaming is excellent for frying Christmas pudding. You don't really fry Christmas pudding. I know people do fry Christmas pudding, but I don't think I could, actually. I don't think I could. Jane in Hillingdon says, how do you do it? Talking non-stop for 3 hours daily. Money. It's as simple as that. That's what it is. It's a paying gig. She says, if I talk for even half an hour, my sugar goes low. Oh, right. I've never actually noticed about that. And Hannah from Wendover says, I messaged to LBC. The last time I messaged was exactly a year ago today, where you read out our text about it being mine and my husband James's last year without a baby. Well, he's here now. Miles, 6 months old. So thank you for keeping me company in these early morning feeds. I get that from a lot of people. Charlie Girling in particular. She was up feeding all the time during the last one, and she'd be writing in going, I'm feeding again. And so you wake up in the morning, what do you turn on? LBC. Works so much better. Steve, say Lisa and Paul, we were thinking about you during our 7 a.m. cold swim at Hampstead Heath, Lido this morning. A warm 7 degrees in the water. They say that once you're in the water, it's okay. It's getting me into the water would be the problem, I'm afraid. Wondering what you were doing this morning. Come and join us for a swim. I think not. It's a very nice... I'd have to go and get one of those all-in-one Victorian bathing outfits because my body is so racked with burns and scars and everything else. I seriously look like a war victim. I really do. So nobody's ever going to be seeing me anytime soon. And from Mark, he says, just put on my new SpongeBob SquarePants socks on. Present from a neighbour. At 71, am I the oldest person in the UK who has SpongeBob socks on this Christmas? Oh, Did I really hear you say you don't like bread sauce? I can't believe it. Brussels without bread sauce is unbelievable. You are a fine broadcaster, best in your field. So this oral libation oversight on your part will not be held against you. Could you expand on your dislike of bread sauce? There you go. That's expanding on it. I can't think of anything worse. Bread with oh, goodness me, honestly. You must have had a very hard upbringing. But definitely not for me. Absolutely not. And Pippa says, thank you for being yourself all year. Well, I tried being other people. It didn't work. I had an idea when I first started. I used to practice doing butch voices, you know, and then I suddenly realised that if you want to work on radio, the only way you can ever work on radio, and anybody who's in it will tell you this, be yourself. Don't be anybody else. There's no point in copying somebody. I've heard people who, years ago, there used to be a great broadcaster, DJ on Capital called Roger Scott, and everybody used to imitate Roger Scott. Roger Scott. And it was like that. And you'd find people, they'd send in audition tapes sounding like Roger Scott. I mean, nobody's ever sent one in sounding like Steve Allen, but it's a case of be yourself. You can only be yourself and only be sort of genuine. And that way, then you win the audience there, because people can tell. I can listen to somebody on the radio and I can tell if they're doing an act. You know, if they're sort of trying to be a particular thing to a particular group of people. But I was always told, I remember after my first shows, they went, just relax. So then I relaxed and became a bit like that. But no, you just have to be yourself. It's like producers. Be yourself, I said to Guy. And so then he disappeared from view. And I thought, well, there you go. It works, doesn't it? You know, as he eats another banana. Honestly, this... Well, we couldn't be that lucky, could we? Him and his hat on, honestly, bless his heart. I always think every day we should have a group photo taken of the team so you can see what I have to work with. I always think that would be something very beneficial for everybody. Steve, shout out to Jane and John Reese in Essex, the proud owners of 2 of your Christmas tea towels, says James, favourite child. Oh, that's what you think. And Pippa does love the Steve Allen tea towel. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Merry Christmas to you and the team, says Kim. Although I'm on my own, I don't feel alone thanks to you and everybody at LBC. That's what I said to you before. You can never be alone if you've got LBC on. Never. Seriously, you can try, but I promise you it doesn't work. So we'll take a short break and then we take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Helen and her chest infection. Now, I think they're off, I believe... Somebody's off to the pantomime at Richmond today. There's a group of people that I know are going off there. I think the Champagne Girls are off to Richmond to the pantomime because it's got Matt Baker in it from Country File and formerly of Blue Peter and everything else. Steve, happy Christmas. Nick Abbott's in later. Will you be leaving him a mince pie or a piece of cake, says Gerard? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not here to feed Nick Abbott. Have you seen the size of him recently? Don't believe the publicity shot. I tell you, it looks nothing like him. Nothing like him. Multiply it by 3 times and then you'll understand why I'm doing him a favour by not leaving him mince pie or a piece. I don't think there are any mince pies left. I mean, there might be a toffee or something like that which could be around by the time he gets it, because he always moans about it. Seriously, like it's my job to feed him. It's ridiculous, honestly. It's like every time I feed him, I feel like singing... Feed the birds, 2p a bag, 2p, because that's how much he gets through. But no, definitely not. I'm doing him the favour by not helping out. And don't start by telling him that I said that. You know, because people have sort of dropped me in it on a few occasions.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Another one here. Fantastic to hear you on Christmas Day, Steve, says Sean in Warwickshire. I'm going to start with the Bucks Fears and start getting everything ready for Christmas dinner. It's amazing how many people at 25 to 10 are getting everybody ready for Christmas dinner. But you've got to do it. By the way, I came second in the axe throwing at my work's Christmas do. Thank you, Sean. He's in Warwickshire, which we like. I've never been to Warwickshire. I don't think I've ever been. It's all these sort of different places. Every time we used to mention a different place, we would sort of go, Michael Dennis. He says, Steve, I was up at 6 this morning lighting the barbecue. Turkey's in the oven, and the lamb. Wait a minute, I've lost your blooming thing. Wait a minute. And, honestly, I do get so upset. He says, and the lamb, beef and gammon are cooking outside. Blimey, how much are you having? So turkey in the oven, lamb, beef and gammon. Beef is becoming very popular over Christmas. People having beef Wellington. He says, copious amounts of sprouts and a Merry Christmas to you and your listeners. He's a black cab driver and he was the black cab poet. And he still is the Black Cab poet, and he's lovely. I tell you, it looks gorgeous. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I don't know what we're having for Christmas lunch, and presumably we're having normal. But from Worcester Park, sorry, bread. I'm not having bread sauce. Even if it turned up on the table, I might have a little try if it turned up on the table. But the other day we were talking about prawn cocktail, very popular. But the trick is, if you want to enjoy your Christmas lunch, don't have a starter. But if you do have a starter, then you could have a prawn cocktail. And you can add, apparently, I didn't know this, brandy. And I thought, yeah. Jamie Oliver wrote to me and he said, you absolutely can add brandy to the sauce. He said it goes really well. I thought, I mean, the whole of Christmas is an alcoholic's delight. You just keep adding booze into everything. You can probably add booze into bread sauce. But will you be having Christmas lunch, Guy, today? Will you be sitting there with your mittens on? Oh, right. Will you be cooking this, or is this your mother? You'll be helping out. In other words, you'll be a hindrance in the kitchen. You won't. It's a case of your mother will be going, out, go out now. If you can't do it properly, don't bother. You know, that's how it will be. And so you then go, and then go and sit down in the sitting room and start eating the Quality Street. You have been slaving away at work. Yes, I've noticed you slaving away. It's like being on a galley in the Roman times, you know, where they go like that. I'd have been very good at that, actually. Merry Christmas to you and the team, Steve. And a lot of people saying how much they enjoy listening to LBC. There's such good choice. I don't care what anybody says. There is such good choice on LBC. Every single programme is different. You know, sometimes you get programmes which have phone-ins, which is most of them, and then you occasionally find a little gem like me, and you don't have any sort of phone-in. But it doesn't necessarily have to work like that. It doesn't have to work like that. Somebody said to me, have you ever taken phone-ins? And yes, absolutely. Over the years, taken loads of phone-ins. Steve, I totally agree with you, says Sue in Worcester Park. I can't stand brandy butter, bread sauce, mushy peas and black pudding. And I won't eat tripe or offal. See? None of those things I enjoy. Can't stand brandy butter. Don't like bread sauce. Mushy peas. I mean, I'm assuming that's some northern habit where people fell on peas and then decided to carry on serving them. Black pudding, tripe, offal. No, absolutely not. Definitely not. But love Prosecco, sprouts and pigs in blankets. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Neil says, I've made some extra bread sauce. Phone me as you're coming up the M11 and I'll meet you with some. Honestly, in your dreams. And Steve, just listening to your show and amazed that you and Will still have Laserdiscs. I rehomed mine years ago, but kept the Star Wars box set as I couldn't bring myself to get rid of it. Will sounded as if he might like it, and I'd be happy for it to go to a good home. So would he like my box set, says Bob. Oh, I can't encourage things like that, which turns into a bring and buy sale on the radio. Imagine. First and foremost, says James in Old Windsor, happy day. Now you have me worried. I've been volunteered to make some of this bread sauce stuff for lunch later. Never had it, never heard of it, so it should be an interesting exercise. I'll report back if I'm still alive. You won't make it. You will not make it through the day. I mean, you will make it, and then all of a sudden there'll be a sort of a fuzziness in front of your eyes. You'll glaze over a little bit. No, it's not for you at all. You're in Old Windsor, James. I've been to Old Windsor. You can tell. They have signs on people's front doors. You know, no bread sauce here. Free the bread sauce. You know, nobody enjoys it. I mean, there'll probably be. I shouldn't imagine we'll hear from you after today, will we? You know, it could be one of those disastrous things. It's very difficult, isn't it, to try and work out what people like. All I know is I like pigs in blankets, and I like Charles and Camilla, and that's all I could tell you. I wonder if they're having, because they don't cook. They have people cook for them, and that must be quite nice, mustn't it? You just sort of sit down and somebody serves you your Christmas lunch. That's a nice idea, isn't it? I've always been a big fan of that. I'm looking forward to his speech, because he's going to be he'll talk about his mother for a fact. That will be number one on the agenda. What else? Because when we saw him, in St. George's Chapel, when they were doing her funeral, he teared up. And I thought, for years she's been there. For years she's been everything. We only saw her a few days before, and she was looking a bit frail and fragile. And then when they said there's an announcement coming in, we knew instantly. That's what it was going to be, and that's why it was such a shock. But with the pomp and the ceremony and the circumstance, what was interesting, and I'm only going to mention this once because, to be honest with you, I'm as bored with them as everybody else is, but Harry and Meghan turned up to her funeral. But if they hate the royal family so much, what in God's name were they doing there? They don't like the royal family. They don't like anything it stands for. So why were they there at the funeral? There was no point. And also, why was she not clinging on to him, which she does normally? You know, it's very hypocritical. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they're staying in America. I thought the interesting thing was, whether they're true or not, I don't know. But it's a case of they've told Andrew he can't have his office at Buckingham Palace. He's not allowed to use the Buckingham Palace address. So they don't know what's happening to the staff. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know really who he'd be replying to. Nobody doesn't appear to have any friends at all. My friend Lynn has sent me an image. What is the image? Oh, that looks lovely, doesn't it? That's very pretty, very pretty. And she said, I should have asked you to send a Merry Christmas to my friend Christina, who's currently taking a Christmas break from her travel job in India. She's currently in Cochin, Kerala, which is in the south of India and looks amazing. Well, we know all about Kerala, don't we, Lynn? We know all about Kerala because we nearly went to a Keralian restaurant because it's a dry sort of cooking. But it looks beautiful over there. So, Christina, you enjoy your Christmas break from her travel job in India. I've never been to India either. I'd love to go to India, but they always say if you're going to India, don't have ice, don't have salad, because mainly the ice would be made with contaminated water, so there are huge problems with washing salad and stuff like that. But I do like... Steve, you mentioning Roger Scott, says John in North Warwickshire, brought back some memories from decades ago when Capital Radio stated at the bottom of the medium wave at 557 kilohertz. It was just strong enough to hear in North Warwickshire with Roger Scott's distinctive voice. Wow. See, legends in the radio business, legends. Steve, I work early shifts as a black cabbie, and you perk me up each morning on my drive into London, sitting around the table now with the family having breakfast, says Peter in Watford. There you go, there's a sensible boy. There's a sensible boy. And Pam says, I'm in Glasgow. Merry Christmas to you and everybody at LBC. I've only been listening just over a year. Your show is my favourite. I'm about to walk Elliot, my bichon, then heading over to my folks 2 streets away to cook a fabulous Christmas lunch. I'm hoping to be home in time for the King's Speech. I don't know what time it is on, the King's Speech. 3 o'clock, is it? 3. It'll be live on LBC. How fabulous. I'm definitely going to be hearing it. Definitely going to be hearing it. I don't want to miss it at all, because I think it'll be quite an emotional time. They filmed it on the 13th of December, I believe, something like that. They were always filmed well in advance. Nicola in Surrey and Graham say totally agree about sprouts. Lovely listening to you this morning, just opening presents and received your tea towel. Well, that is the best Christmas present of all. And Steve says, Jules, New Zealand, I'm on an 8-hour drive to the southwest of the North Island, and as we're 13 hours ahead of you all back in the UK, I thought I'd better pull over and send you a little message from 12,000 miles away on Christmas Day to wish you and all of your listeners a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, as in 1 hour and 20 minutes' time it will be Boxing Day. You've been great company this year, and I'm looking forward to hearing you in 2023, so best wishes, says Jules. Thank you. And lovely Bonnie Lithgow says, Steve, back in the UK after a busy time in Los Angeles, and walked into my lovely tree. And love the fact you're on this morning, so a very Merry Christmas. The tree is beautiful, Bonnie. The tree is absolutely beautiful. It really is. It's. I love a good tree. And Lynn, thank you. This is after we mentioned her friend Christina. So everybody's in a good mood today. That's what I like about it on Christmas Day. People who aren't in good moods, we never bother with them. We kind of leave them to one side. We'd rather concentrate on the people who are a little bit less negative than they are, so we don't bother. And here we go again from Brian, who says, you've never lived until you've had bread sauce. Any spelling mistakes? Because I just had 2 bottles of Bucks Fizz. Oh, my Lord. 2 bottles of Bucks Fizz. That's pushing the boat out, isn't it? Would you like to know the time? Not really. What does it matter? It's Christmas Day.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Honestly, so sarcastic, this programme this morning. Seriously. Put my tree down. Put it down. That was from Anne-Marie, who does it every year. It's like a tradition in this programme. It's a Brussels sprout tree, and it's all very lovely. Steve says, Mags from Shirley, we are having a curry banquet this year. How delightful. All recipes from Dishoom Cookbook. Lots of different dishes. Prawn kalawada, chicken tikka, dal, Sali body lamb, and all sorts of different bits and pieces. I love samosas. Homemade kulfi. Oh, I know. I've had kulfi on many an occasion. Bombay old-fashioned whiskey cocktails, all prepared last night and ready to cook in under 2 hours. No stress, and we will enjoy. That sounds, Mags, absolutely delightful. That really does sound absolutely delicious. It's different. It's different. You know, it's something away from the usual. I mean, you can even have turkey curry. I see no reason why you shouldn't have that. Steve, great to hear you on the radio today. Please mention the mother-in-law, Christine, a spiker and lifelong fan. So, Merry Christmas to you and the team, say Norm and Deb. Thank you very much indeed. And the same for all of you, because I hope that you managed to achieve everything today. I wasn't even sure, actually. I was glad I filled the car up with petrol the other day. Although we were talking about prices, and somebody said, I paid $1.50 something. I said, you're joking. I've never paid anything under $1.70, because I have to use this number 5 on the pumps. I've got no idea why. I just have to, because apparently it's just that kind of car. And you sort of do all these sort of little bits, and you suddenly realise at this time of year, even though at the moment we haven't actually appreciated how much it's cost, because we haven't actually seen the end result. That's why, as I said to you, the one trick that I do every year is I take money out at the beginning of December, and that sees me through Christmas. I don't like to add too much to credit card, because we pay the credit card off every month, because I just don't like the thing hanging over, and I look at the interest rates and think, definitely not. It's useful if you're sort of out somewhere, and some places, believe it or not, some places still don't take cash. They only take credit cards, and that drives me to distraction. I don't know what's the matter with cash. I really don't, but I've got so many friends who have got businesses like Stuart and Paul and John and Alex, and Andy, who's got the frame shop in Twickenham, and Carlo, who's got the ice cream shop and his clothing shop and his chocolate shop, and all these other people who've got these fantastic businesses, Mr. Shah and his great team of people who work tirelessly throughout the year, and then they get Christmas. Actually, there's a clothing shop. It's a School Outfitters in Twickenham. They've had about 2 weeks off over Christmas, and a lot of people have been off for 2 weeks, which is great. I don't think I'd know what to do. It's like having a school holiday, isn't it? The school holidays go on forever and a day, but all you get is just sort of marauding kids going through the streets. Declan from Mullingar in Middle Island. Listen to you most mornings. Santa has just arrived to my 3 nephews, Sean, 12, Ronan, 8, and Killian, 5, who just love bread sauce. They can't actually stand it. He says, have a good... I don't know why it ever became popular. I mean, I will try a little bit today, but it just looks like sick to me. It doesn't... I know it's not supposed to look like that, but I look at it and I think, oh, no. I don't mind stuffing. Very good with stuffing. Very good, as you can well imagine. But I can't really get into it. I'm trying to, but there's something about it. It's like, as I say, the black pudding and the white pudding and stuff like that. There are certain things. I remember once I went to a garden centre, because that's where you go now if you want to get your lunch and stuff like that. A lot of them open, the pubs and all the rest of it, but you've got to check the prices beforehand. And I had fried bread. 4 pieces. Well, it was 2 pieces, but then they cut them in half each. And I put beans on there and all the rest of it. And I thought it was delicious. But unfortunately, it affects me really quickly, because it is what it is. It's fried bread, and it's the frying that make it an absolute nightmare. So you try desperately, don't you, to sort of eat it and try and pretend you're having a really nice time with it. And at the same time, I never sort of enjoy it after I've had it. At the beginning, it's fantastic. It is fantastic. I absolutely love it. But, I just sort of absolutely like these sort of things. Steve, a big hello to all the people who are by themselves for Christmas. And, of course, that is many, many people. Many, many people. The people, even as we speak, there are tents down on the Strand with people who'll be there. It's just another day for them. They don't recognise the fact it's Christmas. They'll have, the soup kitchen will turn up and they will give them some hot soup and some food and things like that. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help. It just sort of alleviates the problem for a brief respite. And that's why when we do our Make Some Noise and we sell all the items that we sell, it raises money for such a good cause. As I say, I've been involved over the years. I've been down to a couple of places to see what your money does. And it just makes all the difference in the world. And so every year they try and find something else. Different stations do different things. The presenters all do stuff, and I think they all enjoy doing it. But if they'd been down and seen some of the things that I've seen, you would realise that the one thing that we do in this country really well is charity. The one thing we do appreciate is what we've got and what other people haven't got. And that's what it's all about. It's about making sure that somebody else has got it, and I give money, not all the time. I give it on odd occasions. If I feel somebody's deserving of something. I told you there was that girl years ago, and she was walking barefoot through Leicester Square, picking up dog ends outside all the bins, and she was soaking wet. And it turned out that she couldn't get into a shelter because people had nicked all her stuff. So I gave her, I think it was a £10 note. And what she did with it, I didn't really care. But I thought I had it and she didn't have it. And that's what we say. If she has to go round scrabbling, with her feet soaking wet, freezing cold, you think to yourself, no, you have to help these people. You have to do something for them. Chris says, I agree. Places that still refuse to take cash drives me potty. My local council leisure centre in Fareham. Happy Christmas and thank you for your company today. I didn't know there was a local council leisure centre in Fareham, but I suppose there would be, isn't it? Happy Christmas, Rob and Iona. Listening this morning with the wife, Iona. She's never heard of you before. So there you go, says Rob. But she's out in the kitchen rattling the pots and pans, enjoying the chat. You can't beat Sprouts. Also, I've never tasted bread sauce. There you go. You see, I told you I knew I wasn't alone with the tasting of the bread sauce. I might try a little bit today. If they might not do it. I don't know. I can't remember if we've had bread sauce with my godchildren. But I shall try. You never know. I might change my complete opinion. I might sort of be coming back tomorrow and saying to you, I'm a complete convert. I now love bread sauce. Whether or not you buy it ready-made or whether or not you make it yourself. I suppose you must be able to buy it ready-made, mustn't you? Steve says, Samantha, Merry Christmas. Enjoy your Christmas day with the godchildren. See, the funny thing is, every time I say the godchildren, to me they sound young, but they're not. They're adults, and they're really sort of in touch with everything at all. Enjoy the roast potato. That's what it's got to be. It hinges on the roast potatoes. The roast potatoes are the be-all and end-all for me. Be-all and end-all. The little, bacon, sausages and things like that. The stuffing, the turkey, the sprouts. Also, cauliflower sauce I like. And I love, what are those other things called, which you have? The people seem to have all sorts of food, don't they? And all of it I like, but I will give it a go. I don't want to be sort of, accused of being blinkered. Just opened our gifts from each other, and my husband and I have both bought each other your tea towel, says Elizabeth and Reese. Thank you very much. That's very good. If you knew how much good that did, buying those tea towels, and we sold thousands. Thank you very much indeed. That money, so deserving. So deserving. Graham in Bushy says, do the trendy people make bread sauce from organic sourdough loaves? Do you know, I can't stand sourdough. I went to a restaurant a short while ago and they did sourdough toast. I thought it was horrid. I really did. I thought perhaps I was missing something. And then I thought it's like the Emperor's New Clothes. They're trying to convince me that if you have sourdough toast, that's apparently okay. I didn't like it at all. I mean, I really didn't. So I vowed never again to have it. Even with scrambled egg on it. It didn't taste any better. It was way too hard. It looked as though it had been made ages and ages ago. And they just sort of put some butter on it. So I was a bit disappointed, really. But there again, we're sort of short of places to go out to where you get a good breakfast at a reasonable price. Because the reason is you can't be bothered to make the blooming stuff yourself, can you, at breakfast? You sort of get up there and you sort of stand there and you think, can I really be bothered to put the frying pan on and put the bacon in and the tomatoes and the sausages and all the rest of it? So, generally speaking, we don't do it. And we like to go out. Bosch, one of our regular boys, likes to go out to his local cafe and he has the full fry-up. He loves the full fry-up, complete with chips, which I always think is essential for breakfast. But we're still doing the neck, are we? Still a little bit stiff on the neck, so we're moving that. But yeah, I sort of worry about people who sort of don't have chips with their breakfast. Chips, egg, bread and butter. You don't even need toast, actually. Just bread and butter is quite good. But a lot of people complain bitterly about it, and they and they don't go. Can I go? No, I can't go. Can't go. Oh, right, because we're moving on. I'd forgotten, actually, what was going on today. So it's 3 p.m. is Charles's speech, and I would almost guarantee that I think it's actually going to be about his late mother. So coming up at 3 p.m, you can listen live to the King's speech here on LBC. At 1 p.m, it's Nick Ferrari with his Christmas special. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 7. So do please join me for Boxing Day. But next on LBC, it's Matthew Wright.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Steve, and to all our listeners. At 12 today, I want to know if we've reached peak Christmas, or are you still managing to feel festive? Perhaps it's just too miserable and you just feel like saying, bah humbug. So if you're not getting into the spirit, let me know why. At 11, we're talking about helping the poorest families in the UK as PM Rishi Sunak faces calls to scrap the 2-child limit on benefits. Is it the government's duty, though, to help big families? But first, between the Queen's death and the onslaught of stories around the Sussexes, it's safe to say the Royals have had another rough year. They'll be putting on a show of solidarity at Sandringham later. Is that going to be enough, though, to turn things around for them in the new year? 0345 6060 973.
And, do you know, Dom Jolly is still unfunny? Poor old soul, honestly. Never was funny. Never was funny. That was one of those sort of people. I don't know how you get people who's actually managed to be unfunny. They've had a few so-called comedians on the television. And I've often thought to myself, at what point did they think they were funny? But then I suddenly realised if we all liked exactly the same comedians, you know, it would be a bit dramatic, I'm afraid. So we didn't all like the same comedians. That's why some people do very well, like Michael McIntyre. I remember there was a thing some years ago. Michael McIntyre, they were complaining, comedians, because they weren't selling as many DVDs as he was selling. I think one year he made about £20 million, and was sort of basking in the reflected glory. But since then, I think he's going out on tour again. He's got another big tour coming up. If only Dom Jolly could say the same, I suppose, but unfortunately not likely to be happening. Since then, I think he's going out on tour again. He's got another big tour coming up. If only Dom Jolly could say the same, I suppose, but unfortunately. So yesterday was lovely. Where I was for the whole day was deep in darkest Essex, and they've had more lights outside than anybody else. They must have had thousands of Christmas lights, absolutely thousands of them, and it looked really lovely, but only when it sort of darkens down a little bit. And the moment it gets dark, because my neighbour Lynn had said to me the other day, she'd come round for drinks, and because we've known each other for donkey's years. And she said, but you've got to come round when it's dark, because then the tree looks so much better. And she's got this lovely tree, which we both bought the other year. No, a couple of years ago now, 3 years ago, from QVC. And it changes the bulbs, and it really looks lovely. In her place, it looks sensational. And she's got little tea lights which turn like angel chimes. Remember angel chimes? And lovely things like that. But yesterday, they've got so many. It takes them a full weekend to put all the lights up in my godchildren's house, which is quite nice. You know, lights on the ground, lights in the trees, lights all over the place, you know, and everybody very happy. So we had so much food. I mean, seriously, crispy roast potatoes. My brother has a lot to live up to today. But we got crispy roast potatoes, and then we had little sprouts as well. But I had big boy sprouts as well, because Anne-Marie Minhall from our sister station, Classic, bought me in every year. She brings me in a Brussels sprout tree. I don't know if they're called Brussels sprout trees or if they're just called Brussels sprouts. They are Brussels sprout trees, aren't they? Because I don't ever remember us growing, when we had a big garden years and years ago, I don't ever remember us growing Brussels sprouts. What we grew was rhubarb. I absolutely came to love rhubarb. My mother used to sort of cut the rhubarb down, and she'd put it. This was before I became diabetic, because you can imagine the amount of sugar that goes into rhubarb. And then she'd freeze it. She'd do stewed rhubarb. So every time I used to go round there, she'd go, "Oh, take away," and she'd give me sort of 2 or 3 metal trays which had stewed rhubarb in, and I would then take them home, let them thaw out, and I'd have them with condensed milk or evaporated milk, which was quite nice. But no, there was no shortage of anything yesterday, but being the good boy that I am, no alcohol. I had a cup of tea, which was very nice, and then I drank tomato juice. I know most people go, ugh, tomato juice, Steve. And I go, no, I love it. I don't know if it's any good for you. I think it must have some bits and pieces in it. But a lot of people do drink alcohol over the festive set. My lot were all drinking alcohol the other day. And most of you from yesterday morning, when we were checking the tweets and all the other bits and pieces, you were all doing the booze yesterday morning early. But it's Christmas Day. Now it's Boxing Day. And the sales will be on, and you can go out and sort of say, I like looking, but I just can't bear the crowds. I'm not very good in crowds, actually. I tend to, when I was walking up Oxford Street the other day in Regent Street, it was easier for me to drive, to walk in the road, because the pavements, people with prams, people with this and the shopping bags, I mean, I get out of the way. You know, and I try and be calm about the whole thing. I try not to lose my temper. And then you go into a department store and you stand there looking like a right divot. I went into John Lewis, and they've got 3 people on the till, and then magically 2 people disappeared. And you're left with 1 person on the till. And you feel like saying to them, I'm sorry, can we get some more service here? It really is. I know, I appreciate the fact that there are loads of jobs out there, and they're mainly in retail and the service industry. You know, I remember I told you we went to a pub near Bishop Stortford with the godchildren a while ago, and there were 2 ladies who were serving about between 50 and 100 people, because they just didn't have the staff, and they said, oh, we're short-staffed. Everybody's got short staff at the moment, which is a great shame. But we watched a bit of television. In fact, what did they watch the other day? We had White Christmas on, which on their television looked really sensational. I don't know whether it was a cleaned-up version or it was Blu-ray or something like that, or however it was, but it was lovely. And then we played party games after we'd eaten. We were playing charades or charades, you know, depending where you come from, which I quite like, actually. I like a good game where sort of, you know, you have to do Sheila, who made the Christmas pudding yesterday, was absolutely terrible at charades. Absolutely terrible, because she kept talking all the way, and we kept saying, no, you're not supposed to talk. And, you know, they've got the signs for different bits and pieces, you know, sort of sounds like, and it's 2 words, first word or the whole thing and everything. And we had quite a bit of fun with that, actually. I suddenly realised I was average when it came to party games. But when we were younger, we played party games, and you will probably be playing party games today. Did you know, and you'll only know this if you check back, but the film The Snowman, which was first published in 1978, which is the year before I came to LBC. I came to LBC on the 12th of December 79. But do you know there is no mention of Christmas in The Snowman? No mention of it at all. There is no tree in the boy's house. There is no nothing at all. It's just the snowman, which he builds, and then they go flying. But there's no mention of Christmas at all, which is very interesting, actually. So, no, there isn't. No, there is no Christmas tree. There's no tree in the boy's house, and the snowman watches the sunset with him rather than taking him to visit Father Christmas. There is no tree in the house. What can I tell you? I mean, in your dreams, you've probably seen a tree, haven't you, Guy? Guy got loads of exciting stuff for Christmas yesterday. Really, he's so excited. You know, practical things. He's at that age now, which I have no idea. And so he wants useful presents. So, you know, you get things like, wait a minute, yeah, well, it's odd, isn't it, then? They've said here the original Snowman story had no tree. So this is the film, isn't it? This is the film. I'm talking about the book, yeah, which came out in 78, which was long before this thing. And so in the book, there is no tree. Okay, would you like to send a list of apologies, or, you know, or send money or something like that, or a gift? Well, yeah, of course, yeah. So you're the one telling me there's a tree in it, and I don't think we call it a draw at all, actually. I think you'll find it works in radio this way. The presenter, et voila, you know, is the person who is never wrong. It's like customers in shops. You're never, ever wrong. You're always right. You have to explain to some people. I went to Kingston Market just before Christmas, and I just fancied a bratwurst. And they had a man who was selling them in the middle, and I said, are they ready? And he was very abrupt, and he went, no, not ready. And I thought, OK, pal, calm it down, you know, get over yourself. And so I made a mental note. I shall never, ever go and eat with them ever. It's £7.50 for a sausage. I mean, I think that's a lot of money, £7.50, isn't it? The amount of money, and they have them with cheese in them, but they weren't very good. And they do them with currywurst, and then they do a sort of a hot and spicy kind of thing. But whoever it wasn't ready. So I thought, well, blow that. Do you know that the Snowman's also a stage play? How they do that one, I've got no idea. And there's also a sequel which came out in 2012 called The Snowman and the Snow Dog. It's still. I'd love to know how much it's generated, because I'm big into Christmas. Christmas films is what I'm big into. I absolutely love Christmas films. I can't get enough of them. I sit there, I watch, even if I've seen them before. And I sort of go online, and I got that film through the other day, A Dog Called Christmas, that arrived. I don't know where it came from, but it seemed to arrive fairly quickly. Probably Ireland or something like that. But anyway, I shall watch that, and I've got Sky Arts to watch and different bits and pieces. I'm quite sort of cultured when it comes to it. You know, some people sit down. But I bet you anything, when I left yesterday, the family, I bet you anything, they all put their feet up and just fell asleep in front of the television. That's what people do, isn't it? After you've eaten a big lunch, you have, and even the producer got his Christmas lunch the other day, which was lovely. His mummy cooked him something nice. And so, did you have pudding? Oh, no, you didn't have pudding. You didn't have pudding. Whereas we had pudding. We had Christmas pudding, which was delicious. I didn't have a huge bit, but I had it with ice cream. And I do like Christmas pudding and ice cream. I could have had it. We had it. We flamed it. And then after the flames had died down, we flamed it again. Double flaming. It was like living in Iceland and waiting for the volcano to erupt. It was fantastic because it just spewed out all over the place. It was absolutely fantastic. It was really lovely. So I enjoyed that. My friend Chris over in Spain with Steve says we watched La La Land. I don't think I know La La Land. What's La La Land? Is that Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling? Okay, what's it about? Do you know? Could you give us a rough précis? It's in Hollywood. Okay. It's about... Oh, it's a love story. Oh, how sentimental. I don't really do sentimental films. Well, actually, it's a lie. I do sentimental films. I quite like it, actually. I started watching Sleepless in Seattle, and that was quite good, isn't it? And, in fact, there were a lot of old movies on the television over the last couple of days. I mean, really old movies. So Chris enjoyed the La La Land, which is nice. Okay, it's not old, is it? Oh, it's fairly current. 5 years old. Oh, right, 5. Oh, blimey. Interesting. Well, there you go. I'm always looking for new things. I quite like some of the Disney stuff, the cartoons, Mickey Mouse's Christmas festivities, which I quite like. That sort of, it's quite good, isn't it, really? And they do snow really well on stuff like that. I always had a thing, if ever I won a lot of money on the lottery, which I haven't done so far, I thought I'd just go out and buy snow pictures. You know, pictures which have got snow on. It doesn't matter what sort of snow it would be, but just any sort of snow. I've got to think about it. There you go. Chris says to me, it's a musical. You never said it was a musical love story. It's a musical love story. Why didn't you know that bit of it? That's the integral part of it. It's a musical. God's sake, honestly. Yeah. Why do I didn't let you finish? You can talk over me. I'm very good at talking over. Somebody did a thing years ago. They said, I wonder if we can put you off while you're talking. And so they carried on talking in my headphones, which, you know, you get sometimes people writing in to LBC going, I can hear your producer talking to you. You can't. I have it really low, but the person was sort of talking to me to see if they could put me off, and they couldn't put me off because all I did was I turned the headphones down, so I didn't have to listen to them. I just carried on talking to myself, which is what I seem to do for about the rest of my life, I think. It's a very lonely occupation. I've suddenly realised you spend your entire time staring into the distance, talking to yourself, and getting answers back. That's what we do, isn't it? We talk to ourselves. I mean, sometimes it's intelligent twaddle, sometimes it's not intelligent twaddle. So we were talking about Die Hard, the film, and apparently, and I might have seen it, because it's set in LA. The only reason people look at it as a Christmas film is because it's set at Christmas. So are they in a bank? They're not robbing a bank, are they? High-rise office thing, okay. But there is lots of bloodshed. Oh, right, serious bloodshed. Because I went to see, I was just explaining to the boys, you know, I don't know why I have to tell them these things. It's a case, it might be easier to write it down in a book form and sell it to them. But anyway, so I went to see a Quentin Tarantino film at the Odeon, which is right next to us. And it's a luxurious cinema. We use it for all the global meetings and everything else. And they're really comfy seats. You know, you can literally tip back in them. You can keep your food in the armrest. Anyway, I go to see it, and there's 4 of us in the cinema watching this Quentin Tarantino film. Well, it was bloodshed from about 5 minutes in. In fact, the blood in the Quentin Tarantino films is so popular, they call it Tarantino's blood, because it's a colour that he's decided on. And there was bloodshed seriously. I can't remember what it was. It was just lots of bloodshed, but apparently that's quite normal for a Tarantino. For all of his films have bloodshed. And it started off, it was sort of a couple going out on their wagon and all the rest of it, and then they go to this place, and there's a couple who live in this little sort of log cabin, so they shot them dead. And I thought, this is going to be a bundle of laughs, isn't it? Can't see them turning up with a Christmas tree or anything like that. So we didn't actually get it. The other thing I must tell you about the walking in the air thing, in the book, the boy never had a name. In the film, he had a name, and it's only because it homed in on a parcel to James, it said. But in the book, he did not have a name. And who sang, "We're walking in the air"? It wasn't Aled Jones. No, you're absolutely right. It was a chorister called Peter Orty. He was a choir boy at St Paul's Cathedral. He didn't even get a credit in the original version. And then Aled heard it, and Aled went on and recorded it and made it very, very successful. So I thought that's nice. It was added for the 20th anniversary edition, and it's also, I think it's sold something like 5.5 million copies of the book, which is not bad for a little thing that lasts a few minutes, is it really? I quite like it. I mean, I've watched it a few times. I don't know why. Mind you, I've watched E.T. a few times. And I still cry at all the wrong moments. I'm pathetic. It's just awful. But I just like anything that's got snow. One of my favourite films is The Bishop's Wife, which is very good, which is where an angel comes down to earth, played by Cary Grant, and he talks to the bishop. But the bishop doesn't know he's an angel, but he is an angel, and he makes predictions. It's like watching It's a Wonderful Life, where Clarence is an angel who's coming down to try and earn his wings. And again, everybody's got these films, and they were just bunging out on the television. I mean, every time I was thinking, I wonder if they're going to show this film. Blow me down, up it comes on the telly. Steve, I've reached that age where all my presents are socks or shower gels, says Adrian. We used our Global Noise tea towels to do the drying up yesterday. Super quality. Yeah. When I was sort of like 14, 15, you get socks and pants. Socks and pants. I mean, I ask you honestly, sort of it's one of those things that your parents bought you in the days when having a novelty pair of pants was as opposed to plain pants, which you now get, different sort of. But in those days, they had pictures on them. Like why? I can't imagine. What would be the point of that? Going, oh, let me show you my new pants. There's a picture of Superman on the front. Ridiculous. Steve. Whilst playing a very competitive game of Monopoly yesterday with the girlfriends, as Ian and Sharon, we had a great Hallmark Christmas film on in the background. It starred Henry Winkler. Yes, he made a load of films, actually, also known as the Fonz. Do you know he's not very tall? I don't say that means anything, but, a lot of the people you see, it's like Tom Cruise. He wears lifts in his shoes, which he has to because he's not very tall. I'm not saying he's a Polly Pocket, but he's just not as tall as you expect him to be. It's like, have you ever seen Kylie Minogue in the flesh? Seriously, I've seen Barbie dolls taller. She is so tiny. She really is so tiny. I was talking to somebody the other day, and their mother is one of Kylie's backing singers. And of course, you have to have them all the same. You can't have anybody who towers over Kylie. So when she does her dancing, all the dancers are sort of, little bit shorter. Than they would normally be. Robin Sheffield was one who asked about Die Hard. He says, would you class it as a Christmas film? We're in sort of two minds over it because it's at Christmas, but it's not necessarily a Christmas film. It's because it features at Christmas. So I'm going to say no. There you go. That's upset everybody. You can just imagine, can't you? People in their cars going, we go to the sales. He just said it's not a Christmas film. What's he talking about? What does he know? Doesn't know anything, does he really? Steve, I would normally enjoy, says Finbar, a beer or 10 on Christmas Day, but I'm sick as a dog. Didn't even finish one beer on the sparkling water or not. That's what I had yesterday. I had sparkling water. And I found it very therapeutic because, if you have a few sherries over Christmas or liqueur chocolates, you do suffer the next day. From Josephine, who says, I lost my sprouts and parsnips yesterday. I think I must have left the bag in the supermarket. Well, I've done that, actually. And Gary from Woolwich says, I hope your Christmas was good. Listen, I'm still enjoying it. I've got more today because there'll be another crowd of us, which is very nice indeed. Off to the sales to buy a projector for £59. What sort of projector? What, you mean a cine projector? Or something like that? I don't know. Or is it sort of a DVD projector? I always fancied a projector. A friend of mine had one, and he fixed it to the ceiling, and he projected it onto a screen that came down on one of his walls. But mind you, he also had a cinema in his house, and he was very lucky because he lived off the Euston Road, and he had a beautiful house. And in the basement was a little cinema, which had seats in it. He bought cinema seats. But prior to the cinema seats, what was interesting about this house was the Beatles used to rehearse in his downstairs room. The house was owned by a lady, cellist called Jacqueline Dupre, and it's got a blue plaque on it. But down in the cellar, way down, it was a rehearsal studio for the Beatles, who used to live over the road. Imagine, I'd be quite excited by that. Very excited, a little bit of history. And so let us know about your sort of projector. Steve, have you watched The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse? No, but I keep seeing it being mentioned everywhere. But I don't know what it is. And Ashley says, did you or not have bread sauce? I didn't. To be honest with you, there was so much food on the table, I can't remember if there was even bread sauce on there. I had a lot of stuffing, and pigs in blankets, and there were even roast potatoes left over, and the gravy. And I love just roast potatoes and gravy. It was sort of a bit of a treat for me, and I quite like things like that. And everybody was recommending how you do them. Do you do them in goose fat or beef suet or whatever you do them in? But sorry, the highlight, all of it actually, all of it. There was nothing I didn't like at all. And I go down, but that was my first Christmas in their new house. Well, I say new house, it was built in the 1600s, so it's not really new at all. But that was my first, they reminded me, because we had COVID and all these other bits and pieces, so I couldn't go down there. And then at one point, my oldest goddaughter was sort of segregated to a room downstairs. They let her out. I used to talk to her through the door. Because it seems to be doing the rounds again, doesn't it, COVID? I don't know whether you know people who've actually had it, but I know a number of people who actually got it, so I'm being very careful. In fact, somebody said to me today, actually, and it was one of our security men called Imran, and I haven't seen him for ages and ages and ages because of the hours that I work, and he said, do we hug, Steve? I said, I think we have to sort of bump, is it bumping elbows or something like that? Yeah, you do that. But we did it with our knuckles, and we were sort of quite happy. But I've not seen him for such a long time, ages and ages. And we've got some new security people coming in here. But I'm trying to go to the Christmas market over there. But I don't know what time. They always open so late in the morning, these blooming places. It's a bit annoying, you think, why can't you be open at 7 in the morning? It's like KFC, isn't it? Oh, there's Charles. I thought I don't know if you saw his little speech. It was very good. But he's got the habit. He's a bit mean. And he's got this camel hair coat. Now, to be honest with you, if you're going to church, Christmas Day, you wear dark, or grey. You don't wear camel. I'm sorry, it offends the Lord. It's as simple as that, And let's face it, the royal family have offended the Lord over a number of... Even old Andrew turned up, at the back of the crowd because nobody wants to talk to him. And he started pushing himself forward a bit. Now he can't even use Buckingham Palace as an address for his office, although what work he does... I think we have no idea. We might as well guess these things. But no, Charles always wears this coat, which is too long for him. He should be trendy, a bit shorter. Camilla looks sensational. The kids look good. Everybody look good. And the royal family go to church. And I thought Charles's speech was very good. You need to watch it twice. The first time, you won't get it. But watch it the second... What? Don't start, not this morning, not on Boxing Day. We had enough of this yesterday. All of a sudden he raises his eyebrows like, what are you talking about? No, he was in... Sorry? Yes, you can see different things in it. It's like everything, really. It's like when you download this programme, which thousands of you will a little bit later on, you'll hear different things in it that you'd forgotten. You'll say, oh, I don't remember him saying that. But, of course, I would have said it. And if you go to globalplayer.com, you can download for free. I've got, I think, 8,000 podcasts up on there for you to download. Isn't that good? And it's free. It doesn't cost you a penny piece. We've not even bothered gift wrapping it. We're just giving it to you, as simple as that, which I think is quite nice, actually, that you can get something for free in this day. Because there's not a lot you get for free, is there? Not a lot you get for free. Still waiting for the producer to produce a present for me. That never materialised. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not one of these people who complains. Seriously, I'm not. I'm very easygoing. I don't like to sort of start making a fuss over things, or sort of, we've not been out for a drink, Imagine going out for a small Baileys in the local hospital. Do you know, I don't even come drinking in London anymore. I would if I was coming up to town on a Saturday and go out for dinner or for lunch, and then I would have drinks. But I can't think of anything worse. It's so expensive. It is so expensive. And also, I don't like crowded pubs. People jostle you. I don't like being jostled. I mind you, I haven't been jostled for quite a while. But, the idea of going to a pub and then you think, and you keep your hands on your pockets, don't you? Because you're so worried. I'm so worried about dippers. People who sort of, it's like every time on the underground there's a sign, beware of pickpockets. So what do? You put your hand to where your wallet is, which is indicating to the pickpockets where your wallet is. I wish they'd take the signs down. It's so annoying.
Oh, hi, Gary. Yeah, I'm at the dentist, so actually, while you're on, that budget, could you...
Just take a seat for me and we can get started on the...
Procedure for setting up reports. Can you please...
Lean all the way back in the...
Chair meeting went well, yeah. I think we'll be able to open...
Wide, please, and let's have a look.
Thanks, Gary. I'll see you tomorrow.
Do it all on the big network for business. Search 3 Business.
Boxing Day is where traditionally we've established this, I think, over the last week or so, where your employer gives you a box with gifts in or some money or something like that, and that's your Christmas box, which is very nice. And today you'll be out spending and doing all the bits and pieces that you do. Isn't it funny? I would have thought you'd want to sit at home, put your feet up, have something to eat, have some bubble and squeak, some cold turkey, some pickle and stuff like that. Have a sort of a glass of fizzy water with loads of ice cubes in it, and then sort of just go to sleep on the settee. I was very good at going to sleep on the settee. That's one of my favourite places. You can always tell. I sit in front of the television, I think, I'll just put my feet up, and that's when it goes wrong. The moment you put your feet up, you lie down, and I've got one of these throws. Well, I've got the electric throw, but I haven't actually done anything with it yet. And the throw is really it's only thin, but by God, it makes a difference. It really does. And you sort of lie there on the settee, and I put my feet up, and within like 10 minutes, I've gone completely. I love it. Steve, I love the film, says Sula, The Holly and the Ivy. It's been on TV the last few years. It's lovely. Black and white and a tearjerker. Oh, sounds lovely. Anna tells me about The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse. And beautiful animation. And Steve in Hereford says, I've noticed the film, the vast majority of movie stars are shorter than your average man, which is never apparent on screen. We went over years ago and we did one of the big film studios. And in this film studio, they've got all the original things. They've got the little like caravan type things, wooden, where when they were making films, when they were doing a period drama, they've got boards outside so the stars could lean against the board and rest because they couldn't crease the dress. So they would lean up against this board, and then they showed us where they filmed. It must have been the same studio that filmed The Waltons, because they said this was part of Walton Mountain, completely different, obviously, as you imagine. And the other thing that they had there was a cowboy street. And on one side of the street, the doors were shorter to make the cowboys look bigger. And they used to have to film. On the other side, the doors were shorter to make the cowboys. It was so that the women looked petite. Don't ask me why. That was the way it went in those days. And they used to have trenches that they dug, because if you got somebody who was particularly big, they would put them in a trench, and then it looked as though they were all roughly the same sort of size. I thought it was really interesting. We saw them doing a film score and everything else, which was, again, brilliant. You can go there. You don't have to go and do the rides. Barry says, I made the best roast potatoes yesterday using semolina to coat them. It creates a wonderful crispy outside skin with soft fluffy potato centre. Yes, you can dip them in semolina, can't you? Just sort of do it over there. Steve, the Italian festive cake panettone was invented in the 18th century in Milan. A chef in a nobleman's castle called Antonio, or Tony for short, was asked by his master to prepare a dessert. After finding very little in the larder, he threw together what he had, which was some dried fruit, some flour, and some yeast, and came up with a very tall fruit cake, which his master was very pleased with. And after the success, they called it panettone. Panettone, says Stefano from Milan. I love it. I absolutely love it. Apparently the best thing to dip it in, and I'm not a dipper. I don't do dipping. But you're supposed to dip it in hot chocolate. Because I do like a cup of hot chocolate every so often. It's not good for diabetics, as you can well imagine. Steve, my son told me yesterday that this book-stroke film was based in Brighton. Are you talking about the snowman? Well, it's not, but Raymond Briggs lived down that neck of the woods, so that's why he used local landmarks. He's always having a joke on me, and his cackling is quite famous now, so I thought I'd ask the aficionado of films. People always ask me things like that, Jane. They always ask me about, do you remember seeing so-and-so in this film? What happened to them? And most of the time, my brain... I mean, to be honest with you, I can stare at the producer till the cows come home, and I still can't remember his blooming name. And yet, I can remember something in a film from the 1950s. I'll know a story about it or something like that. So my brain, I couldn't remember car number plates, except I do remember a brown Mini that I had. And people say, how do you remember things? I said, I've got no idea. It's funny the way that your mind works. That, you see somebody, you go, hello, and you think, I can't remember your name, which is a bit embarrassing. A bit like the bloke the other day. A drunk driver, and the police hate drunk drivers. And you sometimes spot them. When I was coming back on the motorway the other day, the speed some people go past you is quite frightening. And my car could keep up with anything. I mean, I'm 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. It's very, very fast. But this particular drunk driver did 30 miles on the wrong side of the motorway. On the wrong side, you can imagine. And the judge told him, how you're alive, I don't know. His name's James Brennan. He had a number of near misses on the M4, which is, I know very well indeed. Swansea Crown Court heard that he told police he remembered nothing between leaving the pub and waking up in a cell. Anyway, he's gone to prison for 12 months and disqualified from driving for 2.5 years. Because he could have killed not only himself, and to be honest with you, I couldn't care less about that, but he could have killed innocent people the wrong way. You get it in Vienna. We used to have the travel reports in Vienna, and they used to call them black drivers, because they were driving for some, I don't know how, the wrong side of the motorway. And again, it was all due to alcohol. People used to sort of, get in the cars and just sort of drive without thinking about it. And of course, I say it is absolutely a nightmare. But I do watch terrible driving on the road, and I don't see any police cars. I saw one yesterday, but he whizzed past me. I was a bit disappointed. I want to be pulled over, and have it sort of checked. But at one point, there was a big thing in the road, and it was like a dip. And my car lurched into it, and I thought, oh, my God, I bet that's given me a flat tyre. Luckily, it hasn't, which I was very grateful for, because I've got this thing you push on the computer, and it shows you what the temperature is. Not the temperature, the pressure in each tyre, which I think is an absolute godsend. I think it's brilliant. I love stuff like that. And Anne in Richmond says, Peter Orty is now a successful opera singer. La La Land was all the rage a few years ago and either won the Oscar or was nominated. Might have been the year when the wrong winner was announced. So pleased you had a lovely day. It was lovely. I'm almost tempted to say to you, it was almost a bit of a shame that I had to come back, because I thought I could have had a few drinks, stayed down there, and then had breakfast this morning and stuff like that. But I have to come back to work. Because that's what I do for a living. So more than happy to be here as well. Kevin in Chichester says, had a great Christmas. My son bought my wife and me a holiday as a gift to Stella Island. An inclusive holiday. It looks fab. Off for a dip this morning in Littlehampton Sea and then barbecue on the beach. Are you mad? A barbecue on the beach in this country? What is the matter with you? Are you on medication or something? You're going swimming in the sea in Littlehampton. Aptly named on a cold day. Why would you want to do things like that? I like all-inclusive holidays, though. I haven't ever been on any, but I quite fancied the idea. When we were on the ship, we had all-inclusive for the kids, so they could get their drinks and ice cream. You buy a package for $20 or something, and they can get their drinks and ice cream, which is quite nice, actually. I quite like things like that. But we thought it was good, actually. But no, definitely not swimming in the sea in Littlehampton, I'm afraid. Not my kind of thing at all. I mean, it's bad enough when you sort of look at it and then you think, they do it in the Serpentine, don't they? Is it New Year's Day, or they do it Christmas Eve or something? Is it when? Was it yesterday? And they all dive in. They used to make the Blue Peter presenters go and... I think there was some sadomasochist who was filming Blue Peter and used to take the male presenters up there and they'd have to dive in to the Serpentine. No chance for me. No chance. I'd have said to him, listen, you can keep the job as the presenter of Blue Peter. I'm definitely not going to be doing that. Andrea in Denmark Hill says, we had duck too. Always duck with apple stuffing for Christmas and cake or strudel. Oh, I love strudel. And sparkling water is a year-round staple for us. Plenty of leftovers for today. Strudel is delicious. My friend his mother used to make strudel, and it was dripping with sugar. I mean, but really delicious. Really delicious. Winnie says, happy St. Steve's Day. So, yes, is this on the Feast of Stephen, I believe? We had panettone for breakfast. It was the apricot and peach Bellini one from Waitrose. That sounds nice. I like the sound of that. I bought some fruit in amaretto the other day. I've got peaches in brandy and other things like that. I mean, it's like having an alcoholic pudding. It's very nice, and you just sort of stick some cream over the top of it. So 80 people did the Peter Pan Cup race on Christmas morning. Mad as fruitcakes. Participants aged 17 to one in their 80s set off shortly after 9 a.m. for the 100-yard swim. And so they always do that in the Serpentine on Christmas morning. It was -5 degrees. Well, there is no chance under God's earth that I would ever get anywhere near them. And there's a picture of them. Mad as fruitcakes. Every single one of them. Though I have spoken to... some people are wearing Speedos. I didn't think people wore Speedos anymore. I thought it was just Russian weightlifters. And so they were all enjoying the water and they splash around. Because I'm told that once you're actually in the water, it's okay. It's getting... look at those Speedos, honestly. God, none of them look a picture of health, do they? Have you ever seen a bigger bunch of unhealthier people in your entire life? I mean, I'm not surprised they didn't feel it. They're all carrying a little bit of weight, I've noticed. And here they're all wearing Speedos. I think there's some strange thing going on there. And there's one woman wearing a Christmas hat. She wouldn't get me anywhere near that. No. You imagine, there might be fish under the water. And stuff like that. Things that come up and sort of touch you and stuff like that. I don't like that idea. Definitely not good. But Winnie's looking forward to a day of racing and football. My favourite day of the year. You see, that would be my worst nightmare. We have done racing. We've been racing on Boxing Day. Well, we didn't. The horses did it. And we sort of done that. It was quite good, but it gets busy. Really, really busy. And you can have drinks and do betting and all sorts of interesting things. The dog who started the fire, we'll tell you about in a moment. How that works, I've got no idea. There seems as many people at Mr. Neil's house yesterday as there was at my godchildren. He says, hope it goes well today with Bro. Hope he has lots of fishing adventures to relay to you. Oh, you've got a right load of people. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 people. How fantastic. There's something nice. There's something, and also because lots of them were children. And I think I've said to you before that I bought Quality Street in. I bought Quality Street. I don't do the cheaper versions. Thank you. Big tin of Quality Street, the ones you can't buy in the shops. But, don't want to make a big deal about it. Steve, says Andrea. Oh, no, we've done that one, haven't we? Having this the strudel for pudding. Now, what do you put with the strudel? Do you put cream, or do you put evaporated milk, or ice cream? Or custard with strudel? Oh, right. I ate Stollen the other day. I love Stollen. Not supposed to be very good for me, but I have it anyway. And Susie in Wokingham says, I'm having bubble and squeak today, fried up in butter, and I always add a couple of tablespoons of white vinegar to it. Gives it a bit of a kick. Oh, dear, not sure about that. Lee says they have a swim at South Queensferry every New Year's Day, and it's called the Looney Duke. For obvious reasons. Yeah, I mean, nothing would get me into the water. I mean, I think you've got to be a different sort of person, definitely, than somebody like me who goes, it's cold. Even in swimming pools in hot countries, I would walk round the side of it every so often, putting a foot in, thinking, and then people are going, just jump in. I'm going, no, I can't. I can't just jump in. It just doesn't work for me at all. See, the Beckhams have done another one of their dreary, boring pictures, she should be concentrating on how to get customers into her shop. Dave should be giving the £10.5 million back, and Brooklyn should start learning how to cook something a little bit better than spaghetti bolognese and a sandwich. But apart from that, and Harper probably cooked the Christmas dinner and it was sensational. The dog who started a fire on Christmas Eve after jumping on the bed and accidentally turning on the hairdryer. What was a hairdryer doing on the bed? It's an odd one. Fire crews were called following reports of a smoke-filled house and found the blaze in the bedroom. The homeowner was out, came back to find the house full of smoke. The dog had turned on the device, setting the mattress alight. And the naughty pooch was waiting by the front door. Both were treated for smoke inhalation. Good Lord above. I've never thought about dogs being able to turn on hairdryers. Bit of an odd one, isn't it, really? But they seem to manage it. Harry Styles, not just a pop singer with questionable fashion. Well, he's got no fashion sense at all. But it doesn't matter. He's in the business of pop. That's what it is. And the more bizarre you are, the more the press love you. So he'll wear a girly handbag or a set of pearls or something like that, because that's it. High-profile roles in Don't Worry, Darling. Don't creep up on me like that. Frightened me. Sorry. It's okay. I can cope with it now. Now I know that you creep in very quietly. Don't worry. I'm going to have to get a bell fitted on that door. There's got to be a bell. A friend of mine's got one in his shop. He's got a bell fitted, so every time the door opens, you know somebody's arriving. He just crept in then. I didn't even... Out the corner of my eye, I felt somebody was approaching me. And I thought to him, no, I'm definitely getting a bell fitted. I shall have a word with them. I've got friends in this building. So anyway, Harry, with Don't Worry, Darling and My Policeman, they both neither did particularly well, actually. And he's the first solo artist to spend 15 weeks at number 1. But, that's good for him. And I said, if anybody wants to break it in America, you've got to go live there. You can't make it in America unless you devote your time to it. It's like anything. People think, I'll just go onto a reality show and then I'll be a celebrity. And, of course, it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't work like that. It's a shame. I mean, I wish it did. But then you realise that half the people... who've been on these celebrity reality shows are so stupid and thick. And they get more complaints about Love Island than anything else. It was the top complained about programme on the television. But it's the fact that these people, they go, oh, so-and-so's a star. And you go, no, they get professional makeup artists in, and then they pretend that they've designed clothes. And then, after about 6 months to a year, they're disposed of. So then they've got, and I can't remember actually, do we have any celebrity diet DVDs available this year? Because normally you see a photograph in the paper of some overweight celebrity, and then the next time you see them, they're as thin as a rake. And I wondered whether or not this year, because they'll always see a picture of them in a park, with their gut hanging over the top of their tracksuit bottoms, and you go, I'll always say to you on air, I'll go, this person's bringing out a DVD. And 9 out of 10 times. But this year I didn't seem to sit. Perhaps it was too cold for the little darlings. Perhaps it was too cold for them to go out there. And I can't think of anybody off the top of my head who would be bringing out a... Because now you know that these DVDs are brought out to line their pockets with filthy money. That's what it comes down to. Because you can't do it. And the reason these DVDs will never work for you is because you need a trainer. You need somebody to push you to do it. If you're doing it by yourself, just watching a DVD, you'll never do it. That's why you will find somebody, and they've started appearing in the papers. There was a couple of them, one woman who was gigantic, and now she's not. And then they'll name the company she works for. And when you think about how many thousands and thousands of people, and all they can find is one person who they've managed to sort of, hoodwink into losing the weight. Because most people lose weight and then put it back on again. It's called yo-yo dieting, because diets don't work. Because if they did, there'd be one. But there isn't. There's loads of diets. It's a huge industry, worth, I can't imagine what it's worth, actually. Billions of pounds. The last of the Battle of Britain heroes says he simply shot Germans before they shot us. He's absolutely right. This is Paddy Hemingway. 103, the final survivor of the few, the RAF pilots who saved Britain from Nazi invasions in the summer of 1940. So well done. He's absolutely right. And a candlelit vigil is held at hundreds of graves of British troops killed at the Battle of Arnhem. Every Christmas, the people of Oosterbeek in the Netherlands and beyond gather to remember the soldiers who died, and they put night lights by each grave, little tea lights. Isn't that nice? They look after the war graves abroad. I think that's really nice. I can be quite touched by things like that. What else have we got? We've got elephants. I like elephants, actually. I keep seeing adverts on the television. Obviously, we need to sort of keep pumping money in. And these were in Zululand in South Africa. The photographer said, I staked out the waterhole for 14 hours because they sort of go there and they sort of lumber down, and then all the lions who've been drinking just sort of disappear, don't they? They sort of run away when they see the elephants. I don't think they bother thinking you can ever target an elephant, although I'm sure it has happened. Here we go. There you go. It's changed our lives and it can change yours too. There's an advert in the paper. So they put down a picture of some sort of overweight person, and then the next time you see them, they've had a complete makeover. Their hair's all been done again, and they're looking so much slimmer. And what it is to get you to part with money, to lose weight. Whereas, in fact, I can tell you how to lose weight. Stop eating so much. That's what it is. It's as simple as that. It's little and often. There's probably another joke there somewhere, but we don't make it on Boxing Day. But little and often is, and exercise, walk, do this, do that. You don't need to buy a DVD. You can go to your doctor and get a diet plan. They'll give it to you for free. And then you won't need to sort of buy it, because half this stuff is just rubbish. Oh, we lost weight by doing this. No, you didn't. You had help with it. So just don't give us a load of old rubbish. Telly winners, the Hot TV Awards with Ed Gleave. He says, best drama, Call the Midwife. I've never seen it. I don't think it'd be my sort of programme. Best chat show, Graham Norton. Best quiz, Beat the Chasers. Yeah, that's quite good. I watched Michael McIntyre's thing. I thought most of the people... The Wheel, have you seen it? I thought most of the celebrities had passed on. I had no idea that we're still using people who are pushing up daisies. Well, Gino D'Acampo was on it, and I thought he's disappeared with his career, hasn't he? Definitely. Well, it is. It's the opening. I saw him on there, and I thought, and he plays this sort of, I know, speak English kind of thing, and you think, oh, for God's sake, get over yourself, mate. And then I just find him a bit tedious and boring now. And I can't remember. I didn't recognise anybody else. That was the problem. It's supposed to be celebrity versions. Sometimes you see them on there, and you think, who are they? And it turns out they've been on Love Island or, Strictly Come Ice Dancing or something. Ridiculous. Best new show, The Traitors. People seem to like The Traitors. I've not seen it, but I will. Best daytime is Pointless. Yes, I quite like Pointless, but it's obviously for people far more intelligent than I am, because I can't. No, I cannot answer some of the questions. Some of the answers I know, but most of it I've got no idea at all. It's like University Challenge. I just give up completely and start drinking. Because I'm never going to get any of these questions right. King's College, Steve, and it's never going to be happening, is it? If you're going to the sales, my advice is there's no trains, so you might have to bring a car in. But if you're going to a shopping centre, then there'll be parking there as well. And I don't know, or the buses are still working, which is quite nice. Ian, my partner, says Sharan, loves wearing Speedos in the garden. He thinks he's Adonis, the weightlifter. Yes, of course, we know the truth. Only we know the truth. Steve, please say hello to Paul and Stephen Shipley. This will be our 18th year together. And next year, tying the knot. I mean, it's hardly worth bothering, is it? We've been together for 18 years. What's the point of tying the knot now? It always goes downhill after people tie the knot. The amount of people who got married, is it? We've been together for 18 years. What's the point of tying the knot now? It always goes downhill after people tie the knot. The amount of people who got married in same-sex relationships when it became legal, nearly all of them split up afterwards. I find it absolutely amazing. I mean, I don't know if I'm a fan. I quite like the whole thing about marriage. I quite like, sort of people getting dressed up and having food and going to a hotel. I quite like that side of it. But it's so expensive now. I mean, it really is terribly expensive. You've got to sort of save up for an arm and a leg. Steve, I think in the Waldorf Salad episode of Fawlty Towers, the American actor Bruce stood on a box to appear taller than John Cleese, says David in Teddington. Did he? Aha. The Beast off the chase has lost 10 stone. He should bring out a DVD. Yes, he has, hasn't he? That's Mark Labatt. I think. But he'd lost that ages ago. That was an old one. It's like Gemma Collins used to bore the pants off everybody, literally. And she'd say, oh, I've lost 3 stone. And we'd all go, yeah, really looks like it. And then all of a sudden she stopped talking about losing the 3 stone. It changed. And all people want to know is, how do you lose 3 stone? And the answer is, lock yourself in a room and don't eat. Because you have to make sure and do exercise. It's not difficult. Thank you for the show, says Guy. Oh, God, he's now writing to the programme. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah, he says, thank you for the show. You and the team have put me in a good mood for another day visiting family. That's him. He's writing his own stuff now. You're writing your own things, aren't you? Because your mother's going, are you sure you work at Global? I bet that's what your mother's saying. I bet she's got no idea. So you have to get the name checks so that she can go, that's my son. He's talking about my son. But she says, have a great day. Yesterday, spent another good day visiting family. That's what Guy did. Isn't that funny? Is there too many things, which you're sort of worrying about there. Oh, other awards with Ed Gleave in the Daily Star. Best Entertainment, The Masked Singer. Have you noticed? Somebody said once, I think Beyonce is one of the as if Beyonce would do a piece of rubbish television like this. As if, they ended up with somebody ridiculous from, out of Steps or something. It was sort of dredging the matter. Best documentary, The Tinder Swindler on Netflix. I don't know what that is. I've heard of Tinder, but not the Tinder Swindler. It might be to do with that, mightn't it? I don't know. It might be somebody who goes on and sort of pretends. You think it is? Oh, of course you'd know, wouldn't you? Mr. Clever Clogs knows everything. So it's somebody who goes online pretending he's a con artist. Aha. Very interesting. I've never seen it, and that's what. No, well, you seem to know what it was. Yeah. Oh, right. You knew about it when you've done research or something. On there. Heard about it from other people. It's other people who'd been on it. The Tinder Swindler. You get a lot of that, don't you? There was a woman on the television a short while ago, about 6 months ago, and she'd gone online and she'd been targeted by these fraudsters who create a persona and then put up a photograph, not of them, because they're the swindlers, and they go and they start building up a relationship. And you'd think people would be wise to it, but unfortunately they're not, and they get caught every single time. And this particular woman, enters into this relationship online, and this guy goes, I'm in the forces in America, I'd love to come and see you, blah blah blah. And she goes, yeah, like to see you as well. And so he's hoodwinking her into believing that he's a genuine person, where he's not. He's a swindler. He's a Tinder swindler. And that's what they do. And then she says, why don't you come over, in a couple of weeks' time, you can stay, as if there was any other option. And it turns out, and then he starts writing back going, listen, my mother's really ill at the moment. I can't leave her because we need to buy some medication. And thus starts the process of swindling this woman out of money. And these people pay her thousands and thousands. You can't believe somebody would be that gullible, but apparently I'm told it's fairly common. I was watching the other day, and I've started watching a few. Some of them are good and some of them are not so good. It's called Rogue Traders, and it's basically Matt Allwright, who looks like he needs a decent haircut, getting people who have cheated people out of their money, and they get them to buy something. The one woman, the advert was, we will clean your room with a deep clean for $8.99. And so she saw this advert. She thought, she was an elderly person, and she thought, that's $8.99 to have the carpets cleaned and everything. And so she went for it. He came round. Well, before you know where you are, the price was up to £760, and they'd done nothing at all. And he said, well, there is this other one, but it's not very good. You need it done better. And what they were doing is they were reeling her in. So she contacted Rogue Traders, and then they filmed them secretly to realise these people are swindlers. They're swindlers. They are conning people out of their money. It's like, somebody writes to you and say, you've just won top prize in the Nigerian state lottery. Well, if you haven't bought a ticket in the Nigerian state lottery, there's very little chance you've won anything. But people do it. And then somebody will phone them and say, oh, yes, now we can deliver the money to you. And they go, oh, that'd be good, but there's a £250 handling charge for it. And these people get the money ready. Luckily, on this particular old man, who they targeted, because he was an old man, he phoned his son to say, I need you to get this money out of the bank for me. And he said, what's it for? He said, because I've won the Nigerian state lottery. He said, well, when did you buy a ticket for that? He said, well, I didn't. And they went, well, why do you think you've won it? He said, because they phoned me and told me. He said, and they're going to bring the money round today. So anyway, the police came round and they all sat there and waited. The money never turned up, as you can well imagine. Isn't that old adage is so true. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. People always, why are you smiling? And that, yeah. It was a wry smile, yes. In between that and the coming in the door without the bell on it, I think we need to give you a bell so that you stand outside and you ring it, oh yay, oh yay, oh yay, and then you can come in the studio. Because it's frightening me. We won't disturb the show. Believe you me, my listeners are very forgiving. They will forgive you anything. Well, after you rung the bell, they might. But I forgot what we were talking about now. He said, now you've thrown me. Now I'm confused. Con artists. Yeah, but apparently people lose. They had a bloke on this morning, a couple of years ago, and he'd been conned into sending money to this company to buy diamonds, and they would save them in the bank in Amsterdam. And the brochure looked fantastic. A picture on the front of a Rolls Royce, a lovely house, and inside, this is what you're buying, and all the rest of it. Anyway, long story short, he ended up going over there, and it turned out he'd been buying industrial diamonds worth nothing at all, but he'd spent like £40,000. He thought it was an investment, and people are like that. I mean, as I say, it sounds too good to be true. It is too good to be true. You know, I trust nobody until I've seen the evidence. You know, I know you say you're the producer, but, you know, I haven't seen your badge or anything like that. You know, normally... Oh, that's it. What does it say on it? I looked at mine the other day. I don't think it says anything at all. Does it say LBC London? Yeah, mine says LBC London as well. Very good picture of me, actually. Very good picture. I'm very lucky, actually. I'm photogenic. Not. It doesn't... Sometimes... I came in the building the other day, actually. Well, I had to. I was working. And it was the only way to do the programme. And I rang the door buzzer downstairs. And a voice says, yes? And I went, can I come in? And he went, show me your pass. I said, it's round my neck. So he opened the door for me. I thought, honestly, I felt like taking all my clothes off and standing there going, help, help. But it didn't kind of work at all. I didn't say I've worked here 40 years, no. I didn't do that classic, which is, do you know who I am? Do you know who I know? I know everybody. Goodness sake, honestly. I know Guy, the producer. You know, that'd be a winner, wouldn't it? Goodness sake, honestly. Best presenter, according to Ed Gleave, is Ryland Clark. I beg to differ, I'm afraid. I beg to differ. You know, a thin act. A thin act. So, what have we got now? Special festive edition. It seems funny, doesn't it? You get 59 pages in the Daily Mail today. Talking about, you know, having festive editions. Kate's brimful of Christmas Day style. She does look elegant, the Princess of Wales. I don't care what anybody says. People I think she's fitted in very, very well to the royal family. The children appear to be absolutely gorgeous. But of course, they don't have to worry about ironing the clothes or doing anything. It's all provided. It's all provided. But I'm looking at, have you seen the picture that George did of the reindeer? Do you think he did that? I didn't think he did it either, but I'm erring on the side of caution. That picture is too good. They say painted by Prince George. He doesn't look capable of sort of doing anything like that. And he wrote Merry Christmas. And I'm looking at it thinking, I don't know. I mean, I think they've kind of over-exaggerated. He looks to me as if he'd just do splodges on a piece of paper. I'd like to put him in a television studio and go, right, there are the paints. Do the reindeer picture for us. You know, and then when he'd stop crying, you know... I just don't... It doesn't look like this is a picture done by a young 9-year-old. I mean, I'm a little bit older than he is, and even I can't draw that kind of thing. I'm totally useless. So forget the Fab Four. We've now got the Magnificent Seven. So that's Kate and William and their 3 children, and Charles and Camilla. Do you know Charles has still got turnips on his trousers? I mean, dear Lord above, when did we stop having turnips on trousers? They went out years ago because they collect dust and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. But originally the Fab Four was Meghan. Do you know, everybody kept talking about Meghan the other day. I don't know why. I can't think of any logical reason. Oh, it was after the Sun did an apology and they were not happy with the apology. And I thought to myself, it's a bit difficult now because 90%, it seems to me, of the royal correspondents don't seem to like her. You know, I mean, and people have sort of said, just don't like her. They don't trust her. They don't like anything about her. It's got nothing to do with anything else. It's just that they don't take to her. But, you know, that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. Lots of people chili dipping. Cornwall, hundreds of people. And do you think they're just doing it to get their picture in the newspaper? Because I wouldn't be sort of doing... the Beckhams reuniting in silk Jim Jams. It's such a pretentious family, isn't it? You know, he takes money from Qatar. She has a shop that's not doing particularly well. Brooklyn can't even make a sandwich by himself. The only person who seems to be relatively normal is Harper, and she seems to do everything in the kitchen. She's just unbelievable. And they issue these pictures of us pretending we're a really close family, whereas in fact it was only 2 weeks ago it turned out that Victoria Beckham doesn't talk to the Peltzers. whether you believe that story is neither here nor there, but it's interesting, isn't it, that they have to pretend that they are the world's most perfect family. Must be the most boring family under the sun. They all go on holiday. You imagine going on holiday with your aged parents. Oh, my godfathers. Oh, we're going with Uncle Elton again. Whoopee! That'll be exciting, won't it? And what do we got here? The bomb shelter singer's frozen surprise. It's a 7-year-old girl singing Let It Go. She's singing it in a bomb shelter in Ukraine. I think I've seen that before, actually. I think it's really, really cute. And a lovely little girl called Yasmin is walking. She wanted to walk into Santa's grotto by herself in Winter Wonderland, and she achieved it. And that makes it all worthwhile. Kevin the Restaurateur says, hope you had a super fab Christmas. I've family staying, just rustled up leftover breakfast. Fried roast potato. Oh, how lovely. Fried roast potatoes with stuffing, pigs in blankets, topped with fried eggs and cheese. Oh, that sounds lovely. He says, hope 23 better for you and your listeners. Yeah, I hope so too. I really hope so. Because some people have had a rotten year this year. People have lost jobs. And people have had houses taken away from them. People have gone into debt. There's all sorts of things. It was interesting. The only thing, if I had a criticism of Charles's speech, would be when they talk about people not having any money, they've never known what that's like. They've got no idea what it is to open a bill and go, have you seen Camilla? Have you seen this gas bill? It's 120 quid. Where are we going to get the money from? They don't need to worry about money. They don't need to worry about clothes. They don't need to worry about the price of petrol. They don't need to worry about anything. They don't even have to stop at red traffic lights. They have people that go ahead of them and stop all the traffic, and they just sail through. They're living in a totally different world. So when they talk about people not having things for Christmas, like turkey or sandwiches or anything like that, that's why it's completely different. They don't know what that's like. If they'd understood poverty, I could understand it. But they don't know what it's like. The kids don't need to worry about Christmas presents. They live in palaces. They live in, castles. They've got sort of lovely houses to live in. So that means, as far as I'm concerned, that they're a little bit detached from the rest of us. Joe in Welling says, Steve, my handsome cat wears a little red collar with a bell. I know exactly where he is in the house. One scratch, I know, could be useful for a certain nice person in your team. It could be. He's already said he won't wear the bell. He just said to me a minute ago, he said, I'm not wearing the bell. I thought, oh, well, no point in pushing it, is it really? And somebody says, I was conned 3,200 on a dating site. It's amazing how gullible people are. Somebody says, oh, can you lend me some money? And I always have to go, I don't actually have any money to lend. I have got money, but it's tied up in investments and bits and pieces. I can't just go in there and take money out. Steve, it's Trees from Cornwall in Lanzarote for Christmas with my son Sonny. That's an interesting. Trees. That's not really your name, is it? Trees. I think that's amazing. Sorry? I don't know. Therese. Yeah, it could be Therese with sons. I don't know. It might be. I probably got it wrong, actually. Thanks to Global Player Podcast, you've kept me company on my morning runs. Sonny is 18 today and the kindest, sweetest lad ever. So thank you for everything. Oh, how sweet. That's nice, isn't it? Mind you, whenever you get children who are really sweet and they're good and they don't want anything, they don't sort of make any demands on you and stuff like that, and they're grateful for what they get, because it is true. There are people who don't have anything out there, people who can't afford to do. I mean, I was horrified when I heard the other day somebody was on talking on one of the programs on LBC, and I can't remember they might have been talking to. I can't remember who it was actually, but they were sort of saying that some nurses go to food banks. I'm thinking, go to food banks? Why would they go to food banks? Somebody said, because they haven't got enough money to eat. I thought, by godfathers. Times they are a bad. And another one, so Tree. Now, Tree, is it short for Teresa? We think it could be, actually. I love Richard E. Grant. As you know, he has a book out. And because his wife of 34 years was given a terminal diagnosis on Christmas Eve 2020 and died within a year. He says the festive season is agonisingly hard, but he says he's found a way to cope. He says, I just remember her last gift, and I'm going to let you read the story. He has an ongoing conversation with her in his head, which is what a lot of people do, things like that. They do that. Johnny Irving was on the television the other day, and he knows that this will probably be his last Christmas because he also has a terminal illness. And you just think to yourself, how would I be? Well, I know how I'd be. I'd be a blooming pain in the rear end. I really would be. If somebody said to me, oh, you've got a terminal illness or something like that, I look at all these people who've sort of gone before, the Bill Turnbulls and people like that, wonderful, wonderful people. And you think, you know, I've said it before, and I feel a bit guilty saying it again, are you sure there's a God? Why would he want to, you know, let little children die and things like that? That's why I have to question it. Christine says, hubby bought me one of your tea towels for Christmas, and he framed it. Now has pride of place in my office. Great present. Yes, I would agree with you. Not only great present, but raised a lot of money for charity. Lot of money for charity. So I like it. I do believe, actually, somebody told me the other day they had a few more in. They'd found a few more. So I think you have to go to the LBC website to find them. I'm not supposed to tell you that, actually, because they're supposed to be secret. Because I haven't sent mine off yet. I'm still waiting for mine. But I think I'm probably caught up in the Christmas post, because I was going to give them to people for Christmas. So I've still got some of the other ones. Did I promise you one, Guy, for your new place? No, well, there's a reason. How cruel. How cruel can he be? Oh, much crueler. Oh, much crueler. Do you know almost £80 million will be lost to online fraudsters? Over 6 million a day is lost to internet scammers. I don't go for any of this. I check everything. Check everything. You know, I double check and check again. I'm going to make sure that nothing is ever going to sort of do something. Also, there's another laugh out loud seasonal story from the first centenary of the first publication of Just William, read by the fantastic Martin Jarvis, who turned up in Titanic, one of our really, really nice actors. Big fan of Martin Jarvis, used to pop in all the time, and he read the Just William books, along with lots and lots of other things. Birthdays today. Jade Thirlwell. Apparently she was in Little Mix. And the pop star is a member of Little Mix, who became the first group to win the X Factor in 2011 and the first girl band to win the Brit Award for Best British Girl Group. So she's going solo, as they ought. I don't know why they bother. Seriously, because I've said to you before, it won't work. It never works. It's a case of they work as a group, but individually. I mean, the only person who's ever worked individually is Harry Styles, but only because he went over there and he pushed. The others have just. And what's happened to them? They've all disappeared. Nobody know where they gone. They 1 minute here, they're gone, disappeared. You know, it's like the Spice Girls. You know, the Spice Girls have earned enough money to not have to work again. They think they're going to play Glastonbury with Victoria Beckham. She won't ever go with the Spice Girls again. She couldn't sing first time round. What's the point of putting her out on the stage? She doesn't need to. Doesn't need the money. Well, she does really, but we have to pretend she doesn't need the money. But, you know, when you get Jade Thirlwell saying, oh, I'm going to be going in the studio, and you think, please don't bother. The other one did it as well, didn't she? There was another one from Little Mix. Jessie Nelson, wasn't it? She was another one. Didn't work. You know, you can spend as much money as you like, you know, getting the best songwriters in. But if the public don't want to buy it, they don't buy it. You can't convince them to buy it. Mind you, if I brought an album out, I reckon I could sell it. And, well, this is the first time I've seen my name in the papers. My name is in the Daily Mail on this day. I'm very excited. It says Steve Allen, capital letters, 1921 to 2000. Because, you know, there was a very famous US comic. He invented the TV talk show. And his name was Steve Allen. And he was also an actor. He was in the Benny Goodman Story. He's a lyricist and a composer. He wrote more than 8,500 songs, described as the serious man trapped in a vaudevillian body. This is me. This is me. I am Mr. Showbiz, Mr. Entertainment. I am Mr. Light End. My programme is Light End. And it's got my name here, Steve Allen. Unfortunately, I died 20-something years ago, which is a bit disappointing. So I've come back to haunt you all. So here I am. Hello. I look pretty good. I mean, he doesn't. I don't think he looked like me at all. But he was the man who invented the talk show. He was big star. So there he was, the US comic. I never fancied the idea of being a comic. I also, it was a very lonely existence. I've seen comics die on stage. You know, and you go, oh, so embarrassed. At the Royal Variety Performance, I've seen comics die. Really terrible. Also, on this day in 1991, Mikhail Gorbachev, grim-faced and showing the stress of his 6 extraordinaries in office, ended an era when he finally resigned as president of the Soviet Union. His defiant farewell speech emphasised that he had no regrets about the reforms that led to chaos and his downfall. If only Putin would do the same thing and just sort of quit, you know, before he sort of disappears completely. Also in 2012, Fontella Bass died. Come on, you see, rescue me, absolutely. Rescue me and leave me in your arms, rescue. You don't dance, do you? I can tell. No sense of rhythm whatsoever there. I've got a friend of mine, he says, I dance. I said, no, you really don't dance. You really don't dance. Yeah, Fontella Bass, 72. And interestingly enough, in 1964, the Rolling Stones placed an ad in the New Musical Express that read, Happy Christmas to the starving hairdressers and their families, after salons said they'd lost clients due to the fad for long, unkempt hair that the band had helped to create. Because that was the thing, if you were in a band years ago. And the funny thing was Mick Jagger pretended he was working class, but he was very middle class. Very, very middle class. He was like properly educated. There was none of this working class. You know, I see a red door and I want it. You know, none of that kind of stuff at all. It's like Guy Ritchie, grew up in a castle. Seriously, and yet he does these sort of mob type films. Oh, he's really upper class. Really upper class. Went out with Madonna, and she's fairly fussy. Well, she used to be. Robbie Williams was successful as a solo artist after leaving Take That. Yeah, not with his songs. Not with his songs. They were all Guy Ritchie's songs. Robbie Williams wrote one line and down... Guy Ritchie. I've got it on the brain now. Yeah, Guy Chambers. And then Guy Chambers wanted to leave, and Robbie went, you're not leaving. And Guy said, I am. I want to write for other people. So they came to a compromise. But no, I mean, Robbie Williams, have you ever seen him in concert? He just lets the crowd sing the show. You don't need to worry about it. I was watching something on the... What was I singing along to the other day? I was singing along to some Popsicle hits, which were very nice indeed. Very nice. The Great London Exodus appears to have passed its peak, with about 20,000 fewer properties being bought outside the capital. Not surprised. Have you seen the price? Toby Anstis is up. Well, I say he's up. He's not actually up. He's lying in bed with a coffee and a pan au chocolat, which sounds just like the ultimate in decadence, I think. He said before anybody else gets up, what a treat to get to listen to you, Steve. Happy Boxing Day. In fact, it was so funny. I was just saying, actually, how long I've known Toby Anstis. Many, many years. He doesn't seem to age. He really doesn't. I think he goes to the gymnasium. Gymnasium? What am I talking about? The gym. The gymnasium. Me, I did go to a gymnasium. It just didn't work for me. For him, it works. And I see him every so often, literally every so often. I've not seen him for a little while, actually. So it's always nice to hear from him. I was in tears yesterday, says Stella, as family member from abroad on WhatsApp asked me if I ate all the cake, which I took to mean I'd put on weight. People can be so cruel. I know. Do you know, I haven't had any cake this year. I do like a piece of fruit cake, but I don't like the icing and the marzipan. I just like the fruit cake. And, I mean, it's really bad for me. I have had Dundee cake. Is that the one with the nuts on the top? An orange peel and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, I'm not particularly good with cake anyway, unless I'm sort of dosed up with insulin, in which case then I can probably just about bear it. But somebody said to me, that's false economy. You know, you have a bit of sugar, or you have quite a lot of sugar, and then you take insulin. And you're basically not doing it. You can end up with all sorts of problems. So I try and be good about it, but sometimes I'm a bit weak. Although I tell you what I've not had for ages, and I do like them, chips. I do like chips, but I don't have them very often. It's very difficult to find a fish and chip shop where they do really nice chips. I like them so they're almost... I've had these triple cooked chips before now, and they're nice. I like them when they're crispy and there's a bit of substance to them. Did you know, we were telling the other day, weren't we, that in Japan they have Kentucky Fried Chicken Day? Strange enough, when I was with all these people yesterday, somebody said, you know that the Japanese have Kentucky Fried Chicken? I said, yes, I know. Apparently you need to book it months and months in advance, because otherwise they don't have enough. Isn't that, can you ever believe in such a thing? I thought that was one of the most interesting stories. That somebody will come up with it and go, no, Steve, it's an apocryphal story. Which it probably is, actually. And my lovely friend Henry, who used to be Nick Ferrari's producer, used to be Nick Ferrari's producer. He's very lovely. He said, hope you had a great Christmas, Steve, and it all went well with the Egyptian rug as the producer. Of course, you're the Egyptian rug. He says, off to your old home of Brentwood today. Are you? What are you doing in Brentwood? Funny thing is, does the other half live in Brentwood? How do you know that? Does he... Oh, you work with him? Oh, right, okay. Because we used to live in Brentwood in Warescott Road. And when I went back there, yeah, all right. Looked all right to us. We were little. We had a little house, had a front door. All right, we didn't have a roof for some years, and we didn't have television. It didn't make any difference. And there was a goat in the little garden of the house next door to us. And there used to be fields at the end, and now there's the arterial motorway. South End runs at the end of our road, but the house is still there. We think we've identified which one it is, but we used to cycle up on our bikes. Sorry, I used to cycle up on my bike, and there used to be a little parade of shops, and one of them was a baker's, and I would be sent up there to get a loaf of bread or a baguette or something like that. And that little parade of shops is still there, all completely different now. The little baker's is not there, but it was so funny because, you know, when you see things, when you're little, everything looks big to you. Everything looks big, and I went back to it, and it looks small. And I remember thinking, Brentwood, and I said the other day, there used to be a funeral director, still there, and in their window at Christmas, they had the nativity scene, and a real donkey, a live donkey, would stand in the window. Must have been bored out of his mind. But we would always remember it for there, and then we'd go and drive and go and see relatives and things like that. But I loved Brentwood. I thought it was great. The good news is, all those revolting people you see on The Only Way is Essex, you know, where they struggle to master the English language, is it's not like that. You don't see any of these people there at all. Go to the Essex show, you won't see anybody who looks like Gemma Collins, thank the Lord. You know, they just look like normal people. Normal people. It's almost like they found caricatures of people who they think live in that particular area. But I loved it. Except when our little Cocker Spaniel, Jasper, got him from a kennels, and we took him out. And as I say, at the bottom of our road, there were fields. Now it's the Southend Arterial. And he stuck his head in a tree stump, and it was a wasp's nest. And he was only a little puppy. And he came out yelping and all the rest of it. So, you know what wasps are like, right? Pain in the rear end. And we took him home and sort of bathed him and all the rest of it. And his nose all swelled up. All swelled up. He looked really most peculiar. But we took him to the vets and all the rest of it. But he was never the same after that. Never the same. He became snappy. It was really very odd. Very odd. But I quite liked him. Quite liked him. Well, I liked sort of a dog. I'd love to have a dog now. I dreamt about having dogs. Mind you, I'm having some very odd dreams recently with people I work with. How odd is that? I'm not telling you. People I work with are featured in my dreams. I've woken up in cold sweats. Seriously, I've sort of thought about, oh. Because then you look at them, when you see them and you think, were you dreaming about me as well? You know, or do you know that I've dreamt about you? I get quite panicked about it, quite panicked. Steve, the person who left the hairdryer on should have unplugged it, then the dog wouldn't have been able to turn it on and there wouldn't have been a fire. So please don't blame the fog. I think he means dog. Well, yeah, what I wanted to know... Apparently they couldn't see the front door. But I mean, who puts a hairdryer on the bed anyway? I've never heard of that sort of thing. And especially, I mean, I've got a hairdryer, as you can well imagine, you know, to curl the... I know. Well, it's for drying, you know. I use it because I can't be bothered to use towels. I just hair dry my body. I know, it's... Fool to myself, but there you go. Seems to work for me. It's my life. Leave me alone. Stop bullying me. And so they leave this hairdryer on the bed. So it must be a woman. So she'd sit at the edge of the bed, and then she'd be blow drying her hair. And then the dog comes along, and obviously, some reason, manages to push the button which starts the blooming thing, which is not very good at all. Amir from Camberwell. He says, next month I'm seeing the Layman Trilogy, which is a play directed by Sam Mendes, but I failed to check the running time and found out it runs for 3 hours 20 minutes with 2 15-minute intervals. Any tips for staying comfortable? Make sure you've been to the toilet, Amir. I think that's quite long, 3 hours 20 minutes. I used to, when I was on the Laurence Olivier committee years ago, I did 2 years on it, and I would check when I went to the theatre, how long is it to the interval? And if you were at the Barbican, you could sometimes do 2 hours before the interval, which was quite a lot for me, even though the seats were really comfy and it was lovely. It was a case of, I thought that was too long. too long. You know, I know for the cast it's probably fantastic, but not for me, I'm afraid. So I used to be a bit naughty and not quite make it to the end of the play. I'd sometimes leave in the interval. A pub landlord was left red-faced after his cheeky parrot started squawking, "Show us your knickers." But then the reason it's saying that is because it's been taught to say that. They don't just pick these things up. Richard Hammond, who pulls pints with Kermit perched on his shoulder, said shocked female punters thought it was him asking. And the former bricklayer, 63, told The Sun, customers hadn't seen him at first and thought it was me and gave me dirty looks. Well, it's because you've said, "Show us your knickers," and he's just repeating. They don't learn these things by themselves. Honestly, these people, where did they get them from? I've got no idea. The King's tribute to his mother. Somebody said earlier on they were talking to somebody on LBC, I can't remember who it was, and they were saying he never mentioned Diana in his speech. Why would he? She died more than 25 years ago. Why on earth would he be mentioning Diana? But he talked about everybody else, and he talked about, you know, the caring professions, and also the cost of living crisis, which, as I said before, doesn't affect them. They don't need to worry about the electric bill, the gas bill, the food bills, the petrol, the cleaning of the cars. They don't need to worry about any of that kind of thing. It's all taken away from them. Small wonder they were always smiling. That's why I could never understand why Harry never smiled. I think you don't have to do anything at all. It's not difficult, is it, really? Prayers were being said for Pele the other day. They spent another night at his bedside. They kept him in hospital. He's 82 because he's terminal, and they've kept him in hospital. His daughter showed his family members gathered at the Albert Einstein Hospital in Sao Paulo, and they've said pray for him. The trouble is he's terminal. I don't think praying makes any difference nowadays. It's just to make him as comfortable as possible. Kirsty Young has told of her 4-year battle with a chronic pain condition. She stepped down from doing Desert Island Discs, suffering from fibromyalgia, I think, and also rheumatoid arthritis. Wow. I think she was replaced by Lauren Laverne. Isn't it funny how these people keep these things secret? They don't tell anybody about their illness. Now she's telling people. And toughest role yet for Naomi Aki. She's playing, as you probably know, she's a little-known actress, but she is playing, "Ooh, I want to dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat." I've seen lots of versions of that. You don't dance. Please don't move your body. It's very frightening. Okay, just moving your head like that is a little bit doolally, I'm afraid. But she's done very well, actually, very well. And it was Whitney who did the "And I will always..." Now, I thought that was written by Dolly Parton. I think Dolly Parton wrote "I Will Always Love You." No, I think it's Dolly Parton. It's Dolly Parton, isn't it? I know everything about music. Yeah, it's Dolly. Sorry? Did I wink at you? I've got a sty. How rude. Honestly, you're in trouble, I tell you. If HR were in today, I tell you, I'd be marching you straight down there later on. You'd be sitting on the chair in the corner, waiting for the meeting, you know. But yes, so she spent 10 weeks at #1 in the UK for "I Will Always Love You." And 79 people watched her singing the Star Spangled Banner at the Super Bowl in '91. And she sold 20 million singles. 20 million singles. 170 million total sale of singles, albums and videos. And The Bodyguard, they sold 831,000 copies. And yet through all of that, you know, they still have their problems. Oh, here we want, oh, look, Victoria Beckham, another posy picture. Is there something the matter with this family? I mean, we've seen pictures of her and Beckham pretending to do this. Oh, we really love each other. We're all cosy and all lovely and all the rest of it. And she says all she really wanted from David was a hug. So obviously there's not much love in their relationship. And then there's sort of Brooke with Nicola. Brooklyn doesn't really do very much. He's in Florida with his wife. And presumably, I mean, we'll have a picture tomorrow of the Beckhams and what they ate, you know, or what Victoria didn't eat. And she's wearing a T-shirt. She's actually had one printed, can you believe it, with "All I Want for Christmas is David Beckham." How old is this one? What is she, 5 or something? I mean, can you imagine it? Dear Lord above, dear. Concentrate on getting the shop up and running. Make it so much easier. I'm just trying to work out what Bubble and Squeak is. And I said to the producer, who shall remain nameless, I said it's cabbage and potato, and you fry it in your frying pan, which is very nice indeed. And he said it's sprouts. And I said, no, it's not. It's cabbage. Cabbage, isn't it? That's right. He thinks it's sprouts. Well, use it. Well, yes. Well, yes, you probably could. I think Well, of course the internet says it's cabbage. I mean, have you never heard James O'Brien? We've actually got a clip somewhere on the internet which says, don't ever argue with Steve Allen. He's always right. You know, and it's taken you all these years to learn the fact that I'm always right. It's cabbage. I knew it was cabbage because we used to call it Colcannon as well. You can buy it ready-made in Marks and Spencer's, and then all you do is you just take it out of the thing and then you sort of put it into the frying pan and push it down and then fry it on both sides. Delicious. No, you don't do a fried egg on top. No, it doesn't say that at all. You do. That's what you do, is it, in your household? What were you brought up on? A hillside farm in Wales or something? You know. We have the cabbage, but actually we don't have cabbage. We have Brussels sprouts. Then we put an egg on the top of it as well. Sounds delightful. Chris Lowry says, oh, wait a minute, I've lost you. Where have you disappeared to? And, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I don't know if that's just come in and I've sort of missed something. I always like to check all these little bits and pieces. So we did Toby Anstis, didn't we? Everybody asked me about bread sauce from the other day. I didn't try it. I'm not even sure it was there. But had it been there, I would have eaten it. But I didn't, actually, as it were. So poor Amir, who's going to be sitting in the theatre for 3 hours, 20 minutes is a long time. The recently deceased Jerry Lee Lewis loved the American Steve Allen so much, he called his son Steve Allen Lewis, says Paul in Bournemouth. Did he? Really? Interesting. Lewis in Uxbridge says, happy Boxing Day. We had gingerbread mojitos, which is mint, Kraken, rum, gingerbread, syrup and ginger beer. Very good. The Laurent Perrier went down rather well. No hangover today. Baby had us up at 7:30. Oh, that's the trouble, isn't it? And Pete says, if you're having weird dreams, are you smoking in bed or wearing nicotine patches? No, I don't smoke, so I certainly wouldn't be wearing nicotine patches. Late night nicotine is great for vivid dreams. No, I mean, I tended to find cheese sandwiches were very good. Cheese sandwiches with a little bit of pickle, which I thought they were actually quite nice. There you go. Chris Lowry says we use sprouts to make ours, so he's obviously following your Welsh hillside tradition of sprouts. So presumably you can put them in the liquidizer or just chop them up.
Here's what I found.
Yeah, all right. Don't make a big deal about it. Yeah, sprouts. They say, why do we eat sprouts at Christmas? I don't want to know. I don't really care, actually. I just know I like them. I just like them. And Mr. Neil says, here I am making my bubble and you start talking about it. So he sent me a photograph of them doing Bubble and Squeak. It's lovely. I like it. I do like it, actually. And it's a way of getting kids to eat cabbage, because most kids hate cabbage, don't they, really? Steve, dogs are very clever. One of mine used to open his seatbelt until I got a special cover to go over the lock. Then he couldn't, says Jilly. They're very clever. Of course they're clever. They're very clever. Steve, this is from Jacqueline in Essex, and says, such a treat to have you live. I listen to you every day on Catch Up from 7 a.m. She said, sorry, Mr. Ferrari, whilst walking the dogs. Am I worthy of a title? You have Ice Cream Ian, Sidcup Julie. How about Catch Up Jack? Well, yeah, you can have Catch Up Jack. I'll allow you that. Pam in Sydenham says the best cabbage for Bubble and Squeak is Savoy. Cooked, of course. Lovely to hear the weatherman again. There you go, Chris Lowry. Another fan, which is very good indeed. And Cliff Richard would consider recording a song with Stormzy so they could share a Christmas #1. Wow. They could record it for Christmas 23. He told Ian Dale's All Talk podcast, why not? Apparently he sings, I've been given his new album. So Cliff, who lives in Barbados, says, the funny thing is, the artist I've bought most is me. He's bought himself. Bless his heart. What else have we got? Contract. So much to look forward to next year, apparently. They've got Bake Off the Musical coming. I can't think of anything worse. Plus, Damien Albarn and the boys back for 2 huge Wembley gigs. I never got into... what group are they in? Blur. I never got into them, actually. Also, a force to be reckoned with, Baby Yoda in The Mandalorian. I think that's for television. Comedy with funny man Batatumbe Elisha. He was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, but I didn't notice the fact that he was particularly funny or not. Live comedy, you've got Peter Kay's tour. Also Michael McIntyre, The Big World Tour. And Jade Adams. Plus musicals you're going to be getting at the Opera House in Manchester and then the Shaftesbury Theatre, Mrs. Doubtfire, the musical. Mrs. Doubtfire, Uvisioneo Doubtfire. Aspects of Love is coming back. Michael Ball in a major... My God, made him a star back in 1989. He's coming back in it. So this time he's playing George, the uncle, and the Great British Bake Off musical. And inspired by the telly format, it follows a gang of amateur bakers. They compete to be star bakers. Glastonbury Festival. Elton John announced as this year's first headline act for the Pyramid stage. I thought he was retiring, but apparently it turns out, no, we've been misled. He's not really retiring. He's just sort of cutting back a little bit. So it's basically a old hogwash, isn't it, really? Jake Daniels is the only openly gay man playing professional football in the UK, inspired to come out by seeing Tom Daley. The Blackpool striker has now met Tom for a Channel 4 documentary to discuss what life has been like since he made the decision, prompted by the diver's words in his festive message last December. So that's going to go down well. Jake, who is only 18 next month, very young, officially came out in May this year, releasing a statement via his club, and it's brought him a sense of freedom. So you get the documentary as well. So we should look forward to that one. AJ Pritchard could one day be skating into trouble. He's continually asked if he'll do Dancing on Ice. And I see no reason why he shouldn't. He still looks so incredibly young, doesn't he? All these people now, they're not very old at all. Other stories, well, do you know they get full-page adverts to buy a vacuum cleaner in this day and age? I'm sure I must be due to go and buy a vacuum cleaner. I was just going to do my star sign. I decided it didn't look too promising, so I didn't think I'd bother, actually. But the picture of Charles with this camel hair coat, I wish he'd worn dark. It doesn't really suit him. I've seen him wearing it and loads of times. And the A1 cure for bed blocking can predict a hospital stay. And blame Henry VIII if you have to gobble turkey, because he introduced turkey 500 years ago to the Christmas dinner. So it's because of him that we're eating turkey. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Lots of pictures of the royal family going out meeting the party faithful, and then boo, Andrew, looking a bit nervous and a bit skittish, which he should do. Plus, the what have we got here? They're all claiming that this picture is by George. So they posted a painting of the reindeer with the caption, it said Happy Christmas, said the painting was by George, who's 9. I don't know, man. I'd like to see the evidence of him actually painting it, so I could see him actually doing it. For some reason, it looks a bit too good for a 9-year-old. You know, it does everything. It's almost perfect. Almost perfect. Grumpy animals are having their grievances heard. People check out, because you can apparently talk to animals, even though people laugh about it. You can. There is some sort of communication that you can do. There was this guy the other day who was on the television with the wolves, and he was making a noise like sort of wolves, and they were definitely pricking their ears up. It's Alison who says we do 2 types of bubble and squeak, one with Brussels and one with mushy peas. Oh dear. Can't bear mushy peas, actually. My family love mushy peas. I think they are the devil's work. I agree with you. Do you know you could buy tins of mushy peas? Surely it would be just as easy to buy peas and then just mash them. Would that not make perfect sense, I think? So 2 types of bubble and squeak. Very interesting. And Kathy says, Steve, Boxing Day bubble and squeak is the best. We mix sliced carrots, sprouts, roast parsnips and spuds. In fact, any vegetable left over, and mash them a little together in an oven-proof dish. Make 4 little dents and crack an egg in each one and pop in the oven with seasoning. Oh, right. There you go. Imogen says, Steve, it's cabbage. You are correct. Mum made it every Monday when I was a child. I know, I always thought it was cabbage, but apparently the producer's mother is saying it can be sprouts as well. So we're now into major discussion on the programme about this one. I'll be very lucky to make it alive out the studio, I should imagine. Penny in Bexley says, my bubble and squeak has all the leftover veg from yesterday, i.e. sprouts, peas, carrots, parsnips, potatoes, stuffing and pigs in blankets, all fried together. See, I see nothing the matter with that. I think that's quite a good idea, except it should be cabbage. And Mickey says, I thought bubble and squeak was potato based with cabbage and sprouts, basically leftovers fried up in the pan. Yes, I mean, I think what you do is bubble and squeak is the sort of, you know, the bubble bit, potato based with cabbage, and then you have sprouts separately. You don't mix the sprouts in with the potato. Well, that's what I was always told. I might be wrong, but it says so on the internet. So I'm going by by what they say on that. All these people leaping into the water in Blackroot Pool. I don't know where it is, but they do a Christmas Day. They must be absolutely mad. They do a Christmas Day dip. This Arctic storm in America is a bit bad, isn't it? 28 dead so far, and across the nation the winter storm knocked out power to as many as 1.5 million people. They've called it Elliot. Storm Elliot. I don't know why. Why can't it be something that sounds a bit more sinister? And they've got... I hope you've been to see a pantomime this year. We were plugging pantomimes like mad over the last few weeks because there's so many good ones which are on, and they'll all be back on again today. So go and treat you and the kids. They're not the cheapest things to go to, but some of them are doing actually quite good deals. So if you haven't been to see a pantomime, go see one. It'll encourage you to come up to town. But just remember, no trains. But you've still got buses and the underground, so I think it is still possible to get around. Rishi Sunak's come under fire for what critics called an excruciating exchange with a homeless man. In footage from his visit to a homeless shelter in London on Friday, the Prime Minister can be heard asking a man he's serving sausages and eggs to, "Do you work in business?" A man called Dean says, "No, I'm homeless. I'm actually a homeless person." And the Labour Deputy Leader, Angela Rayner, tweeted the ITV clip and wrote, "Excruciating." People are always asking the wrong things, aren't they? Somebody's in a shelter. Well, obviously they don't have any money, and they're not going to be in business, are they, really? Not really very good at all. And what else? 25% of older people fear they will have to do DIY dentistry. Because apparently you can't find dentists now to do work, and so they'll have to do... I wouldn't recommend it. I really wouldn't recommend it, but, people are sort of tootling around. It's very expensive to go to a dentist now, if you can actually find one who takes on private work. Steve, as a Christmas present to myself, says Katie, I booked to go to London for a couple of days in January to see Moulin Rouge and Newsies. Beyond excited. Hopefully we'll do some sightseeing as well. You'll love Newsies. Moulin Rouge I don't know anything about, but I'm assuming it's based on the film. And Richard says, "Bubble and squeak, leftover potato and cabbage, fried in an open pan together with any other Christmas leftover veg, plus a little grated or chopped onion, if desired. Fry and keep using slice to turn to prevent sticking and burning till largely brown." So you are using the cabbage and you are using the leftover potato. So it's not really sort of mashed potato, is it? It's not mashed potato. And somebody else says, did you know the weight of all the ants on Earth is greater than that of all humans? Says Ollie. Really? Where would you use that fact? You can't sort of bring it up at the Christmas table, can you? Did you know that the weight of all ants on Earth... Sorry? Do I think it's true? The weight of all ants on the Earth is greater than that of... No, I don't. No, it can't be. Not physically possible. I mean, how many millions of ants would it take to equivalent themselves to your size? So, that would be a lot of ants. So that way it wouldn't work. So the weight of all the ants on Earth is greater than that of all humans. I mean, absolute nonsense. But so the trouble is, you put something up on the internet and people believe it. Because they go, it's on the internet. Before you know where you are, it becomes gospel. Exactly. I mean, I've always said, the Paris Hilton thing, she's not heir to anything at all. She's just a little blonde bimbo who goes around. She's made her porno film, and she's not heir to anything. They sold off the Hilton chain ages ago. But the papers do shoddy journalism, as we know. And they go, oh, she's the heir to the fortune. No, she's not. And it's a bit irritating, really. It's like saying Harry is going to be king one day. I don't think so. I think it's very unlikely that Harry will even come back for the coronation, even though I believe he might have been invited. But do you think he's going to drag Meghan over? I don't know. And hopefully he won't have to put up with Andrew as well, actually, because he sort of turned up at church. He just doesn't get it, does he? He really doesn't get it. That's what's so infuriating about Andrew. He's so, self-important. And it's a case of... you just don't get why people don't like you, do you? You haven't quite worked it out. But people tend not to. Volunteers who give up their Christmas to keep yours safe. This is from police, NHS. It's like the amount of programmes on the television that are live. You can practically count them on one hand. Radio, all live. All live. That's the way it works. And as Death in Paradise returns for another Boxing Day special, Ralph Little on the enduring appeal of the crime comedy drama and why he never wants a Christmas present from Don Warrington, who's his co-star. Love Don Warrington. It's today at 9 p.m, by the way. Today at 9 p.m. And can you believe that people have damaged a disabled van? This is a vandal who attacked disabled rugby league star Rob Burrows' specially adapted van, has been branded a scum and a coward. He'd been at Christmas meal with his family when he found the vehicle had been damaged. His father, Jeff, said it spoiled a good night out. How they sleep in their problems is their problem, I suppose. They made a lot of deep scratches on the back of the van. How anybody can do that? It clearly had a disability sign on it and Rob's disability badges. They will find the person. There'll be some CCTV that they will find. But the family have been inundated with offers for repairs. Is that absolutely... What scum would do something like that? I mean, it really is appalling. You know, really is dreadful. Faithless star Maxi Jazz dies, age 65. Core member of the group with God is a DJ. It's the only one I remember, actually. It's the only member. I didn't know who he was. I don't know how it goes. Well, I know it's God is a DJ. Pardon? Insomnia. So I don't know that. I just know God is a DJ and we come. We come one. Yeah. Oh, sorry. And apparently... His real name was Maxwell Fraser. I'm not surprised he changed it. Can you imagine? And he collaborated with people...
Tired of walking the same streets you have done a million times? Or eating at the same old restaurants? Scrolling through the same streaming services in the same living room? It's time to leave behind what you know and move beyond the norm. Enjoy gourmet dinner, award-winning entertainment and exclusive lounges as you soar through the sky to Hong Kong. Cathay. Move beyond. Book your next adventure at cathaypacific.com.
Like Robbie Williams. So he was a man who changed the lives, gave proper meaning and message to the music. It's always odd, isn't it, when you sort of lose... I mean, he was young. He was only 65. Only 65. But no, it was God is a DJ. Did he sing then on it? Or is he an instrumentalist? Or... Yeah. He was the vocalist, right. I've seen a number of these sort of people, but I don't know who they are, but I just sort of I go along with it as long as I can dance to it, because I'm fairly rhythmic below the waist. I'm sort of, the gift of movement, I think it is said, in your hips. What have we got to look at? Honestly, I don't want to see Jimmy Carr on another programme for another 10 years, I think. He's been on everything over Christmas. They all sort of pop up all over the place. And so he's doing the Big Fat Quiz of the Year. Emma Willis is going to be doing Entertainment The Voice Kids, which I'm not sure about. Did you know that Mackenzie Crook from The Office is also a successful children's book illustrator? Did you know that? Apparently he's very good. And Thomas Schaffenacker, the weatherman, he's brilliant. He is unbelievably good. I've looked at pictures of his. I thought they were photographs. They were that good. They weren't. He's a painter. Because they used him on that... they have this painting programme on the television where they sort of bring in some celebrities who have to paint somebody. It's very clever. I mean, I can't do anything like that, but they're very clever when they sort of do these things. And Thomas Schaffenacker was on there, but I'd seen his work before, which was quite nice. Bubble and Squeak, leftover potato and cabbage, fried... Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? With a little grated or chopped onion. I mean, it sounds like you're just making a meal. I thought the whole idea was you take all the... Yeah, look, you look at these... Look at that. This is Thomas Schaffenacker. You'd never know that these things were actual paintings. He's so good. He really is. I was hoping if I mention him enough, he might do a picture of me and send it in. But there again, I'm not sure I want to know what I look like. I think they're even better than Prince George, although he is a force to be reckoned with. I hear he's opening his own gallery very shortly. He's going to put his Uncle Andrew in it, which would be a lot better, won't it? Rob Beckett. Something about Rob Beckett. Apparently he's one of his favourite venues is the Cliffs Pavilion in Southend, which isn't very big as far as I seem to remember. I haven't actually been there. But all these comedians, if it wasn't for some of the comedy shows, they wouldn't have any work at all because they can't all tour because there just isn't enough, work out there. Please say hello, says Chris, to Alan, a new fan in Scarborough at the Prince of Wales. I told him he'd need to wake up at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, 4 a.m. tomorrow, back to normal time. But then for New Year's Day, I'll be here between 7 and 10. It's all a bit higgledy-piggledy, but it works out perfectly, I promise you. Lynn in Sussex says, we're off to see Panto in January at the Palladium and book lunch at Joe Allen's. Can't wait. There you go. Well, there's you'll have a nice time. But both. You'll have a nice time at both. I promise you really will. The first King's speech, all the papers analyse it. They're saying he's done all right. He's done all right. You can't, although, King Charles, I'm so confused. King Charles offering sympathy to those battling to pay bills doesn't kind of wash with me, I'm afraid. It's, because he doesn't need to worry about things like that, ever. How can you ever understand what it's like to not have money and a bill comes in and you go, don't know what to do. Football fans need to fork out more. Price of a pie's gone up. Apparently, this is where you get pies. You go to football matches. I didn't know that at all. Analysts show that supporters fancying a hot pastry-top snack and you can get badly burnt. Everything's going up. The rail fares are going up. Have you heard about that? In the new year, rail fares going up by about 9% or something. Also, getting a beer at the ground will cost you 7% more, whilst your team shirt has risen by an average of 14%. I always thought that was the biggest rip-off in football clubs, the team shirts. They have increases all over the place, and they know that the fans want to buy them, so they just rip them off. It's disgraceful. It really is. What else we got here? Oh, the dog and the house fire has gone on for all of them. It really has. We were listening to Faithless during one of the gaps a short while ago. It was lovely. Very good. I now remember which one it is, actually. And the NHS spends £65 million a year prescribing everyday items like shampoo and toothpaste. Prescribing? What for? Toiletries worth £1.8 million, including 501,000 on shampoos, were prescribed by doctors. A handful of medics wrote notes for Colgate toothpaste, which only cost £3. What on earth are they thinking of? Why would you want to give somebody a prescription for a tube of toothpaste or some shampoo? Bloody well go and buy it. Outrageous. Never anything like it. Really ridiculous. Armed police were called to a holiday park yesterday after a mass brawl. What sort of people go to a holiday park and have a mass brawl? Sounds absolutely ghastly. And apparently a furious husband heard his wife romping with another man via a baby monitor linked to his telephone. You imagine? This is Marek Feko's missus. Turned the gizmo towards the wall in their bedroom because it recorded images, but she left the sound on. It's not very good, is it? So she was romping with somebody else. Romping, I ask you. But he raced home from work to confront the lovers, running after the man with a knife yelling, "I'm going to kill you." That's what they do, obviously, here. This is not here, I think, as far as I know. Oh, it is. It is here. Feko knew of the affair from messages on his wife's phone, but was waiting to catch her in the act. Oh dear, obviously a glutton for punishment, isn't he? Don't want things like that. But that's the trouble. If you've got a baby monitor, people can, hear, and you go, I'll turn it to the wall, but they've still got the sound on. It might not have pictures. I've got a camera on my computer. I've blocked it up. I don't want people to sort of access me sitting there. Well, I'm not doing anything, but I don't like the idea that people can have access to your computer by sort of seeing you. And sometimes I'm not wearing many clothes in front of the computer because I've gone in and I've sort of, I changed because the door's shut. It's not that I'm wandering around naked, for goodness sake, honestly, not at my age. I just look like I need a good iron. That's about as bad as it gets, I'm afraid. So, God tests ye merry gentlemen. They've got a quiz in the paper today, all sorts of things, Battle of the Bands, solo star success. Beyonce's very good. I remember seeing her at Glastonbury. I didn't go to Glastonbury, but I saw it. All the single ladies. And that was very good. And Harry Styles played to 100,000 people across 2 nights at which venue in Manchester? Also, Ed Sheeran kicked off his 4th major concert tour in April, but what is it called? Ed Sheeran on tour, I should imagine. He's very good. We like him. We like Ed Sheeran a lot. And did you know 1 million Brits tipping turkey grease down sinks leads to 422,000 litres in sewers and fatberg build-ups, a water firm has warned. Blimey. Yeah, we used to have that in Twickenham. There was a pizza place and they were caught pouring their oil down the local drains. So I reported it. And strangely enough, the people at the council said, do you have a grudge against these people? I said, no, they're pouring oil down the drains. What are you, stupid? It turns out they were stupid, which wasn't very good at all, was it, really? So much to look forward to next year. I don't know what it is at the moment. It certainly won't be the bills. Won't be looking forward to bills. No, that's not just Lecky bills or anything else like that. That'll be your credit card bills. That'll be just about everything. And then you'll have the inland revenue bill, you've got a tax bill in if you're self-employed, you'll be paying, and your council tax you've got to pay, and your telephone bill as well. That would be very, very expensive. Telephone. I don't know, actually. I don't have a home telephone anymore. I know a lot of people have actually given up with home telephones because it's a case of you just use your mobile. So why would you? The only reason I use my home telephone line is for the computer. But I don't actually use it for physically answering the telephone, and haven't done for ages and ages. Bob says bubble and squeak developed in the war as a way of conserving food. Plate scrapings were fried up the next day until they made a bubbling and squeaking noise and were served up as bubble and squeak. My mum and dad were stationed at a bed and breakfast in Northampton in the war with American servicemen. They always chewed gum and left it on their plate when they finished a meal, so the bubble and squeak the next day often had melted gum in it. He says, I've never eaten bubble and squeak, and that's the very reason why. Oh, right. So, I mean, to be honest with you, I like it, but it didn't look like a complete mess. Some of the ones that are being described to me at the moment, sort of sound absolutely dreadful. Caroline says, some toothpaste is on prescription only. It's high fluoride and give it to over 12s at high risk from decay. And someone here says you can't buy certain toothpaste that are for some diseases like gum and tooth infections. The same for some shampoos that are for scalp infections. Wow. And Steve, am I the only person who thinks that on the occasion of Rishi Sunak's charity work he did okay? He was giving some respect to the homeless person, and possibly Rishi might have guided this man into the business world, says Daniel. I think you're erring too much on the side of caution. And Rob says, if debacle does come over for the King's coronation, she'll have to curtsy to the Princess of Wales. That won't go down well. I know. I bet she wouldn't. I'm almost willing to put money on the fact she wouldn't curtsy at all, even though she's supposed to, because she doesn't respect the royal family. In fact, she doesn't respect anybody apart from herself. She doesn't. In fact, if you remember when Nancy Reagan came over, she didn't curtsy. She thought she was above curtsying. Stupid woman. Honestly, it's protocol, isn't it? It's what people do. I appreciate the fact that some people don't like doing stuff like that. They don't do it, but it's just showing respect to somebody. And I don't think Meghan Markle could show respect to anybody. I really don't. But then I did question the other day, if they hate the royal family so much, what were they doing at the Queen's funeral? If they really don't like it and they were sort of, saying about all sorts of dreadful things going on within the family, what were they doing? What were they doing? Kate Middleton, dressing in chic khaki on Christmas Day, say the Metro. I think she looked fantastic. I think everybody looked good, actually, except Charles in this blooming camel-haired coat, which really didn't look too good to me. It looks as though it needs to be grey or black. If you're going to church, you wear black. Everybody else was doing it, but I think he likes this coat quite a lot. Oh, it looks nice, doesn't it? Whether you're into... You can go here. They're doing... holidays to the Arctic Circle by the look of it. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I quite fancy that idea of a holiday to the Arctic Circle. Little bit. I'm not actually, to be honest with you, no, I don't want to go there. I've changed my mind. Penguins apparently smell something terrible. And you get colonies of millions and millions of them. Do you like cocktails? Do you do cocktails? I like cocktails. I've never heard of a Garibaldi, but it sounds lovely. And it's fresh citrus and oranges. And so it's Campari. Well, no, I don't like Campari. I've had Campari before, actually. There's one called a cream punch, which has got egg white. When they start putting egg whites in and all these other complicated things, I always think, no, off that. My brother does cocktails. They've got sugar syrup, dark rum, brandy cream or similar, orange juice, lemon juice, Angostura bitters, sparkling water and nutmeg grated. I do like drinking cocktails, provided somebody else is making the blooming things. I couldn't make them myself. I used to do a mean whiskey sour, and I've had a few of those. But the trouble, you have a few of those and you're off your face. You've got no idea what's sort of going on in the world. Paul in Kingston says, in Richmond Park alone, an estimated 3 billion ants in the park's 500,000 anthills. Oh, that's rubbish. Well, you haven't counted them. You've sat down and gone one out. There's two in, one out again. There's no way you're going to get round and count them. So you can only hazard a guess, can't you? It's like, what are those other things? Are they anthills? Which you see in the sort of the Serengeti and places like that, but they're not ants in them, are they? Termites. And who eats termites? Isn't there there's an anteater, doesn't it? No, I know it's none of you. think you add them to potato with the sprouts, I suppose. No, it's an anteater. It puts its nose right inside and basically sort of swallows them all up. Aardvarks. Are they aardvarks? Is that what they eat as well? Yes. Is an anteater related? Oh, the point is asking. I really can't go into these conversations. It's far too dreary, honestly. We'll have your mother on the phone next, telling us. I think you'll find he knows all about anteaters and aardvarks. He did a dissertation at university, all about it, and he knows. He knows what they drink. He knows what they eat, and you can turn them into saucepans after they've died. You know, that kind of thing. So Charles's tribute to his mother, praise for the nation, and listen, not bad for his first one. Not bad for his first one at all. And what else? Apparently, kids should have phones banned from their bedrooms. You know that kids as young as 7 have telephones in their bedroom? I mean, really, they shouldn't be allowed. I think that's way too young, 7. And also, the Children's Commissioner has called for an end to strikes for the sake of kids who suffered during lockdown. So you're either going to the sales today or you're not. And if you're not going to the sales, you might as well stay in bed, because it's much easier, isn't it? If you haven't got to go to work this week, because some people, I don't know when the schools are back. I don't think it's just yet, but because they seem to get loads and loads of holidays, but they seem to, you seem to get gangs of kids wandering the streets late at night. We do round here. I've seen quite a few sort of kids in little sort of groups. You think, what do they do? Do they go out there? They sort of wander up and down. They're bored, aren't they? They've got no hobbies. They've got no sort of interests at all or anything like that. Harry and Meghan have lost out, they say here. After a harrowing year, King Charles proved a unifying force, and Arthur Edwards is talking. They seem to ask Arthur Edwards all sorts of things now. He's a royal photographer, but they seem to ask his opinion. And they say Charles reminded viewers of those struggling to pay their bills this Christmas that he'll be a king of all faiths. Well, it doesn't pay the bills. I wish it did. Having a faith does not pay bills. And the warm words for his beloved mother, and also glaring in the absence, Harry and Meghan, because he didn't mention them. Why would he? Why would he? You can't have somebody who have criticised the institution and they will miss out, says Arthur Edwards, on more that they're gaining, which is a problem. I mean, William and Catherine were name-checked and the Sussexes were again omitted. So, but we knew he was going to make kind words about his mother because Charles and the Queen were very, very close. And I mean, I find it difficult. I was watching Gogglebox. They repeated Gogglebox again the other day, and it was sort of on the announcement by Hugh Edwards that Her Majesty the Queen had. The moment he said an announcement from.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Buckingham Palace, everybody knew. We're interrupting this programme to bring you this. But there seemed to be a never-ending bunch of kids at the service the other day. Scandal hit Prince Andrew, cut a sheepish figure at the back of the Royals. He's got no shame whatsoever. Seriously, one member of the crowd says, I wish I'd brought eggs. No, we don't want to do that. He's suffering as it is. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have an office at Buckingham Palace. And nobody appears to like him. I don't know who his friends would be. I really couldn't work it out at all. The Ukrainian President Zelensky yesterday says we will create our own miracle. Do you know, they're still hanging on, the Ukrainians. When you think Putin thought he was going to walk into the country and just sort of take it over. To do what with? We've got no idea. I don't think he knows. But again, it hasn't happened like that. They've managed to sort of hold their own. Steve, says Kathy, I've heard of you have any termites left over Christmas Day. They're lovely in Boxing Day's Bubble and Squeak. You could probably eat them, I should imagine. Termites could be eaten because I think they're all... I mean, I wouldn't want to eat them, but I think they're just protein, and so you can have them. Alison says, I've just heard a noise that sounded like your stomach rumbling. The producer said you want something to eat. I mean, honestly. Do I want something to eat? Like an orange, he said, or something like that. Looking out for me. Yeah, whatever. But she said, is it all the Bubble and Squeak chat making you hungry? No, I just seem to have internal waterworks that are sort of, they've got a mind of their own. Seriously, I mean, one of them, I remember I was doing, years and years ago, I did a pilot for a quiz show for Terry Wogan, ironically, and I was going through problems with my stomach at the time, and I didn't know what it was really, except the poor sound engineer kept getting all this sound because you're wired up to the microphone. I thought it was hilarious. Do you know, there's a contest they've just launched. Guess what? What would be the most stupid thing you could ever hear of? It's a contest to make motorway gantries prettier. In God's name, what's a prettier gantry? Highways chiefs want elegant redesigns for the overhead metal frames that hold up traffic signs and hazard information screens. And it's to beautify motorways and A-roads. Well, who cares? There's all these people climbing up the blooming things and gluing themselves there. National Highways said tunnel-like corridors should be avoided. Gantries above the M26 were scaled by Just Stop Oil activists last month. But there's so many other groups of different people out there now sort of doing their I don't think any of them work. I don't think they actually have works. Your mention of Nancy Reagan, says Ian in Bedfont, earlier reminded me of the story where the Reagans were met by HM, the Queen and Prince Philip at Heathrow for a state visit. On the short helicopter trip to Windsor, Nancy Reagan is reported to have said, "What a pity they built the castle so close to the airport." A hushed silence ensued. Yes, that was another thing that they wanted, wasn't it? They saw Windsor Castle and went, "We'll have that. We like that." I used to go and visit Windsor Castle. I loved it. I thought it was a great place. Great place. And then you go inside the castle and it was fantastic. I just loved it. What else we got in the papers? The husband and a beachside 3-bedroom flat has been sold for £3 million. Now, I don't think that sounds like an awful lot of money. Coming from London, I don't think £3 million for a property sounds very much at all. But this one is the highest ever in the Sandbanks Peninsula. So somebody will buy it for £3 million. They will knock it down. They will put up something bigger. And it's in a block. It's in a block. It's a refurbished 1980s second-floor flat in a block called Sundance. It has marine views of both sunsets and sunrises. The agent, Robert Dunford, says that section of Sandbanks is magical. It's like being on a boat. Well, it'd be cheaper to go and buy a boat then, wouldn't it? They do come up with rubbish. But somebody will buy that. Somebody will buy that, and then they'll do. Well, you can't really do a lot of it if it's a flat in a block. Sophie says, "Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. It's been fantastic listening to you over the festive season. In answer to your question, schools go back around the 3rd or the 4th. Mine goes back on the 3rd. Right. Long holiday, isn't it? Or is it just sort of like a couple of weeks? It just seems longer to me, because I quite like the idea of sort of people having holiday. When I was at prep school years ago, our summer holidays went on forever. It was sort of, there we go. Did you hear that again? It's mind of its own. But the summer holiday, I'm sure we used to get about 13 weeks. In fact, in the end, you think, I'm sure my mother's bored with me by now. Christmas tree needles could help beat cancer. They contain something which can stop tumour growth. Experts dried needles from discarded trees in an oven and ground them to extract the luteolin. Added to mouth cancer cells, it cut rapidly growing ones by more than a half. Well, there you go. It's got to be the way forward. Save your Christmas tree. Do you recycle your Christmas tree? Our council does. Some councils don't. But they take ours and they put them through one of these machines that whips it to pieces, and they put it all on the council garden. So at least it's being used. Not that everybody has a sort of real Christmas tree nowadays, but you can't beat a real tree. I think that is quite nice. And a vet food expert has urged dog owners not to feed their pets leftover turkey today. Could make them ill. Apparently the skin, the bones, the gravy, stuffing and pigs in blankets can be very bad for dogs. Which I just thought it was chocolate. I didn't realise that. I mean, I thought sausages they'd be all right with. They also say the problem is with the gravy, it's high in fat and salt. So you've got to be very careful. They said best practice is to keep the dog to the normal diet. Of course, the dogs, they hang around, don't they? And people feed them under the table. I've seen people doing it. But if you really wish to give them a taste of Christmas, feed them some plain turkey without bones or skins and with some plain potatoes and select vegetables, which is interesting. Anything with herbs and spices in an onion should also not be given to dogs. So now you know, do not feed the dogs. Give them what they normally have, even though they go, they sit there looking at you very appealingly because they like things like that. And I heard, I think it was Andrew Castle the other day, and he was talking about this Marine, Mark Ormrod, who lost 3 limbs in an Afghanistan landmine blast, and he's now the fastest triple amputee 1 kilometre swimmer. He's got one arm and that's it. He's raised more than £500,000 this year for charity, which helps armed forces and personnel suffering from physical and psychological trauma. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely amazing. I mean, honestly, I shall never complain about anything ever again. You know, when you get people like that who, you know, lost a lot of their limbs, their legs and one arm.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
And you think, and he's still just sort of done really, really well. So well done to him. Well done to him. Because some people are very good at doing things like that. The royals are everywhere. I don't know if somebody was saying the other day, and it might have been, who was it? Somebody was saying about, you know, they don't think the royals will be around in about 50 years. They think that we will have dispensed with them. I can't imagine why. I don't know unless it becomes like other countries where they just sort of open up all the property. But at the moment you can go round Buckingham Palace, you can go round just about anywhere really. Here we go again. We get it all the time. It's got to seriously. I think it's starting a show by itself, my stomach. I don't want an orange, no. No, not porridge. No. I might have an orange actually. Are they mine from yesterday? Yeah, I'll have it. Pick something that's a little bit soft. I can peel them better. I can't peel the ones that are hard. They're a bit of a pain, really. But they are quite nice. I wonder if it make any difference. I should. It'll probably sound even worse, actually. I can just tell, actually. Bert in Tooting says there are over 750,000 ants on Twickenham Green. No, we managed to get. Oh, you had one already to hand.
Just in cases.
Just in case. You didn't ring your bell. What did I say to you? Ring the bell. Honestly, hopeless. I do my best. Excuse me. There's something about them. Where do they come from? Where do all these satsumas come from? Is it Spain? Is that where they come from? They seem to be very good with them. Let's try it. Well, it's good, actually. It's not fallen apart. So, Oh, it's nice. We should have had an ice cream. It's quite juicy, isn't it, really? They're very good. There must be an absolute outcrop. I mean, I've been to Florida, and I've seen some of the orange groves there, but that's oranges. These are satsumas, so they must... I mean, I'm assuming they still grow in the same way, don't they? Who knows? All this stuff is different. Right, well, I shall eat another 2 pieces just to make myself feel a bit better. They've had 430 convictions under the Hunting Act in 10 years. This is mainly... because people are going out there and they're sort of, because they're not being watched, they get away with it. Figures compiled by the party have said that there's 438 convictions, including 42 last year, secured since 2010 under the act that banned hunting wild animals with dogs. The Shadow Environmental Secretary, Jim McMahon, says the government must do more to close the loopholes that allow people to break the law and to consign hunting to the history books. The Countryside Alliance, which seeks the return of the blood sport, accused Labour of harbouring a pointless political vendetta, is run for years. They do, I think it's called drag hunting, isn't it? I think that's what they do, where they go out and the hounds follow a scent, but it doesn't actually involve the death of a fox at the end. But that's what they're saying. There's people who go out there and follow the hounds to make sure they don't tear foxes to pieces, which many of them still do, unfortunately. Also, Muslim leaders condemning the Taliban following the group's decree banning women from studying at universities. Appalling and unacceptable, said a spokesperson for the Muslim Council of Britain, while Turkey's foreign minister said the policy was neither Islamic nor humane. Apparently, the Grand Imam, one of Egypt's most influential religious leaders, attacked a shocking decision. The ruling to bar women from university contradicts Sharia and conflicts with its call for men and women to pursue knowledge from cradle to grave. Well, there's something the matter with the Taliban, aren't there, really? I mean, they're not the full ticket. So why is nothing being done about them? Answer, not. Why don't people just get the hell out of the country and go somewhere else where you can go to university? Seems absolutely ridiculous. Also, political instability, war, pandemic, recession, and the increase in COVID cases back again. I didn't think we'd ever be saying that, but the increase in COVID cases seems to be sort of taking over again, and it seems to be spreading a bit. Mainly, but I don't know whether or not it's because people aren't wearing their masks anymore. If I get on a bus, I do open windows on buses. It's as simple as that, because it says, please open the window, because you need fresh air in. You know, if you're in a building where the windows are not opened, then the chances are, if somebody's got COVID, they are going to be spreading it around, I'm afraid. The real life advice for the year 2023, save money, I think, needs to be top of the list. All these people who are going to get their bills in, and you're going to see people spending more time talking to relationship advisors, because that's what happens when people start running out of money. Their relationship goes a bit pear-shaped. They're also going to be going to the Citizens Advice Bureau to say, listen, I've got all these bills. I've heard people on LBC already who've been saying, you know, I don't know what to do. I'm frightened to put the heating on. I can't afford to do this, can't afford to do, what do I do? And people have said, well, listen, speak to the companies. The one thing you've got to do is speak to the electric company, speak to the gas company, because they're the only people that can help you. And if you speak to them, then there will be ways forward. They might have to do some sort of payment deal. Steve, I live in Valencia, says Sharon, where there are thousands of groves growing satsumas and mandarins. I can see them from my house. Wow. Do you get them for free? Because I know that in Florida, they've got boxes of oranges outside the orange groves, and if you're driving past, you can just help yourself. They don't charge you for these things. A lot of them are, you know, just because they've got so many. So I'm assuming in Valencia, all these groves, and I don't know, are they small trees, big trees? I've got no idea how it works, actually, really. I just know that at the moment, and at this time of year, and the one thing that we missed, we used to get Chinese satsumas, which are little tiny things. They were like the little miniature sprouts. They were really, really lovely. And I remember thinking at the time, not seeing those back in the shops. They were here for a few years back. In fact, for about 3 or 4 years, we were getting these little tiny satsumas, you know, one bite and that was it. The thing had gone. But if you've got thousands of groves, Sharon, in Valencia, it sounds delightful, where you're growing satsumas and somebody's growing satsumas and mandarins. And presumably they are to be sold all over the world. That's what people do now, you know, when you think about the carbon footprint. Not so brilliant. Boxing Day bargain hunters, that'll be you, and you, and you. Face traffic chaos. The rail strike means thousands more drivers are going to take to the roads. All trains are cancelled today, as you know, the RMT have walked out for the 9th time this month. But they still don't seem to have achieved anything, and I don't know where we go from here. They've said no more money. So do we just keep having strikes and then nothing at all? Because the only people who appear to be losing at the moment are the RMT members. And I don't know whether or not somebody's going to break strike. I mean, traffic will build up, I should imagine, around the shopping centres as people drive to the retail parks. The AA have said with the usual Boxing Day train services not running, the M25 was to experience the worst traffic. I can't remember if I go anywhere near the M25 where I'm going today. I don't think I do, actually. I think I'm doing M3 and then M11 or something. I can't remember. Anyway, whatever it is, hopefully it won't make too much difference. But it is going to be mad out there as people... I mean, couldn't people just wait? Would it not be better to wait, you know, as opposed to sort of sitting in never-ending traffic jams, waiting to see if you can actually find the parking? I should imagine places like Lakeside and Bluewater are going to be absolutely... In fact, even at this precise moment, I should imagine they're rammed now. They must be. I've just got a feeling that it's going to be one of those hellish days, but they will be saying, well, people spent a record amount of money the other day. And, of course, you've got the horse racing as well. The Boxing Day racing is legendary in this country. And, you know, 100 punters landed a £4,500 Christmas bonus in a share-out from the £15 million must-be-won lotto jackpot because no tickets matched 6 numbers, so it went to 5 in the bonus ball to win the top 2 prizes. 105 players, must be a record, won £4,595 with 5 numbers. And 1.8 million players got £5 plus a free lucky dip for 2 numbers. I got £10 and 2 lucky dips. I didn't even get the other one, but it doesn't matter. Harry Hill would like his old review show TV Burp to return with a new host. He told how Mickey Flanagan almost took over from him in 2012, the year the show finished. He also revealed that Peter Kay turned down the chance to do it. Because, well, I don't think anybody apart from Harry Hill could ever do this. Harry says, I'm all for bringing back TV Burp with somebody else as host, and recalled how he ran into Mickey, who said he loved the anarchic show. But why can't he do it? Why can't Harry Hill go back to doing it? He was very good at it. It was fantastic. And David Jason says, after playing a goose in his first TV appearance, he said he never would have thought that he would star in one of the highest-rated British festive specials. On December the 25th, 19, he played King Goose in a BBC production of the pantomime Mother Goose. And then in December 29th, 1996, 24.3 million people watched his Only Fools and Horses character, Del Boy, finally get rich after the Lesser Watch. Do you remember the Lesser Watch? And it went there and they both passed out, and then they sort of bought a lovely house. They bought a cruiser. They only won about 6 million, I think. I don't know where that money went from. It only goes to prove how much cheaper things were in those days. But everybody was very pleased. It sort of absolutely worked, and people thought it was fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And do you know Dom Jolly is still unfunny? Poor old soul, honestly. Never was funny. Never was funny. That was one of those sort of people. I don't know how you get people who's actually managed to be unfunny. They've had a few so-called comedians on the television, and I've often thought to myself, at what point did they think they were funny? But then I suddenly realised if we all liked exactly the same comedians, you know, it would be a bit dramatic, I'm afraid. So we didn't all like the same comedians. That's why some people do very well, like Michael McIntyre. I remember there was a thing some years ago, Michael McIntyre, they were complaining, comedians, because they weren't selling as many DVDs as he was selling. I think one year he made about £20 million, and was sort of basking in the reflected glory. But since then, I think he's going out on tour again. He's got another big tour coming up. If only Dom Jolly could say the same, I suppose, but unfortunately not likely to be happening. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Already, it's the 27th. So yesterday you went out, presumably if you got money over Christmas, you decided to go and spend it in the sales, because everywhere was rammed. There were queues to get into here, queues to get into there. There was car accidents, people speeding. I reckon they'll take more people off the roads this year for drunk driving or drink driving. And despite all the strikes, you were still out shopping. Today, it's train strike again, but it doesn't seem to put us off, because we still managed to get out there. I shall be getting home quite normally. Might take about 20 minutes long, but I couldn't care less. It doesn't make a difference. So the only thing I worry about is the fact that the RMT members have achieved nothing. They've got nothing. They haven't had any better offers on the table. There is no more money which they're offering anybody. So what do? I mean, they can keep these things going as long as they want, but the only people who are losing are the RMT. The BBC, though, having been told to start saving our money, they're wasting it again. They've just spent, apparently, £7 million on a new logo. £7 million. Do you know, honestly, they turn out this garbage, which they laughingly call programming, over the Christmas, and then they spend £7 million just on a logo rebranding. Ghastly. Oh, and but by the way, they're now looking for the new couple for Strictly. They want to put an actual married couple on the... It's just a cheap reality show, and it's tarted up by people wearing lots of makeup and sequins, and that's just the men. You know, the women sort of dressed in the dungarees and all the rest of it. It's a reality show. That's all it is. They're either learning to dance, in which case they come up with the usual garbage afterwards, which is, oh, I'm now going to be sort of a committed dancer. I mean, I'm surrounded by people in this building who've got 2 left feet. I mean, seriously, people cannot dance. You know, they just, the sort of people who stand, you know, in the corner of a discotheque or a nightclub, you know, they can't actually dance. They sort of think if they move their head around, it makes it look as though they're in touch with the rhythm. And so hands, they go, yeah. And then, you know, and then they sort of approach somebody. I would like to have a dance. And the person goes, they look at them up and down and go, I don't think so. You know, it's best to just leave them in the corner to themselves. You know, and also after they've had a few drinks, they get even worse. They just cannot dance. Some people have got, you know, not only 2 left feet, but no rhythm. You know, below the waist, dead in the water. And I think you can tell. I think you can just look at somebody and tell if you look at me, and because I was a DJ for many years in nightclubs, I'm fluid. I'm definitely fluid. I'm like down with it and all the rest of it. And I remember somebody saying to me at a wedding, they said, God, you're actually quite a good dancer. I said, yes, I am. I could do Strictly, but to be honest with you, there's no amount of money that would ever get me to do any reality show. I'm not that sad and desperate. And having watched all the YouTube clips, what was I watching? It was Big Brother's arguments. What a bunch of revolting people on there. Ashleen Horgan-Wallace. The language. I realised it was a few years ago, but the language that emanates from these people's mouths is almost... they talk like this in front of their parents. It really is awful. Gemma Collins, potty mouth from Essex. I've never heard anything like it. I've never heard using the words which are completely verboten. You don't use certain words. I understand the fact she can't have a command of the English language, but, some of it is dreadful. And then all the people getting in the sea yesterday, having to go and jump in the sea, wearing their little Speedos. It's all we could do to stop Jack from going down there. He said to me, Steve, I've got the Speedos. I said, yeah, I know you have, love, but it's best not. Don't want to frighten people. It's always very nice to have a little veranda over the toy shop, but frankly, you've got a complete awning. And, we don't... I don't know why they go swimming in the sea. It's polluted. It's horrible. There's all sorts of stuff. You've seen it's by sewage outlets and all the rest of it. Not nice at all. Prince Andrew very unwisely turned up with all the royal family to go to church. Did you notice? Everybody avoided him. Stay well away from him. Don't go anywhere near him. The press will have a field day. Who was talking to Andrew? Nobody. Apart from little Sarah Ferguson. And she only has to hang around with him because he shares half of her house. He's in one wing, she's in the other, because obviously she's a disaster with money, as we all know from previous years. And she said, perhaps we should all be more forgiving. She said, I wasn't quite sure what she was talking about, actually, but I began to wonder if she was in the real world with the rest of us. This American ice bomb, that looks a bit bad, doesn't it? And out there this morning, if you don't have a coat with you, and a lot of people, I've seen people without coats on outside, you're mad. It's freezing. Wear a little vest or a T-shirt, get some gloves or mittens. Have you got a coat, Jack, or something like that? You didn't bring a coat. I ask you, seriously, we are in the middle of winter. It's December. There's people dying in Japan. There's people dying in America, and he's just got a little T-shirt on with a shirt over the top of it. I gave it to my brother, the heated blanket. Yeah, he was very impressed, actually, because the funny thing, he was talking about it with his wife the previous day, and so I said I was more than happy, because I thought I was clearing the back seat of the car. As it turns out, I cleared the back seat of the car, then I received all my presents, and now the back seat of the car is full up again. I haven't achieved anything at all, and I really want to clear it. I've got boxes of chocolates in there. I've got all sorts of bits and pieces. Not for you, Jack. Not for you. I think really you should make a concerted effort this year, to do maybe more exercise. I'm not saying join a gym, because I think that's a waste of money. Because all you do in the gym is stuff that you can do at home. You can do it here. Opposed to taking the lift, you just walk up the stairs. I realise it's a bit depressing, but you do swim a lot. Yes, I had a horrible feeling you might. And, which is okay. No, I don't mind. Do you just basically bob around? Or do you specifically go for the crawl and stuff like that? Laps. Oh, right. What, round to the ocean or something? Or what do you, I don't understand where you're sort of lapping. Oh, in the swimming, you go to the swimming pool. Oh, right. So when you get to the end of the swimming pool, do you just sort of turn round, or do you do under the water and then kick off with the feet again? You do that, do you? I don't think you do. No, you don't, do you? I can tell you don't. I can tell you sort of go under the water and then go, and then you get the water in your nose and it's awful, and people avoid him, and just blowing his nose in the water, and it's things like that. And then sort of you do it, because I can swim, but only on my back. So at school, I was always entered into the relay race. You'd have the people who do, the breaststroke, crawl, and then there's me on my back. And I'm like a gazelle in the water. There's no backstroke. Yeah, I do backstroke. But I can't go under the water when you hit the end of the thing and then push off with your feet. I have to just, basically, I turn round. It's like roller skating or ice skating. I can go straight ahead and then hit the wall, and then I turn around, then I propel myself in the opposite direction. So when I had a scooter, I had an electric scooter. I had a Piaggio Hexagon, which was the biggest legal size scooter you could get, and it cost about £3,500, and I had that, but I couldn't turn right or left. So if I came to traffic lights, I'd have to get off, push it the other side of the road, turn it in the right direction, then get back on and head in the right place. They're big scooters, very big scooters. £3,500 I paid for that. It was red. And I had a box put on the back, so I could keep my helmet in there, and oil and little wheel clamp and everything else. Then I'll bomb along very fast, very fast. Top speed 60, 70, something like that. Well, I only bought it because when we were in one of our buildings, previous incarnation, there was nowhere to park the car. So I thought, if I buy a scooter, but I mean, I don't know if you've ever ridden a scooter. Don't ever ride one, I promise you, unless you're delivering pizzas. It's a killer, because if it rains, the white lines become like skid patches, and you get the kids who weave in and out. And not me, I'm right at the back. I'm like that, frozen in time. It's really dangerous, really dangerous. And I used to wear shorts. And, of course, the wind coming towards you blows. You look like Michelin Man. You've got these huge sort of, your little spindly white legs sticking out the bottom of it. A bit like Jack when he goes off swimming in the sea, or in the swimming pool and all that kind of stuff, Sort of, you can just imagine him, can't you, taking his shirt off, he's got medals and medallions and all the rest of it, a bracelet round his ankle kind of thing, looking like something out of ancient Egypt, and then he gets in gingerly, because I can't see him just sort of diving into the water. For some reason, I don't see you diving. I don't. Are you competitive, are you? Really? Surprising, actually. I thought you'd have sort of landed like sort of basically a German Heimlicher, sort of some shell or something, as you hit the water, where people used to do belly flops and things like that. Almost like Gemma Collins went on that programme Splash. She dived in, the water got out. It was just unreal. I didn't quite understand it at all. But you don't have to dream. It really was a white Christmas. We did have snow on Christmas Day in certain parts of the country, so they put it down as a white Christmas. Which meant, and my driver this morning was playing all Christmas hits. And I was playing them yesterday, coming back in the car from my brother's, which was another lunch. So I had 2 Christmas lunches this year. I couldn't eat another roast potato if you force-fed me. It was absolutely delightful. I forget how many we had actually for lunch yesterday. We had... Well, I have to try and add it up in my mind now. It was sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us, I think. I think it was 8 for lunch. But we had everything. It was lovely. It was really, really good, actually. Lovely. We didn't have the duck again. We just had I think we just had the turkey. I think so. But we had stuffing balls, and we had stuffing as well. So we had 2 lots of stuffing. But it was very nice. And we had cauliflower cheese, which I like, and big Yorkshire puddings. I like a big Yorkshire. Did you have a big Yorkshire pudding, Jack? Yeah, I knew you would. I could tell. Kind of lingers on your body, doesn't it, really? But I mean, it's sort of, no, it's a bit, for some reason, I don't know when we started. We didn't always used to have Yorkshire puddings with our Christmas lunch. But over the past few years, we started having Christmas puddings. And people go, Christmas pudding? Yorkshire pudding. You go, yeah. And you take it, and it was just, you pile all the meat into it and everything else, and you start cutting it about. It was lovely. It was really good. The only thing I'm not big on, and I didn't eat any carrots, but I did eat sprouts. But some people, no, I don't do parsnips. I tried to get into parsnips some years ago. I bought some in M&S, and they said honey-covered parsnips. Oh, God, how pretentious. The least exciting vegetable out of the garden, and they put honey on it and stuff like that. But very good roast potatoes yesterday, so 2 separate Christmas lunches, all with really good, and sausages in bacon. So we had all of it. It was all there. And I really like Yorkshire pudding egg custard. I'll tell you what I didn't get the other day. I should have had it, but I had to leave to come back because I wanted to get my sleep in. And I didn't have the pudding. Whereas the day before, I did have Christmas pudding. And it was very nice. I had it with ice cream. Christmas pudding and ice cream. And I could have had it yesterday, but because I didn't have the time, it was easier to sort of get back on the road before the traffic built up so I could get some sleep. Oh, yeah, we always set the pudding alight. We do it twice. It looks like Mount Vesuvius, because you thought it died down, and then they came back with another bottle of brandy, and they didn't even have to light it. They poured it on, and it went like that. And it was very good, because you've got to add brandy to it. You've got to add brandy. And also you had to put brandy into if you have, because we had soup to start with on Christmas Day. I had tomato and basil, I think. And it was lovely. I don't normally have a starter, because I take people's advice and they go, if you have a starter, it kind of spoils you with the main course. No such danger in our household. People were sort of stuffing their faces with it. And it was lovely. I forget, was it Nigella who said, don't have a starter because you won't eat your main food? But I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And we had great presents. So I got lots of, because my brother had sent me a rather cryptic note saying, you can share the present with your team. And I remember thinking, I hope it's not money. I don't want to start sharing money with the team or anything like that. And it turned out to be shortbread biscuits. But the tins that he bought them in, each one, I've got 3 tins, they're shaped like funfair rides, which is because I'm a big fan of funfair rides. So there's the Helter Skelter. And it comes, and the other one I've got is I'm talking away from how unprofessional, honestly. 1 minute I was a professional, the next minute I became an amateur. I'm so sorry. And you take the lid off, as you can tell, I've already eaten them out of there, so there aren't any left. I'll bring them in tomorrow, and this is the Helter Skelter, and I've got a roundabout, and I've got something else. And I thought, you've got to keep them. You've got to keep the tins. I can keep money in there. That'd be quite nice. I think that was quite a good present, hence sort of saving all these things. And I got an Enid Blyton book as well, which is quite nice. Well, I think it's something to do with the circus. My brother found it on the Isle of Wight in an antique shop. It was in the window. And he thought, because he knows that I like anything to do with circuses. So I gave him money and Paddington Bear books and things like that. And he gave me shortbread. Oh, and a big tin of a big sweet jar full of... I have to bring them in tomorrow. I can't remember what they are. They're Riley's, and they're like a roll of toffee with a filling in it, which is quite nice. So we can have some of those tomorrow as well. So exciting, isn't it? And there's no charge. I won't charge you. Seriously, because I know what you like. You want to write a cheque out, and then we have to sort of get it verified through the bank and all the rest of it. Look, late. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a New Year resolution this year for the first time in about 1,500 years. I don't make New Year resolutions because I never keep the blooming things. You know, we've all done the usual, I'm going to cut back on drinking, or I'm going to cut back on smoking, and I'm going to cut back on sex. Well, anyway, that was also fairly decided. So I've decided I'm going to cut back on giving incorrect time checks. I'm going to try and hit the news on the normal. At the moment, we've sort of kicked it into touch, I'm afraid, because it's 18 minutes past 4.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Train strike. I think tubes are working. I think buses are working. Yeah, it's just the RMT, and they're out. And I think for the beginning of January, I think they're out as well. So, but it's not achieving anything. It's very sweet for little Michael Lynch to go out there and sort of do his sort of rallying the troops, and this I understand. But I was speaking yesterday to my goddaughter. Day before, and she works on Border Patrol. For the airports and things like that. And they're all not happy because they're out. So they've started shoving them around the country. Some, who worked at Stansted are being put to Heathrow, and some are being sent to Birmingham. And the one thing she said that's really, really annoying everybody, and that's putting it politely, is the fact they've got the soldiers standing on the border crossings. She said 18 and 19-year-old soldiers who haven't got the faintest bloody idea what they're doing. She said they're letting people through. They're just waving them through. She said, so you've got people going as they're arriving and, oh, thank you so much for all you're doing, she said, and we have to stand there like lemons, watching this going on. The smuggling must be legendary at the moment, because anybody who wants to start smuggling stuff into the country, the soldiers are not stopping anybody. They're just waving them all in. It's pathetic. A ridiculous scenario to have in anybody's mind. In anybody's mind. Really not very good. Somebody says, good to hear longest-serving presenters in LBC having a natter. I love the way people think that people don't talk. We talk all the time. All the time. You go downstairs, and on his breaks, he'll have a chat to me and all. Why do people think that you don't talk to each other? It's like working, in a department store and somebody's standing next to you. You go, do you talk to each other? Of course, everybody does. It is. Yeah, it's like, teachers and stuff like that. But I think you'll find I am the longest-serving LBC presenter. Clive was off for a while. John in Colchester says, I'm not going to drink any less, but on the other hand, I'm not going to drink any more. So most people do the smoking thing, don't they? You know, I'm going to give up smoking. And they go, I'll just finish this pack of cigarettes first. You go, you don't really want to give up smoking at all, do you? So I gave up doing New Year resolutions years ago because it just wasn't working. It was a pointless waste of time. You know, if you sort of say, I'm going to get fit this year, and there's as usual, because it's the new year, or it will be very shortly, there's people in the papers, and they generally plug the fitness organisation that they've gone to, and they say this, and you think to yourself, it's a load of old baloney. They're just trying to park you from your money. That's all it is. You won't lose any weight. You'll be as fat as you were when you went into the thing in the first place, because you've got to be dedicated. You've got to want to do it. If you don't want to give up smoking, you won't give up smoking. If you want, you know, to sort of eat less, you'll eat less. If you don't want to and you enjoy your food, you're going to carry on eating. You know, for January, I think in January, I mean, I've said to people before when they've said, oh, I love my cheese and biscuits. I said, you're going to be as big as a whale. Cheese and biscuits is so fattening. People who are thin, and you can look at people who are thin, that's their metabolism. They don't work at it. They don't need to sort of go, oh, I'll be very slim because I won't be eating and things like that. I mean, if you eat sort of, you know, cheese, I mean, blue cheese, typical, 100 grams is just under 400 calories. 400 calories. So, I mean, it's a lot. It is a lot. You know, if you look at the total fat per 100 grams, it's like 44%. 44%. I mean, there's other things, sodium and, you know, sodium 58%. They were showing a thing the other day on the television. I thought it was quite interesting. They were it was countries which didn't have a lot of drinking water, but they were near the coast. And so they've got these desalination plants where they take seawater and they extract the salt from it so it becomes drinkable. And they can do millions of litres. It takes 45 minutes to do 1 million litres of water. And they literally take seawater, they pump it into their tanks, and then they do all sorts of jiggery-pokery with it and all the rest of it. And out comes drinking water, pure drinking water. It's very clever. Very clever. But they can't do the same with cheese, unfortunately. You know, when they say, oh, it's like, you know, crisps. Oh, you know, 95% fat-free crisps. Yeah, what a load of old codswallop. It's just designed to get you thinking, oh, it's like, you know, diet fizzy drinks. Oh, I can drink as much as I like because it says diet on it. No, you can't. No, you can't. I mean, how many times have you seen people in KFC with two bottoms sitting on one of their little stools in there, and you think to yourself, you're not a good advert. They shouldn't let them sit in the window. They should make them sit inside. I mean, the countries that rely on desalination, Libya, Bahrain, Qatar, we couldn't care less about them, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, they literally do it. And they say it's going to grow in the future. So they take seawater and they turn it into drinking water, pure drinking water. I mean, isn't that the cleverest thing ever? I thought it was. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Very, very clever. And you think that's because, you know, there's lots of seawater around. We're never going to drink that dry, are we? I don't think so, actually. But no, just going back to this one here, it says, good to hear the longest-serving presenter in the LBC having a natter. We always talk. Always talk. I love the way that people think that you don't sort of talk to each other. We work in the same building. You know, I go and talk to other presenters on other radio. If I know them, I'll nip in for a little chat and things like that. You know, because that's what it's all about. What was the other one, actually? Oh, the bravest of the bathers, Prince Andrew turning out. The fox huntings riding out again, but facing protests. The man who criticised Putin's war in the Ukraine, a very big Russian businessman, just been found dead. They don't last 5 minutes. If you're a critic in Russia of Putin, the chance of you living beyond the next few weeks is a bit remote. They had one bloke, he was a critic, very successful, and he was a critic of Putin's, and he was found dead outside his hospital window. He'd apparently opened the window and fallen out, as you do. You know, but this latest one, a very successful businessman, criticised the war in Ukraine, and the next thing found dead. We had people in Sunningdale, wasn't it, who were found dead, big sort of Russian oligarchs and things like that. And where was it? Oh, the Salisbury. And they also found some in some of these big, like Wentworth or somewhere like that. Another one where people are found, and you think, how can they just be found dead? And the answer is, the word would go out, get rid of them, because they're critics of Putin. If you're Russian and you criticise the government, you can expect some sort of retaliation. Well, not normally, but there you go. One of the most exclusive estates, and a Russian tycoon, Mikhail Watford, was found hanged by his gardener on his Wentworth estate. And you think to yourself, I mean, I'm sure he didn't intentionally want to hang himself, but it's a case of they seem to be able to get away with everything nowadays. Even in this country, Salisbury, of course, went down in memory, didn't it? Shane in Sydney says, good day from Down Under. I'm at the Workers' Club in Western Australia, the Workers' Club. We have the same here. We call it the British Legion. British people go to the British Legion and they have a nice time, actually. The heavy snow in Japan has killed 17, and passengers warned to avoid trains for 2 weeks. Yeah, but for some people, they need the trains. They really need to get around now, and having somebody saying, oh, you know, it's no good because we're definitely going to go for what we want. And the government, strangely, come back with, well, that's our final offer on the table. So you can stay out as long as you want, provided you can bear the losses. Because at the end of the day, they're getting less and less money in. In fact, hardly getting any money in at all. And it's a case of what do you do about it? And the answer is nothing. They go on strike. We take pictures of it. The British public moan about, you know, why are we on strike? Because they want more money. When do they want it? Now. And you think to yourself, well, there's going to be redundancies. Whichever way you look at it, with this pay increase, whatever it turns out to be for them and the nurses, there's going to come job losses because they can't afford to sustain it. How many people do you think work for the NHS across the country? It's over 1.3 million people work for the NHS. I mean, biggest employer, yeah, biggest employer. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. And I was saying to somebody the other day, because in our family we've got people who work for the NHS, and I've said, you know, what money the nurses earn, they should get a pay increase for what they do. They really should. In fact, when you look, in NHS England, 1,400,000 people. The British Army's got 125,000, but it's the NHS England which has got the biggest. The Department for Work and Pensions, 111,000. Metropolitan Police, 50,000. So it's the NHS. Nothing comes anywhere near it. Nothing comes anywhere near NHS England. 1.4 million people, and all they want is the right to earn a decent living wage. And yet they're not going on strike every 5 minutes, and yet the RMT appear to be going on every 5 minutes. I wonder if they had a private ballot, a secret ballot, whether or not the RMT members would be going, we're not going to get any more money, are we? There's no more money on the table. The government have said that's it. You know, you either take it or you don't. And in the case of them, you know, there might not be anything else ever. So do we spend our whole life just going, they're out on strike again? And people just avoid the railways, in which case you might as well just close the blooming things down. Steve, from Dave, we've had a downbeat Christmas due to looking after a sick elderly relative, all sorted, thankfully. But when your only Christmas entertainment is terrestrial television, you realise how utterly dire the offering this year was. It's the same old stuff, isn't it? You know, it's another quiz with Jonathan Ross on it, wearing another one of his ghastly outfits. Yeah, Gavin and Stacey again. I mean, some of it, I watched one comedy programme, 90% of the cast are dead. They're not even alive anymore. We have to watch this. I'm determined to hit the news on time. So I should tell you that it's 4:30. And we've got the latest news headlines for you this morning with Daryl Jackson.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I trust you. I mean, most of you are not back at work yet, are you? You're still on your holes and won't probably be going back until after the New Year's celebrations, which I'm waiting to hear whether or not they're going to allow people in Trafalgar Square this year. They've stopped it in previous years and people going about drinking. So whether or not they're going to allow people in there and we're going to get Big Ben bonging away in the background, I've got no idea. We shall find out. But I think there's still more train strikes to go and still more... We'll find it. Well, I'll bring you a list a little bit later on, so you've got a rough idea where we're supposed to be on this. Because I know the buses are still operating. Thank God for the buses. Thank God for the tubes. I'm not a big fan of the tube, though. I'm not happy about being underground. I like going on escalators. I went on one the other day. There's a very big escalator in Leicester Square. It must be the deepest one, I think. And I went down on the thing and I thought, blimey, if it stops, it's a lot of walking. But I managed to cope with it. I'm good like that. And there was also the bloke, somebody says, in the Pimlico flat in XMI5 was found dead in a suitcase. Yes, there was somebody who's found dead in a suitcase. But it's these people who've been big in Russia. I mean, like big, big people. This was Gareth Williams, who was a Welsh mathematician and an employee of GCHQ, seconded to the Secret Intelligence Service, which is MI5 or MI6, who was found dead in suspicious circumstances. They say he'd been helping, I mean, you'll never know the answer to this one, on international money laundering. And his death was unnatural. And he was found in a suitcase, which is, padlocked from the outside. So he can't have done it himself, can he? It would have to be sort of somebody else who'd actually done it. And the police visited. I think this was back in 2010. And I think his naked remains were found in a bath of the main bedroom. I mean, how long does it take for somebody to decompose? Ridiculous, isn't it, really? But anyway, they sort of found, different bits and pieces of him in these sort of suitcases. And they were just doing a check. Honestly, I'll tell you, there are stranger things. It was that poor bloke walking over Blackfriars Bridge who got stabbed with the umbrella. Then there was Litvinenko, who was also, something happened to him and he sort of slowly deteriorated in hospital. There's all these sort of different things. It must be a really depressing place to live in Russia. They don't seem happy with anybody. All the businesses have shut down, haven't they? They're not doing very well at all, actually. And then they were saying, I can't believe it, that the Putin that we're seeing at the moment is a looky-likey. Because the other one's fairly ill. But, I mean, every time I see him, he looks okay to me. He's a bit homoerotic, Putin. I mean, he sort of rides a horse with his shirt off. I mean, who in God's name rides a horse with their shirt off? And they've got... That's the new Russian restaurant, the new Russian version of McDonald's. I don't know. I nearly went on holiday to Russia some years ago. I'd love to go. Just out of curiosity. I want to go and see Lenin's tomb. Look at the queues for McDonald's. It's like people queuing in Japan for their KFC. That's what they do on Christmas. But the queues it's only McDonald's, but they queued. That was 1990 when it opened, because it was a case of a little bit of the West, a little bit decadent, and they were trying things. And I'm assuming exactly the same menu that we get, so they can get, double sausage and egg McMuffin. Although I have tried in recent months, and it works, just to say double sausage McMuffin. I don't want the egg. And they just put it on the thing, and then it just comes out. Mr. Moaning, honestly. You'd be one of the Mr. Men, wouldn't you? Jack, Mr. Moaner. But, no, I've said to them, no, just double sausage. I said allergic to egg. I'm not. It's just... Where'd you get that from? Where did that... The Co-op? I thought you'd have made it. I thought you made things. And now you're buying from the Co-op and obviously passing it off as something that you've cooked yourself. It's a giant sausage roll. Is it hot or is it cold? Cold. We have got a microwave in the kitchen. You can put it in there and in a matter of a minute it will be piping hot. You like them cold? Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Back to the budgie smugglers. And so consequently... McDonald's will sort of open up. And apparently, if you really want fresh chips, ask for them without salt. And they have to cook them fresh for you. It's one of those little tricks, because they put salt over everything. But you have to say to them, can I have a portion of chips? No salt. And they have to then fry them specifically for you, because not everybody wants the amount of salt that they stick on things. And most of them are running out of their little potato waffles, which I was a little bit partial to. I like things like that. We lost our... Burger King in Twickenham, that sort of closed down, mainly due to the fact they were hardly ever open. I couldn't understand how they ever made any money. There you go. According to McDonald's website, its fries contain 0.62 grams of salt per portion, which is just over a quarter of the recommended daily amount. That's just a portion of fries. See, I think what they should do is give you the fries and then a little packet of salt, and then you can put them on if you feel that you want it. I'm not... Like the crisps, used to get the little... You're not old enough to remember the little blue bagging Smith's crisps. You're really not. And Golden Wonder and stuff like that. Steve, did you watch the footage detectives on Talking Pictures? I didn't, actually, no. In fact, I don't even know what it is. The footage detectives. Apparently it's on every Sunday, says Sean, at 5 p.m. Sean is in Porthcawl. Oh, lovely. Steve, hope you had a lovely Christmas. How did the prawn cocktail recipe go? Very good, Rihanna. Very good. says, I've been listening to your show for a few months now, which is excellent. And George says, will there be fireworks in London this year? I don't know. This is up to the mayor. I mean, presumably, if they are going to have fireworks, they must have ordered them in now. You can't just sort of order fireworks. And they have the big ones, which are on the floating barges on the Thames. I like a big display. I like to, I want to see the sky lit up. And but whether we're going to have those, I've got no idea. I don't know if we're going to Trafalgar Square for the bongs. And so here we go. Sorry, it's already sold out. Already sold out now for the New Year's Eve tickets. So do not go. If you've got a ticket, then you can turn up. If you don't have a ticket, then don't turn up, please. You better see them from all over the place, and people can go to Primrose Hill. And, I mean, you can see loads of places where they're free. They're up in the sky, for God's sake. It's not like they're sort of covering them with a blanket. And but they're finally back. Finally back. Oh, well, I love the fireworks. You won't find anybody who loves fireworks as much as me. Starts at 8 p.m. on New Year's Eve. They'll be by the London Eye, viewing access stretching from Victoria Embankment to Westminster Bridge and Waterloo Bridge. So you can go on Waterloo Bridge and sort of stand there. Tickets £15. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they own reindeer, and they rent them out to the Father Christmases and the garden centres, because all the garden centres have got Father Christmas. And in one, which I know quite well, they charge $15.99 for a reindeer and Father Christmas meat. And you get a nice present. And I said, $15.99. I said, is that not expensive? They said, some of them are £30 to book little kids in to see Father Christmas. And they've got reindeer. You can't touch them because reindeer are wild. And but it's a case of you can see them, the ones that fly with Father Christmas. And then Father Christmas will be there, and he will sort of dispense. And I think you get 15 minutes. It's very tiring being a Father Christmas. They do them in rotation, apparently, so they can all help out. But queues a mile long. Because little children, they want to go and see Father Christmas. Don't ask me why. I've been to meet the old man with the white beard. I've been to see him in his spiritual home, which is in inside the Arctic Circle. And it's beautiful. I promise you, you won't find a more beautiful place. If God had sprinkled everything with icing sugar, you would never find a place as beautiful. You look up into the night sky and all you see is the Aurora Borealis. And it's just so beautiful. There's no people around because there's no skyscrapers, nothing like that. It's just forests of trees drenched in snow. We were sitting on the top of an emerald mine, and Father Christmas was in his little house with the elves, making toys for Christmas and painting them and all the rest of it. But yet still found time to come and talk to us. No, that was really nice, isn't it? Have you ever met Father Christmas? No. No, I can imagine you probably didn't in your family. Too busy, I imagine, at Christmas making those mince pies in the kitchen to sell at the charity bazaars. I can't begin to tell you what he did for Christmas this year, let me tell you. But it didn't involve mince pies. Did you not take your mince pies with you? I mean, this is... Why not? What's the matter with you? Oh, you'd run out. Well, then you make more. If you run out of things like that, you then take them, and then it makes the occasion. Did you sing carols? No, you didn't sing carols either. What the hell was the purpose of this Christmas visit? It just you didn't take, cold sausage rolls. You didn't take little mince pies which you'd made yourself. You didn't sing Christmas carols. How long did this tedium last? I mean, God, blimey, I'd be drinking. You just had wine. Yeah. How long were you there for? Was it very long or so? 6 hours. God, blimey, I tell you. That's quite serious, isn't it? 6 hours. What did you talk about? Because you struggle on this programme and we're only on air for 3 hours. 6 hours must have been a nightmare for you. You must have been, were you writing things down on your hand? Things I must talk about? Got a script. That's like that bloke who appears with Clive Bull. He works to a script, doesn't he, Gil? He must do, because he can't read it. He's blooming hopeless. Was he talking to me? Oh, he's live. Oh, I thought he was an automata. I had no idea. He's a real person, is he? Good Lord above. I thought he was like one of those ventriloquist dolls where they sort of sit there. Now, what are you eating? What have you got? Chicken sandwich on brown bread. Is it just chicken and butter, or is it chicken with mayonnaise or stuffing as well? That's quite nice. You've made that yourself, haven't you? Really? That was Co-op too? We got Monopoly on the Co-op this morning. Laughing Boy gets the giant sausage roll and you get the healthy bit, the stuffing and the chicken, and he gets a sausage roll. I give up. George in Basingstoke. Oh, is the one who asked about the fireworks? Yes, the answer is yes, there will be fireworks, but you've got to pay for them. But, I mean, you don't need to go and sit in a seat. You can stand there and just look up to the sky like, everybody else does. I'm going to be early for the break this time round. I've decided. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to freely admit now, it's 16 minutes to 5.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Tom says, hope you had a great Christmas. I'm trucking from London to Doncaster. He said, glad that you're here for me to listen to. And Ali in Aberdeen says, what a pleasant surprise. The longest escalator on the tube is at Angel Station. Normally Ali's in Walthamstow, but at the moment it must be freezing for you up there. If you look out of your window, says Howard, I'm riding side saddle up the Charing Cross Road. Unfortunately, I'm not in that studio. I'm in a different studio. There's no windows in my studio. Well, I mean, there's a window on the door, so everybody looks really thin. Every time I've seen Castle go by or Nick Ferrari, they all just look as though they've lost a lot of weight over the festive season, but it's only because I've got a little thin window. So I can't see anything at all. If I look to my right, I'm just looking at a wall and the LBC logo, which lights up on odd occasion. Don't light it up. The lights are so bright, because this is another television studio. All of our radio studios, all of them throughout the building, are capable of going television, and I've got two cameras with big signs on saying do not move by hand, because they're all automatic. So I've got so many cameras in this place. I don't know if they think I'm doing all the time. The one in the corner, yeah, I'm being watched all the time. I mean, you can barely pick your nose without somebody going, Steve. You've got to be very careful of these things. So unfortunately I shall never see you riding up and down side saddle. Steve, says Mike, celebrated our 26th anniversary of meeting yesterday with a boyfriend, bottle of vintage champagne, spending a few days seeing the families of tomorrow and thinking my brother lives in the same neck of the woods as yours, just outside Fareham. We'll be staying at the Travel Lodge in Albrook, and the Harvester next door used to be the farmhouse where my grandparents lived in the late 50s. Very surreal parking the car where I remember the milking parlour was. Yeah, it was quite a nice drive down, actually, yesterday. My car was very, very comfy for long journeys. I used to have a Mini. It was a long, long time ago now, about 30 years ago. And if you did a journey on the motorway, when you got to the other end, you knew you'd done a journey down the motorway. The whole of your body was aching. Fran says, so glad you had a nice Christmas. I got spoilt by my partners and had a chicken roast dinner with my dad and a gammon roast with my partner. And then my other partner is here on Thursday. How many partners have you got? I feel a very lucky girl. My main presents were fish tanks and expensive makeup. Well, I forgot to ask the boys what they got. What did you get Jack for Christmas when you finished with your sausage roll? Did you, you got, sorry? Nothing? Oh. It's a bit disappointing, isn't it? Did you ask for anything? Did you sort of say, I'd like another pair of Speedos? Could I have them in white or something like that? As opposed to that general black colour, which is... So you didn't get any presents at all? Oh, I've got gloves. You should have asked me. I've got a spare pair. I bought them because I don't find gloves actually keep my hands warm. I don't know why. Perhaps I don't have any illness or anything which warrants my hands being cold, but it's just, you stick them on. I need the heated. I know I need the heated on. Because I gave my brother's wife a heated scarf, and you just literally charge it up and put it round your neck and it heats the back, which is quite nice. I quite like the idea, and it looked quite nice as well, so that was very good. Fran says, hope you have a fabulous New Year and hit the Prosecco. We actually had alcohol-free Prosecco for Christmas lunch, because nobody wants to drive having had a few drinks. It would be too dangerous as far as I'm concerned. And Martin says, the firework party, just go to the roof of Global Radio. Yeah, we'll overlook the big wheel. If you go to the roof, you can sit down at the tables there, and we've got indoor heaters and stuff like that. Have you ever been to the roof, Jack? Yeah, thought you might have been. And you can look out and you can see the wheel and the House of Parliament and everything. So you'll see the fireworks from there. In fact, Freddie said if he was working over New Year's Eve, he'd have gone up there, but unfortunately he's not, so he won't. You know, makes sense, doesn't it, really? Sean says, I guarantee you'd love the Footage Detectives. They interviewed old film stars like Jess Conrad, amongst others, and it's quite funny. Oh, I like that. They did a lovely programme about Des O'Connor, which I think was on Sky Arts, because Des came in here not long before he died, actually, and he was very frail then, and he started to, and he would start telling you a story, and then he'd forget where the story was, and that's the sign you know that somebody's sort of old age creeps up. But I thought he was fabulous. Old Dimples, he was great. Everybody loved him. He was a real versatile performer. I didn't even know he had a son, who I think when this was filmed was about 16, 17, very good piano player and stuff like that, very good looking boy. And he said, you know, my dad was really famous. And I thought, how nice, because I think Des has got 4 other children, four girls, and I just thought he was Mr. All-Round. He was an entertainer. And the programme on Sky Arts was brilliant. Back to normal, Steve. This one says, and it's off to work soon. Hope you had a fabulous Christmas and Boxing Day. Great we had your company. And I found Christmas emotional, the first without Mum. It is like that. It doesn't get any better, I have to tell you. I'm not going to, you know, soft soap you. I'm going to tell you, you will remember but that's good. I think that's good. You always remember the people, you know, in the family that you've lost, be it your mum, your dad, your brother, your sister, your aunts, your uncles, cousins. It can be anybody. You always, and especially if it happens around Christmas time, because then you'll always remember them. And then you sort of think, you know, you can, I mean, luckily, if you're in show business, like Des O'Connor, of course, was, you've got loads of things to watch back again. You've got all his shows, his films, everything. So they never really die. The Queen never really died, because you can see footage of her. You can buy a programme about Windsor Castle, which is really good. It's on DVD now. You get it from Amazon, and it shows her working behind the scenes and how she worked all the time. And it was just lovely. Steve says this one. Did you see Rishi Sunak doing his contrived photo shoot at the soup kitchen? I did. Yes, I did. You couldn't make it up, because he asked this man who is homeless, do you work in business? And it's frightening that these idiots are running the country. And then I've now realised that I'm suffering from GPMSD, which is Gormless Prime Minister Traumatic Stress Disorder. But the trouble is, people keep saying that to me. It's all I hear on LBC over the years. They've been in for 12 years now. And you think, well, somebody voted them in. It's not that they magically appeared. They're voted in. You know, if you don't want somebody to be in there, then vote for somebody else. Makes a set. I tell you what, I've got to clean my car windows. I was going down. The sun was so bright yesterday. I mean, it really was. I had to put the visor down and put my sunglasses on, like a real celebrity, like a proper celebrity. I was going down there, singing away to all the carols, you know, and sort of getting emotional and getting into it, and thinking to myself, I'd be glad to clear the back seat of the car. But unfortunately, it's never worked, because I've now filled the blooming thing up again. But that's it. Stella says, Steve, a dry cleaner's been accused of money laundering. A deal's being ironed out. You're barred. That's it. I've had enough of this. I tell you, these people come up with these dreadful jokes. I mean, listen, I told you it would go quick, Christmas. I said, you know, we get the lead up, and people criticising me, and, you know, back in September when I was talking about it and going, why are you talking about Christmas? I go, because it finishes so quickly. You know, and if you work, and I spent a lot of time driving, I've got to find a different way of doing it, actually, so that I'm not driving. I mean, it's only 363 days to go to Christmas now, so I might get an advent calendar and start crossing them off, just so I can sort of get there. I could listen back to yes, you can listen to all my podcasts. If you go to globalplayer.com, this is free. Download the app, and then you can download, and I've got, as I say, it's about 8 to 9,000 podcasts which you can download, which is not bad for free, is it? I think that's very good value. And you hear us talking about the shows, and we'll just talk about all sorts of things, but it gives you a rough idea where we are in the world. A lot of people had roasts. I waiting to hear from somebody. If you're vegetarian and vegan, what do you have? Can't always be nut roast, can it? I mean, there must be something a little bit more exciting than a nut roast, which never sounds that exciting to me at all. I was reading a story in the paper today. Middlemen are sucking the NHS dry, apparently. Imagine, because they were sort of saying, as we've now discovered, 1.4 million people work for NHS England. 1.4 million people. You know, can't we just see it clear to spend... Oh, that looks very nice, doesn't it? Christmas nut roast, packed with all things I've never heard of. Cauliflower Wellington. In other words, same as beef Wellington, only made with cauliflower, mushroom, pithiviers. Oh, that looks quite nice, doesn't it? Soy and butter braised mushrooms. Vegan roast dinner, but I don't think I could go actually full vegan. It doesn't look exciting enough to me. Savoury spies baklava. Vegan Wellington. Yeah, and squash and risotto croissant reef. So I don't like squash. Rarebit mushrooms. That's just mushrooms with cheese on, isn't it? With a pickle dressing. And roots tatin, 3-cheese sauce. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? Camembert and cranberry pithivier. Quick and easy to make, and it's a very impressive starter. Very nice. I don't think I'm ever going to go vegetarian. If it came to it, I probably could, but at the moment I do enjoy, the turkey and stuff like that. Even though I don't really want to watch them or even think about how they are dispatched. I don't like that sort of thing. Roger says sometimes we see old episodes of Supermarket Sweep with Dale, and he lives on in film. Yes, he was in Train Spotting, and he was in loads of little bits and pieces. I've got him on loads of things. He even came on Fives Company. And, of course, all the clothes I'm wearing on there were his. He gave me all his clothes. So I ended up with so many clothes. Excuse me. Phil Vickery couldn't find a dentist, so had to pull his own teeth out over Christmas. That's a bit dramatic, isn't it? A bit dramatic, with a pair of pliers. I mean, I don't know how safe it... How did they manage it years and years ago? I don't know how... before we had, injections and stuff like that... Throw a tooth. We used to, when we were a child, if we had a loose tooth, you'd put cotton round it and attach it to the door handle and then shut the door. And then you go, that's worth 2 and 6pence under your pillow at night. I used to quite like that, actually. Not anymore. Not anymore, I'm afraid. 84850, Steve at LBC. Somebody says, how do you have this show? I don't know. I think it was default. I think it was a case of nobody else wanted it. They said, do you want this show? And I said to them, all these years ago, well, I'm not sure if I want it or not. I don't know. Yeah, I know. But it says, I can't bear it. Just kidding. You're a marvel and I enjoy your sense of humour. La, 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 la. I'm here all week. It says, I've been grieving the loss of my father, big sister, auntie and 2 friends in the space of 2 years. My God, you got the short straw, didn't you? All of those people in 2 years. Father, big sister, auntie and 2 friends. And you make me smile through it. I tell you for why. Because we've all been there. You get to a certain age. When I was younger, we didn't really talk about funerals or people dying in the family or people being ill because I don't remember it being a topic of conversation. But as you get a bit older, you suddenly realise that, once you lose your dad and then you lose your mum, and then you lose relatives and things like that. And after a while, it becomes, it's not a case of, you mourn them all the time. I never got sort of teary over it. I just sort of think I wish there were loads of things that I should have said to my mum when she was alive that I didn't say. And I wasn't very good at the end of her life when you're sort of sitting there waiting for somebody to die. And the nurse says, you can talk to her. She'll hear you. How they know these things, I've got no idea. She said, that's the last sense that goes, that she'll hear you and see you say, you can let go. Because that's what you have to say to people. My mum was in a hospice for the end of her life. And she was only young. She was only 62, I think. Dad was 52, so very, very young. But she said, you can talk to her. Just tell her to let go. And I thought, I was trying to visualise what that was like. And that was the bit I couldn't get my head around when, somebody is probably frightened because they don't know what it's going to be like. They don't know what it's going to be like. If you say to somebody, let go, and they then go, but, for that person, it must be terribly, terribly frightening. But you always remember. Of course, my mum died, typical, isn't it, when I wasn't in the room. It's always the way. You're very lucky if somebody dies while you're there. That's why they say, the Queen was there. But whether there were other people in the room, I don't know. But it wasn't like people didn't expect it. But we all get through it. And with the help of people around you, you get through it a little bit quicker. But you never forget people. Why would you want to forget people who are so integral in your life? Not me. I mean, it's either, the family or the producers. To be honest with you, I'd rather have the family. But, I mean, you can't have everything, can you? Hello. Oh, there you are. I wonder where you've gone to. Having a little bit of a break there. We were doing it sort of, in sort of celebration of the BBC's World Service, where they leave huge gaps between everything. It's a case of, on Monday, And you think to yourself, good God, is it because they're ancient? The answer is probably yes. Chris in Aberdeen says, lost one of my best friends on Christmas Eve. He was on his honeymoon in India. It's been a bit... What do you mean, when you say lost him? He didn't float out to sea on a lilo, did he, or something like that? You know, if you say, you know, we lost my auntie Enid at one time. She was on a beach in West Wales. And 1 minute she was on the beach with us. The next minute we could hear her shouting. We just didn't know where she was. And it turned out she was floating out on the lilo. Took us ages to get us back, mainly because we'd been home, had tea and everything else. Then we came back and she was still floating out there. But he says, bit of a tonic to hear your voice. Keep doing what you do. Well, I have to. It's in the contract. You know, if they say you're a radio presenter, you're a radio presenter. It's like if you're a comedian and not working. As I was only saying to Dom Jolly the other day, I remember thinking, what do you do if you think you're funny, but yet the act died out years ago? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't know. There's not a lot, is there, really? Antonia says, did you see the festive programme featuring the Corinthia Hotel? I've seen the Corinthia Hotel documentary on a number of occasions. And at the staff party, the big boss surprised everybody with a sequin jacket, which he suddenly switched on with extra lights. I thought it must be Steve Allen's showbiz jacket. Yes, none of mine have lights in, which is a shame. Perhaps I should get some, actually. But I do have braces and a bow tie that light up and stuff like that. And my cap, of course, which lights up as well. And then I had another one delivered the other day, so I gave it to my brother. He was very excited. Rebecca says, Steve, we postponed Christmas as everybody's got the lurgy. Doing it at the end of the week, having no beef Wellington. No beef. Oh, right, so veggie, you're doing veggie, having it with a no beef. Because I like a beef Wellington. I quite like the idea that people don't just do turkey. You can do chicken and stuff like that. I think that's quite a good idea. But it's going down with who wants to eat when you've got the lurgy? You just want to stay in bed, pull the duvet over your head and just sweat it out. I used to go to saunas, actually, if I was ill before, because if you've got a cold or something like that, to sit there in the early hours of the morning, which I used to up at Heathrow, and just sweat it out, worked a treat. Absolutely a treat. Before our meal yesterday, says David in Teddington, I said to the wife, would you like reindeer? And she said, I'd prefer it to be sunny. Okay, make a mental note, bar him. He'll never contact anybody ever again, which is good. And what was the other one? And Steve, I've been thinking about the state of our country. And I do believe now, says Joe, our best Prime Minister was Hugh Grant. Yes. Do you know, I watched that again the other day. My friend Ian over in America hates it. It's his least favourite film, Love Actually, whereas I think it's brilliant. I just love it. I just love the whole sentiment of it and the kids. Have you seen Love Actually? Yeah. It's quite good, isn't it? It's not... You think it's okay? You think? You do? Oh, Christmas Day. Oh, how lovely. That's so romantic, isn't it? For a single man who makes mince pies, you know. What can I tell you? I mean, I don't remember anybody... This is where he dances. This is where he dances. I wasn't actually aware that Hugh Grant danced. And I wonder how many takes it took. They taught it. I thought they must have done, because when you look at him, he's sort of doing the little bit in the window, and then he gets going, and then you can see they obviously. And every time the camera cuts away, you think that's when they went stop. Okay, we'll do it, and then there you go. That's one cut. This is the second one coming in, which is then that's another cut. There's about 3 or 4 cuts in it for him to sort of get his sort of little dancing shoes up, because he's not a natural dancer. But you imagine what Jack's like dancing. It's real Uncle Can't Dance from Nottingham or something like that. It's very cool. But it's this woman in the doorway who he does it, and he goes, yes. I thought it was good. I like him. He did another very good film. Didn't he do a Paddington film? He was in a Paddington film, I'm pretty certain. And people were saying how good he was in the Paddington film, which I like. What else we got? Steve, I'm retiring in 2023. But I'll still be up listening to you at 4 a.m, says Martin in Coventry. It's what we like to hear. Thank you very much indeed. And Geordie Johnny says, listening online in Bratislava, Slovakia. Just downloaded the Global Player and was amazed at the podcast options for your show. Yes, there's thousands of them. And he says, I shall download and listen when I'm flying. Oh, you'll be years doing them. Simple as that. And Steve, I just wanted to say thank you for your podcasts, says Angela in Wallingham. And I've recommended you to my daughter, which is nice. And I love your little giggle. I don't giggle. I'm not a giggling sort of person. Never giggled. Who's your all-time favourite comedian, says Reed in Streatham. You're split between Tommy Cooper and Dave Allen. Well, Tommy Cooper used to enjoy an old bevy. He really did. I did a little charity thing with him ages and ages ago. And Dave Allen, I went to a private lunch at a friend of mine's place years ago who was a MasterChef sort of entrant. And Dave Allen came over for dinner. And this friend of mine who was very, very, not with us anymore, sadly, but Dave Allen came over because I used to love watching his shows. I thought he was very, very good. You mentioned your old Mini, Steve, says Roger. I had one too. When being overtaken by a lorry on the motorway, I was blown into another lane. I know. I always think of that National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation where they go out and they've got this other car that's sort of chasing them and he goes under a lorry, but he doesn't know he's under a lorry. And now they're stuck as the lorry is thundering down the road. Very good film. My favourite Hugh Grant film is about a boy, says Catherine from Cheltenham. So thank you very much indeed. And Michael McIntyre reckons he's the biggest comic in Norway because fans learn English from him. Oh, right. So there you go, Michael McIntyre. Used to work for LBC years ago. Yes. Yes. Oh, they've all worked for LBC. Listen, everybody's worked at LBC. I mean, seriously. You only have to look at the television reporters. A good 90% of them started here. They started here. He was a presenter, yes. He used to do a comedy programme. Yeah. I think we used to have the LBC Theatre or something like that. I seem to remember vaguely something like that. Almost 80 million quid will be stolen by online fraudsters over the 12 days of Christmas. Just be aware. Just be aware that there are people out there who would love to take your money from you. Anne says, I'm listening from the Gambia. And I love listening to the podcast too. Thank you very much indeed. I see that boring old Gino D'Acampo, the man who's never quite mastered English, even though he's lived here his entire life, became a chef to impress women after seeing his granddad's ability to woo the opposite sex. So he hosts this dating show, Cooking Up Love, because they've obviously decided, ITV get like, if somebody's been on the television, I'll give him every show under the sun. And so you see him on there. He says, I started to cook my granddad when I was about 10. I was thinking, geez, this man is a genius. I'm going to be like him. Yeah, well, obviously your granddad was very irritating because that's how you come over. Very, very irritating. Remember he took all his clothes off once on This Morning? They had some bet or something, and he was standing behind the counter cooking, and they'd said, well, I think it was a bet or something he'd lost, and he said, you're going to take everything off. So he took his top off, and then he took his jeans off. And then took his pants off. But Philip Schofield said, you're cheating. What? He said, why? You're wearing a sock, he said. He had it was a very little sock. And then he took it off. And Philip Schofield was going, don't put it on the counter. Don't put it on the counter. They got very sort of funny about it. So he's there with his clothes off, but he's wearing a sock on his willy. And Philip Schofield goes, and so he took it off. You didn't see anything. It wasn't Rudy. It was sort of just a bit sort of semi-naughty. But it's when he actually gets to sort of... but he always pretended he didn't speak English and sort of did all these double entendres. And so Holly just didn't know where to look. Well, she did. And she did look. As you would. Sauna at Heathrow, Steve. Yes, it was part of the David Lloyd Club. The David Lloyd Club at Heathrow. I used to go up there. I used to finish the programme years and years ago. They were at Heston, actually. Not Heathrow, it was Heston, but as good as. And they had there'd only be a couple of us up there in the early hours of the morning. That's it. Nobody was, for some reason, nobody wanted to go there at 4 a.m, which was just as well, really, isn't it? The BBC and Netflix face being sued by a notorious serial killer over their portrayal of him. Charles the Serpent Sobhraj was freed from jail last week, where he was serving a life sentence for 2 murders. His lawyer slammed the network series from 2021, entitled The Serpent, about him, saying it gives him a completely falsified reputation. He was a murderer. As far as I'm concerned, I really couldn't care less. I've never even heard of him before. I've heard of Demi Rose. Demi Rose is sort of Model. Have you heard of Demi Rose? Really? You surprised me. And, she basically poses and she looks a bit vacant. And she's got 19.8 million followers on Instagram, mainly because she gets her boobs out every opportunity. It's a bit of a dull, vacuous existence. And it's a case, look at my sexy, this kind of stuff. And the answer is, no, you're not. You're just troweled with makeup. But they seem to like these sort of things. And here she is wearing a bodice. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but her followers have seen her just about wearing everything. It's a bit like describing Jordan as a former model. You know, Jordan was never actually a model. She just got her boobs out. She didn't actually do modelling as such. But so now you know who she is. It's because she's got a big pair of bazookas. And so they arrive in the room about a week before she does, which is sort of... But I always think to myself, I'm a bit sorry for people like that. You know, that's what she's got to do to make money. She can't do anything else at all. Do you remember the male comedian Kelly Monteith? Yes, I did. Yes, he was American. No one I know remembers him, and he did disappear. Maybe he's a figment, says Kathy. No, I remember the Kelly Monteith show very well. Very well. I mean, you tend to forget. I'm older than most people, so I do remember all these things. Sean Bean was chatted up by a bloke in a pub while dressed as a woman. It'd be the last person I'd be thinking of dressed as a woman, but Sean Bean, who's 63, says he was testing out the outfit for 2012 for a BBC show, Accused, at the time. And it was about a teacher who then becomes somebody called Tracy, a transvestite complete with blonde wig and fake boobs. Like you do. Like you do. They used to say, actually, that around the back of the Hilton Hotel in Shepherd Market, the majority of the people working as people of the night are, in fact, transvestites and transsexuals. It's quite normal, but nobody ever thinks about it. How do I know that useless fact? I can't remember, because I used to go to Shepherd Market all the time, and at night time there's lots of little red lights that appear in Shepherd Market. It's quite a posh area. In fact, it's a very posh area. And Basil Brush, very quickly, before we take a break, the fans often mix him up with Nicola Sturgeon because they both got ginger hair. The popular telly puppet... Puppet? What puppet? Don't tell me he's a puppet. I couldn't bear it. Claims it's impossible for fans to tell the difference between him and the leader of the Scottish National Party. So now you know. Basil Brush and Nicola Sturgeon. And Robbie Williams tells of 25 years entertaining faithful fans. It's not like he's been out all the time touring, is it really? He spends most of his time arguing with his neighbours about different bits and pieces. I never thought he was all that, actually, Robbie. I mean, I don't know why. There's no particular reason for saying that. It's just that, you know, they sort of put him down, they go, oh, Robbie. He was the one who left Take That. When he went back and they did a big show at Wembley, he was using a lot of profanities, and there were young people in the audience. You don't need that kind of thing. And then he was selling all his houses. So at one point, he had no houses to move into. He's a bit like the Beckhams. It's all a little bit of huff and puff and no real substance. 5:15 is the time.
LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice to have your company this morning. It's Steve Allen, and am I going to the sales day? No. I'm not going to the well, I don't know. Do I want to go to... No, there's nothing I need. I couldn't think of anything that I really wanted in the sales. And so if I needed something, well, then I would probably sort of go out there. But I'm not. All I'll do today is just go home, probably get myself a little something on the way back home. Because it's the train strike, it's a case of we all have a little bit of inconvenience. But I'm not bothered by the inconvenience. I'm really not. I thought I would be, but when we first started having the train strikes, and people were saying, oh, doesn't it take you even longer? I said, no, probably had about half an hour extra to get home, which, you know, is quite, I think that's quite normal. I don't have any sort of worries about things like that. If they get what they want, fair enough. But I have a feeling that if the government give in to the demands of Michael Lynch and all the other people who hang around with him, well, then I think they're on a hiding to nothing. And I think the government know that, because they're going to give in to somebody and they'll go, that's all we need to do, just need to hang out and you'll eventually get what you want. You bring the country to its knees. I don't quite understand why the unions want to bring the country to its knees. I mean, God knows, people have got enough problems. I told you, spoke to a postman the other day, he's down over £1,500. £1,500 he can ill afford to lose. And the RMT members, some are down £5,000 or £6,000. They can't afford to be down that much money. The nurses, what are they supposed to do? The ambulance drivers and people like that. I mean, you know, the trains we can do without. I'm not denying it. I think that we could do without. If somebody said to me, there's going to be no more trains, we've got the underground, we've got buses, you know, you can get taxis, you can do Ubers or whatever you want to do and things like that. But when it actually comes to the nurses, we need the nurses. We need the post office to deliver. We need, you know, the baggage handlers. We need all of these different people. We need the people on border crossing patrols to make sure that people don't smuggle people into the country. And the army are just waving people in. Why? Because they haven't got the faintest idea what they're doing. They've got no idea. It's very frustrating. So snow all over. Oh, who are the best lovers? Put your hand down, Jack. Okay, put your hand down. Put it, tip. Put it this way, the top 5 in the bedroom. At number 5, artists. I suppose. Builders are number 4. You must be joking. Builders? Oh, no. Number 3, architects. You see that? Oh, creatives. Oh, okay. Number 2 is doctors. Because they know where everything is, I suppose, don't they? I'm just assuming that's how it works. I don't know. I'm only guessing. I might have got it completely wrong. And number 1, farmers. 67% say they are top in the bedroom. I know. Have you seen farmers? I mean, anybody less likely to be active in the bedroom would be them. You know, they all look so dreadfully unattractive. The lowest rated. Here we go. Number 5, electricians. I don't know why. Why would teachers? Yeah, we think teachers is okay. Yeah, too orthodox. Oh, God. Mechanics. Yeah, mechanics are a bit Neanderthal, aren't they? With apologies to mechanics listening at the moment. Scientists, number 2. I mean, they'd be, a little bit sort of too. I don't know. When they would have to analyse everything, wouldn't they? Yes, exactly. There would be a table there. But number 1 of the lowest rated, sales workers. So I'm assuming that's people who work in department stores. So if you're in a department store, forget it. You're useless. Absolutely useless. Yeah, you can't perform. No mention of radio producers. Have you noticed? No mention. They're not even on the list, together with radio presenters. Never on the list. Nobody ever bothers about radio presenters. They go, I can imagine somebody be saying, talk to me. Well, talk to me about what? Well, just talk to me like you do on the programme. I don't want to. It could be very embarrassing. Yeah. All right, you're barred. Oh, that's fantastic. I tell you, now we're rolling. I love it. What do we got here? Oh, yes, this is a man called Musa Hassia. He's 67. He's got 12 wives. Let this be a lesson for you, Jack. He's got 12 wives, and he can't cope with his children. He's got 102 children. I mean, basically, he is a one-man machine for turning out children. He's ordered his wives to go on the pill. And he is a farmer, I believe, thus proving what we've been saying all the time. He's also got how many grandchildren? 568 grandchildren. And he lives in a 12-bedroom house in Uganda. He says while he can tell his children and grandchildren apart, he doesn't know them all by name. So the family say they all get on generally very well. Imagine having 102 children. Christmas must be a nightmare. Dear, whatever their name is, dear whoever you are, and here's a present. So he wants them all on the pill. He's asking the government for help. No, I think they should basically chop your willy off, mate. I've never heard anything like it. You're a danger to yourself. 102 children. That is just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous, especially if you haven't got any money to look after them and you have to rely on the government to sort of help you out. I mean, I think that's appalling. 102 children. Mind you, there's not much to do in Uganda, is there? It's a case of, what shall we, if you want to, yeah, could do. Yeah, 103. I think the couple in this country have got the most. Haven't they got 12 children? And the good thing is about them, they did a programme on the television on this couple in this country. I think he's a baker. They don't do benefits. They don't claim benefits. They work for a living. They seem very well adjusted. She's just extremely fertile. And I can't remember what they were called, but they did all sorts of bits and pieces with the family. And what are they called? There you go, Sue and Noel Radford. They've got 22 children, and they recently became grandparents for the 6th time. So they've got Chris 30, Sophie 26, Chloe 25, Jack 22. Oh, it's gone. Daniel 20, Luke 19, Millie 19, Katie 17, James 16, Ellie 14, Amy 13, Josh 12, Max 11, Tilly 9, Oscar 8, Casper 7, Hallie 4, Phoebe 3, Archie 2, Bonnie 1, and Heidi Rose 5 months. I mean, it's a lot of kids. They had a documentary called 15 Kids and Counting. They're up to 22 at the moment. They just like having a big family. Yeah, the names. Imagine trying to remember who everybody is. I have enough trouble with 2 people. Seriously, if you're trying to think of 22 people's names, that's quite something, isn't it? And they first shot to fame on this 15 Kids and Counting, but they regularly fed their fans news about their vast family. I think they all look really well adjusted. They're all really nice people. They all look lovely. And I think the older ones help out with the younger ones when they're feeding them, getting ready for school and stuff like that. But, they're just nice. They seem great, and they all look really pretty and everything else. I think that's great. I'd love to have been from a big family. I'm just a two, as they say. How many in your family, Jack? Just two. Freddie, how many in your family? You think there's just two? Do you not know? How come you don't know how many are in your family? And it's only two. I thought you were going to fumble around and come back with 16, Steve, I think. I can't remember. Yes. 3. Oh, there's 3 of you. Oh, right. Are you youngest or you're the youngest? Oh, right. The youngest. It's always a bit bad, isn't it, really? But it doesn't matter. That's good. Now, I always wanted to be sort of one of 6 or something like that. I always thought there must be great fun. There were Irish families years ago who were really big. They were like 14, 15, and you used to think, oh, I'd love something like that. Doesn't always work. Well done to the King, because he was the top Christmas broadcast, most watched TV on Christmas Day. 10.7 million he got. 10.7 million, which is absolutely amazing. The fox hunts are out there again. And they were doing a very good piece on fox hunting the other day on LBC, and I remember thinking, all the things that we were told about that they do, probably not, actually. And original Spiker Lisa said, do you remember Five's company regular Ricky Jay? Never heard of him. Of course, I worked with him. Worked him on every day of the week, I think. Currently starring in Peter Pan at the Darlington Hippodrome with Biggins. Oh, right. Yes, I think he's been in pantomime with Biggins before. I think so. Johnny in Sussex says, I'm off to Montreal next week with 2 of your tea towels to meet up with my partner, Renee, a fan of yours. We'll be staying at her place for a few days before heading off to her cabin in Yellowknife. Oh, I say. At this time of year, it averages between minus 30 and minus 40 degrees. Very common to see the Aurora Borealis. A log fire, a fridge full of food, a TV, a cosy bed, and Steve Allen on the radio is what she's recommended the priorities should be. Oh, la la, says Johnny. Oh, I always agree with me on the radio. You can take me anywhere. I've been on cruise ships, I've been to holiday islands, and now I'm going to go to Yellowknife, which sounds fantastic. I don't know what it looks like. Do we have pictures of Yellowknife? I'd like to see what that looks like. I looked at some pictures ages ago. My brother's wife's son had a girlfriend. She lived in Canada, and they were frozen in for so much of the year, and there was pictures of these ice blocks everywhere. But that's Yellowknife. It really is a place called Yellowknife. Isn't it funny? For some reason, I thought it was going to be like sort of some hick town, but it's actually quite modern, isn't it? And there's the Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights, and they've got sort of tents and everything. The Great Slave Lake. Never get away with that over here. But it's quite interesting, isn't it? See, I should imagine when they freeze over there, so Yellowknife is, its surrounding water bodies were named after a local Dean tribe. So it was all the native Indian tribes who were around there. Wow. So where is it? It's in Canada, is it? Good Lord above. They did discover diamonds in 91. That's the place to go to, isn't it? Let's go over there, go and dig up some... I'm watching this programme on the television where they dig up gold and all sorts of things in Australia, and they sort of go under the ground and they dig everything up. And that looks quite good, if not a little bit dangerous, I think. But I think Steve Allen on the radio with a log fire, a fridge full of food, and some booze, I think is the thing to go for. I don't know what I'd go for this morning, actually. I think probably... I was watching Home Alone 2 again the other day. It seems to come round with amazing, regularity. And when you look at him, he was just a little lad when he made them. Now he's sort of grown up and he's an adult and he's got his own family. But it was sort of wonderful to watch it. Whereas Kevin sort of just seemed to fit it. Here he is now. He's 42. 42. He was second on VHS One's list of the 100 greatest kid stars. And that was second. It's very interesting. He's got siblings. Kieran Culkin, Rory Culkin, Dakota Culkin, Quinn Culkin, Shane Culkin, Christian Culkin, and Jennifer Adamson, who was probably just the next-door neighbour. But all those things, often regarded as one of the most successful child actors of the 1990s. I sat next to him in Joe Allen's once. I couldn't get over the fact that Macaulay Culkin was drinking alcohol. I remember thinking, should somebody tell his mother? I don't know. I didn't want to sort of encourage anything like that. Hello. Sort of left it at that. No Lizzie line today between Abbey Wood and Paddington. Didn't realise you were on the usual hour, so I've missed the first hour, says Gary in Woolwich. Well, that's the advantage of going to the globalplayer.com, because then you can listen to the first hour. You could rewind it and listen back. Oh, goodness, honestly, you are my ideal person this morning, Gary. You are the person we need more of, who can go and rewind my programme. The more you download, the happier they are. I'm the only person on LBC blowing my own trumpet. Million downloads a month, plus 1 million downloads a month. Even I can't believe it. We're very happy. And look, I'm nearly hitting the news on time, because it's now... What time is it? Is this 5:30? Oh, good. News headlines, Lottie Morley.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. So Phil Vickery says here in the Mirror, and there's a picture of Phil, and it says, I was in dire need of relief. And it says that he couldn't get an appointment during the COVID lockdown, so he took out a wisdom tooth himself, then tried it with another gnasher, which cracked. And Phil's just sent me a message, and he says, I didn't. That's all he needed to write. I didn't. So, you know, you can mention stories in the newspaper now, and it's a case of, we can tell you the truth immediately. This is in the Mirror. He didn't. Okay, just telling you. Although it does have a nice picture of him with now I don't know if that's a turkey or if that's a chicken. He says, in lockdown I couldn't get a dentist, so I pulled my own teeth out. He said he didn't. Who do you believe? The man who the story is about? We believe Phil Vickery. Of course we do. And, Steve, I bought my mum one of your tea towels for Christmas, and she's going to put it in a picture frame, says Mark in Windsor, which is a very good idea. No Lizzie line between Abbey Wood and Paddington, says Gary. Oh, we did that one earlier on, didn't we? And Sidcup Julie says, I'm moving to my boyfriend's tomorrow. Been on my own for 18 years, so tomorrow is D-Day. I did say I'll move in under one condition. I'm bringing Steve Allen with me. Yeah, there's always three in a relationship. You know, it doesn't matter who you're climbing into bed with. I'm there on the side table. That's me. I am there waiting for my moment to pounce and go, good morning. You know, people go, I can't believe he's with us. Phil says, morning I did. He says, oh, I did, but it was a few years ago in lockdown, not this Christmas. So now we've changed the story, which I love. We always get it from Phil. I wonder what he's doing today. 26 minutes to 6 in the morning. I wonder where he's going to be. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here, which says, I forgot to say, my lovely hubby got me Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris for part of my Christmas presents. Looking forward to watching and seeing how it compares to the Angela Lansbury version, where she's called Mrs. Harris. She's a right cockney, says Kathy. I've got her, actually. I've got Angela Lansbury singing with the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, and she's doing that song from Beauty and the Beast. And she does it, and she puts on her funny little voice, her little cockney voice, singing in front of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Which I have to be honest, I don't subscribe to their theories of how it all works. In fact, it's about the whitest choir I've ever seen in my entire life. If you try and spot anybody ethnic in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, it's a case of, did I just see something? No, it wasn't. And but they put on these big spectaculars in Manger Square, and they have an orchestra, and they've got the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, and they fly people in, and they do bits and pieces. And they've got this obsession, and I assume it must be to do with their religion, where they have angels who come in and dance, women in sort of floaty dresses, which I always find slightly scary. I'm not too sure what they're supposed to do, but they say, and they've got bells. They have bell ringers there, or as we prefer to call it over here, campanologists. And they're tinging their bells and doing all the rest of it, but I just couldn't quite work out exactly what sort of the angels had to do with anything, so it must be their interpretation. Did you see the banana-shaped moon? I didn't. I'd completely forgotten about it. Completely forgotten about the banana-shaped moon. But I do spend a lot of time looking up to the night sky. Not for any particular reason. I quite like it. Christian Bale says booking a restaurant table using his surname often disappointed staff who expected winger Gareth. The Batman actor revealed he used to book a table under the name of Bale when he lived in Europe, but he could see how disappointed staff would be when he showed up instead of the Real Madrid and Wales football ace. Christian told the Empire broadcast, when I was in Spain, I used to get very good tables at restaurants, and then they would look very disappointed when I walked in. Oh, I don't know. I think Christian Bale's very famous. Very famous. I'd be more than happy to have Christian Bale there, would you not? I would have thought that would have been something very good. My friend Ian says, did you know Macaulay Culkin formed a Velvet Underground tribute band and they changed all the words to the songs to be about pizza? I did know he played in a band. I didn't know he'd changed things, around so it all represented pizzas. They were doing a thing the other day. There you go. The Pizza Underground, an American comedy rock band based in parodying songs by the Velvet Underground, who I've heard of, but I don't know enough about them to make any comment, I'm afraid. But Macaulay Culkin was there as well. Bless his heart. I think he went off the rails, didn't he? I'm totally convinced he went off the rails. But I loved him in the film. But he never made it to adulthood. He's one of those child actors who made it very successful as a kid, and then they don't make it. I remember when Shirley Temple made films. When she was young, she was sensational. She danced, she sang, she on the good ship lollipop and all this kind of stuff. When she became an adult, people couldn't quite take to the fact she was kissing people in films, and they were going, no, not really happy. And Steve, that's the first time, says David, anybody seen the Christmas Day speech made by a king, as the first one wasn't broadcast until 1957 when it was given by the Queen. I think he did very well. You have to watch it twice, though. You need to watch it twice. It's the only way that you can sort of understand everything he's talking about. And can you believe, I mean, this is what absolutely amazed me, that the majority of people, half of adults, don't know you can freeze bread. I mean, I could never anything like it, apparently. And a study of 18 to 24-year-olds, and most in the dark, 63% of them are totally unaware. My auntie Grace, she used to make sandwiches for her boys for school, cheese and pickle, whatever it happened to be, and then she'd freeze them. And then in the morning, she'd go to the freezer, take out the packet, put it in their lunchbox. By the time they got to school and ready for lunch, they were ready to eat their sandwiches. They defrosted. And I used to freeze bread all the time. It lasts an awful lot longer. And then you put it in the toaster when it's frozen. And it, my toaster used to have a little thing on it. It had a little picture of, the frosty thing. And that meant that you could sort of do toast which had been frozen. I don't know why people wouldn't understand what on earth they think the toaster's for. That's the whole idea, isn't it, really? The National Lottery made 375 millionaires in 2022, more than one for each day. And the lucky winners shared 1.3 billion between them. The last ones were Joe and Jess Thwaite. £184,262,000. Isn't that nice? That is really good. I mean, you could get anybody with that. That would be just fantastic. You imagine actually checking it and going, good Lord, I've just won nearly £185 million. And, 1 in 4 British people can only cook 3 recipes. I would think that was fair. Jack does toast, mince pies and sausage rolls, and that's it. I mean, what more do you expect him to do? But he can open a variety of bottles, alcoholic, with his teeth. Used to. I can imagine. I used to know somebody who could break open bottles on the side of a table, which is sort of standard. Yeah, I know it's easy, but I didn't think it was that easy, when I was younger. I've got to be careful, because sometimes if my bottles of Prosecco have fallen over, you've got to be careful when you take off the wire covering and you watch it carefully, because sometimes it can shoot out in front of you. So you put your hand over the top, and then you quickly grab the cork and you hold it slowly, and it goes like that. Otherwise it shoots up. I've nearly lost the ceiling before now. Have you dropped a whole bottle? Oh God. That's it, because you forget it's packed under pressure, and it can be absolutely dreadful. And of course, in my kitchen, barely sees the light of day before it's in a glass and pouring it out. My son Stephen bought me one of your tea towels, part of my Christmas present. It was one of the best surprises over Christmas, and I just love it, says Liz. It's not getting used. I know, I don't want anyone to use them. They are collector's items. They're not to be used. But I know a few people will, actually. Well, I hope if you're coming to the Magic Circle on Friday, this coming Friday, we've got those Steve Allen magic mugs for sale, which are very nice. Have you seen my magic mugs? Yeah, they're very nice. It's black, and then you pour in the hot water and a picture of me materialises. Oh, all right. Oh. I thought it was quite nice, actually. It says Steve Allen, I think it says, there you go, the Steve Allen magical mug, and add a bit of hot water and marvel at the magic as I appear before your very eyes in my sparkly jacket. What? It's nice. And then I forget what it actually says on it. It says, there's wording, it's something like Steve Allen, gives you a magical morning. There you go, you can sort of put it on there, and then you pour in the hot water, which is, they've been around for ages, these sort of mugs, but a friend of mine makes them. And so we thought we'd do them for charity, which I think is quite nice. Look at him, he's watching it now, like, with fascination. But it's, there you go, come on, do it. And then magically, before your very eyes, ladies and gentlemen, the Steve Allen image will appear. It's a lovely photograph of me. And what? You like it? You like it now a bit better? Yeah. Cheeky devil. There you go. Waking up with Steve Allen is magical. Yeah, isn't that cool? I think they're really nice. We've never had a mug before. Oh, I tell a lie, we did. When I did a stage show, years and years ago, we had Steve Allen, The Bitch Is Back mug, because the programme was based a little bit on that. They're doing the diary in a lot of the papers today. The things that 2023 will bring. Hopefully more money. That'd be quite nice, isn't it? Also, you've got Prince Harry's book, Spare. Love Him or Loathe Him. We'll all be talking about him. He'll be doing the round of promos. I'm trying to work out which programme will put him on there and how they'll treat him, because they'll all have to kowtow to him. I don't know why. So, you know. No, I wouldn't be remotely interested in talking to him at all. I really wouldn't. Maya Jama is on Love Island. That'll be interesting. And she's split from her new fiancé. She takes over from Laura Whitmore. To be honest with you, you don't need much of a personality to do Love Island. The most complained about programme on the television. More complaints about that than even Jeremy Clarkson. No, it wasn't actually, not as many. Also, Pamela. This is Pamela Anderson. And she's also going to be talking about that stolen sex tape. She made a thing with Tommy, whatever his face was. And did you see that? No. Do you get out much? I begin to wonder, actually, if you've been out anywhere in the last 5 years, or if you've just been sort of glued to the oven door. You know, oh, look, more mince pies. And we turn round and there's, like, you know, trays and trays of mince pies up to the ceiling, because nobody knew what he was doing in the kitchen. What's he been doing in the kitchen? Making mince pies. That's it. I think today he might go on to sausage rolls. Oh, good. That'll be nice, because at the moment we can't get out of the kitchen. He's kind of bricked the door up. A little bit embarrassing. In February, you get Helena Bonham Carter as the Crossroads actress Noel Gordon. That I'm looking forward to. And you get the Brit Awards, Rihanna at the Super Bowl, and the film Cocaine Bear. Have you heard about this? I thought you'd have heard about it. Isn't it funny? Heard about that, but hasn't heard of anything else in the world. Also, the Great British Bake Off musical running at the Noel Coward Theatre. And you've got Mrs. Doubtfire. Did you ever see the film Mrs. Doubtfire? Yeah, you saw that. See, that was quite good. I thought that was very good. But they've got a musical of it as well. So that'll be quite nice. But, oh, God, honestly, no pleasing you, is there? Back to the oven. Back to the cake making. The Oscars in March. And then what else have we got? Luther. Eurovision's in May. We're hosting on behalf of Ukraine. Liverpool will erupt in Camp Patriotism with a little help from Sam Ryder. Gladiators. Oh, God, they're not bringing back Gladiators. God. Gladiators, are you ready? And they came out. Did you ever see Gladiator? A bit before your time, actually, wasn't it, really? Did you watch it? No. Yeah, to be honest with you, it was only appealing to the under-7s. That was it. They'd stand there with these giant cotton buds, you know, trying to jet, you know, and Wolf and all these other peculiar people. So we'll wait and see. Elton John in June is at Glastonbury. And they say it's the last ever UK tour date. Thank God for that. Thought it would never finish. It seems to be going on forever and a day. And he'll be good. At the same time, I think Guns N' Roses are headlining Summertime in Hyde Park, and Blur and Pulp as well. I was never into Blur or Pulp. Big Brother returns in the autumn. They vowed not to fill the house with Love Island-style wannabes. Well, of course you will. That's all you've got. Who else is going to want to do it? Anybody with half a brain cell wouldn't want to do this pile of rubbish. The reason that it was dropped is because nobody was watching it anymore. It was garbage. It's going to be hosted by AJ Adudu. Tipped. They haven't actually confirmed it will be. In November, Doctor Who's 60th anniversary. Writer Russell T Davies returns, as does the 10th Doctor David Tennant and Catherine Tate's Donna Noble. I haven't watched Doctor Who for years. I'm late to the things again. And there's one more to come in December. What do you think it is? You'll find out after this.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So having run through the schedule for next year, what do you think December is going to bring you? What do you think December is going to bring? What would you like to see? What the festive season is going to be bringing next? I mean, it's going to be forever and a day, isn't it? You're going to be waiting for. What do you think? Come on, Freddie, what do you think? It is a TV show. It is a TV show, yes. No, No, it is, but it is a remake. You are right, it's a remake. I wasn't sure whether, because I think we've had 2 remakes of this one, or it might be one extra on top of the original, I can't remember. But it's going to star Timothy Chalamet. No, not Robin Hood, no. It's going to be Oompa Doompa Doompity Day. They're doing Wonka. They're remaking Wonka, which is very interesting. So he's going to play a very young Willy Wonka, and it features Olivia Colman, Rowan Atkinson and Matt Lucas. But you've got to wait till December, so presumably they'll be filming throughout this year. So there you go, just what we need, an entire factory of chocolate. Should be lovely, won't it? Amazing, you only have to do the Oompa Loompas, who I thought were really weird. I thought there was something the matter with them. They're completely off kilter, I think. And also Miriam Margolyes you get on BBC, I think today, actually. Miriam Margolyes returning to Australia. And you know how outrageous she can be. You know how rude she can... That's what people book her for. I love it when they put her on this morning and she says something totally outrageous, which Miriam does. I mean, I remember 25, 30 years ago, we used to have a studio in Hammersmith in a big building, and there was a big window outside my studio. To the right. No, yes, it was on the left-hand side. And the guests would sit outside there so they could look in and see me. And she was sitting outside, and I'd forgotten that they can hear, but they hear it in delay outside. And so I was saying, coming up very shortly, Miriam Margolyes. And she turned round after 10 seconds. She waved, lifted up her top, and showed me her chest, which I thought was very sweet. So I stood up and pulled the blind down. You know, can't have things like that. We had a guest in the studio. They wondered what was going on. She'd do anything like that. She was terribly naughty. But she's doing Australia Unmasked. I love her. I think she's great. I think she did a very good show years ago, which was called Dickens Women. And she talked about how awful Dickens was with his wives and the girlfriends that he went out with. And she's so good. She's so... I mean, I just think she's one of those little powerhouses. And I absolutely adore her, which is good, because it's nice to have people in. Apparently up bright and early this morning, says Rachel in Cockfosters, travelling up to Sunderland to visit my lovely mam and dad with the kids, stopping off at London Colney. M&S Sale en route, poor hubby staying home to dog sit. We'll be going to see Aladdin at Sunderland Empire. That's a fabulous theatre. That is a really good theatre, Sunderland Empire. I think it's a Frank Matcham theatre. I'm pretty certain. It's beautiful, beautiful. Can't wait. Hope you've had a great Christmas, says Rachel in Cockfosters. And somebody says, Steve, do you know how many people a year lose an eye to popping corks? Well, the force they come out with is phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. They're packed under pressure. I wish they weren't, but they are. Steve, the moon was beautiful last night. Big banana. We have big skies up here. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? I think it's a Frank Matcham theatre. I'm pretty certain. But looks like the sort of place I'd love to work. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, we worked some theatres when we did the one-man show, but they didn't look as nice as that. They were good, but they weren't as good as that one. We have big skies up here in Suffolk, says Viv. Lots of rolling fields and not so many tall buildings. Keep well, and thank you for your company. Merci. And Steve, I'm suffering with COVID. Oh, no. Had it for over a week. Really horrid. But as you can see, one of our 6 dogs, Neil, a Yorkshire Terrier, ex-breeder rescue, is happily snuggled up with me. She had such a terrible life, but now after 4 years, she's a lovely, confident dog. That's what they want, isn't it? They want a bit of love and attention. And so I think that's quite sweet. We love the picture. Thank you very much indeed. I bet you actually know the person who crocheted that rug thing. I bet. Will Ulrika Johnson be hosting the new Gladiators? Well, it depends what you mean by will she be hosting the Gladiators, Roger. I don't know. Who knows with Ulrika? Didn't she go out with one of them? Didn't she go out with Hunter or something like that? I seem to remember. She's been out with most people. I thought, actually, I'm sure she's been out with Hunter. I'm pretty certain. Ulrika Johnson. Isn't she 4 children with 4 different men or something? That's why she was called 4x4. And wait a minute. There you go. She dated Hunter for about a year. I thought so. And she said he was the sweetest man. He used to have hair. Now he's bald. Because he was a pretty boy. If you actually sort of look at him, he was sort of, that's what my body looks like. My body looks like that. Disbelievers. I wanted it to look like that, but didn't quite get that far. I think in my dreams, actually. But he was now he's got no hair. It's funny, isn't it? You sort of think to yourself, perhaps he should have had a hair transplant or something like that. But people want to... Yeah. How old is he? What is he? He's... here we go. 25 years since the series. 25 years. I can't believe it. It's amazing. Oh, Lord. But his name's James. He isn't actually known as Hunter. He's known as James. And he was... Oh, Lord above. And... obviously, she was attractive to him for some particular reason. Can't imagine what he was, if our bodies look so similar. So what did he do after Gladiators? I'm assuming he then, became sort of a fitness expert. But they say here he continued to pursue acting jobs. And what sort of shows you'd be putting him in? I thought he'd be in something like Magic Mike. Have you seen Magic Mike? That's at the Hippodrome. That's sort of beefcake. But, so it only went from 92 to 2000. Well, an 8-year run. That wasn't bad, actually. And then a revival on Sky. And they used to go, Gladiators, are you ready? And they'd go, yes, we're ready. And they were... I never got into the programme because I didn't think it was for people my age, really. And, Steve, only 3 recipes. My youngest can cook more than that, and she's only 9. We're making a family recipe book for all the children. Cooking is so important. Jenny says, started listening a few months ago. Good. I'm glad. I'm very glad. And Steve, I've been awake since 2:45. Always the same when I'm off work. I can't sleep. What time does it get light? It's not light yet, is it? Is it about 7:40? Is it 7:45? I quite like it when it's this sort of gloominess. I don't like walking out in bright sunlight. It throws me completely, especially if you've worked overnight here. Some of the boys, dreadful. I have to walk out with sunglasses on or something like that, which I did yesterday, which was lovely. Jonathan in Tower Hill, or on Tower Hill, says, what do? I bought 4 sets of Christmas lights on Amazon in October. One was faulty, and they refunded it. Tonight I got an email again saying they're refunding. I messaged back that they'd already paid me for 1, and the other 3 are fine. I've now got an email agreeing I bought 4 and refunding the other 3. Lost in translation with China. Oh, I'd leave it. Lights are dirt cheap nowadays. Dirt cheap. If they're giving you the money, to take the money. Why not? Goodness sake. Doesn't make any difference to them. I bought some lights, which I gave to my brother, and I bought them from John Lewis, and they're amazing lights. In fact, I haven't even looked at the tree and I went, did I give you those? And he said, yeah, they were very expensive. They were like 60 quid a box. But all the bulbs colour changed, 3 different colours. And so the tree looks as though 1 minute it's all white, then it goes red, blue, and then it's multicolour, and it's all on the same bulbs. It's very good indeed. And I think I've still got a box of them. They were not cheap, but they're very good. And I bought colour-changing light bulbs for my tree at home. We've only got 400 lights on it, because it's only a 7-footer. And they were only about 17 quid in Robert Dyer's. They were really cheap. Really cheap. I ordered 2,000 lights from Amazon, and they arrived, but I'm going to give them to my brother, because he wants lights in his garden next year, which is a very good idea. You must get Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris, says Sarah and Mouse the Greyhound in Bromley. I think you'll love it. Hope 23 is fabulous. Thank you for always being there. Well, I've got nothing else to do at the moment. I thought I'd sort of pop in and just have a little chat, to you about life, and we'll all have film recommendations. Actually, the funny thing is, it goes from strength to strength. Seriously, I mean, I'm absolutely amazed after this amount of time. You thought normally the interest would have waned, but it hasn't at all. Really hasn't, which I'm very pleased with. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you for downloading and getting into the spirit of it. The middlemen for the NHS providing £500 million a year to provide locum nurses and doctors, and the agony of the victims' parents. This is Ellie Edwards, who was fatally wounded, and she was the light of their lives. And 2 people have now been held over this pub shooting. So thank goodness there. And my friend Dan says, morning, Steve. Can't sleep at our hotel. I'm flying home tonight. They've been in Boston, which is Massachusetts, isn't it? I think. And he says, ready to head home now. Going to do our Christmas Day tomorrow and do the Christmas dinner. So happy New Year. And he sent me a view of their room from our room of Logan Airport, which looks lovely. And it's got... Oh, it looks lovely. Do you know, for some reason, I'm strangely attracted to airports. I don't know why. I never think I should be, but I derive pleasure from odd things. I think it must be great to work at an airport, when the snow comes. I mean, I have flown in the snow, and it was okay, if not a little bit frightening. because you're always worried that the planes are going to skid, and you see them coming in, and they sort of the wings wobble a little bit, and then it comes in, and we flew into the Arctic Circle, and I remember thinking we're going to skid, and we did, but it was okay. It was all sort of fairly good. Frontline NHS staff risking their lives in COVID wars. These are employees at a top locum agency sipping cocktails on an all-expenses-paid trip to the Caribbean. Because this is the Cook Recruitment Group, who made £1 million profit last year, thanks in part to hiring out locum medics to more than 200 UK hospitals. It was just one of many agencies that they get their people from. And Bargain Day Crazy Brits Boxing Day Stampede. You try saying that after you've had a few sherries. And it's a case of all the things are out there. How much can you save? Anything up to about 82% in some of them. So I'll save you some more money after the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday, December the 27th. I'm hoping actually this morning, because it is a train strike, but the buses and the tubes are still operating. I think it'll be empty. I don't think people are back at work yet. I think they're still doing the sales. They were taking pictures in the papers, people queuing outside Harrods and people piling into Selfridges, and in Birmingham at 7:45 they're queuing about 200 deep outside a Zara store just before it opened, because people like a bargain, but it's only a bargain if you need it. If you don't actually need something, it's pointless to buy things. But apparently in Harrods, people fight over China and all sorts of bits and pieces. And at a hunt, this is the Countryside Alliance, said more than 200 hunts put on their traditional Boxing Day events. Fox hunting's been banned, but they still reckon there's drag hunting, and they still reckon that there are hunts who are still hunting foxes. Whether or not they actually tell you they're not hunting foxes, they say that there is evidence to suggest that they are. In Suffolk, police had to step in to keep two sides apart, because you get those people who like going out and dressing up and and then you get other people who are going, we don't want you to go hunting. And it's just one of those things. A hunt run by Princess Diana's cousin has been given community protection notice by the police. The Warwickshire hunt was founded more than 230 years ago. The only thing I always thought about hunting, and I heard somebody the other day, she got very emotional on the radio. She said, I used to live in the countryside and all that. I thought, you don't have to live in the countryside to know what fox hunting is. We're well aware of how it is. I mean, I live in the town and we have foxes. In fact, we probably have as many foxes in the town as you have in the countryside. We've got loads of foxes, absolutely loads. I mean, I see them most mornings, and they have no fear of humans whatsoever. And she was going around, the cubs, and they do this and do that. And I thought, yes, but wait a minute. But even on the fox hunting side, the hounds, and I've seen the footage, if the hound fails to follow the hunt and it loses the scent, they shoot it. You cannot do the dogs that they use for hunting. They don't make pets, so they just get rid of them. They don't, because you can't give them, because they're used to working as a pack, and apparently they take young children out and they rub their hankies in the blood of the fox and all the rest of it. They rip them apart. I can't quite work out. I can't quite work out what the point of it is. I've heard, we had a farmer on LBC yesterday, and he was saying, you want to see the damage that they do to the sheep and to the lambs and everything else. But I thought, but this is what life in the countryside is like. That's what happened. They were there long before us. And so they have a right, and they are protected now. But now it's turned into, and we've had it over the years. I've seen people fighting and dragging people off horses and stuff like that. And I have been to a hunt. We went into Essex, and on Boxing Day, the hunts all come out, and people go to this pub in Essex. I've been up there. Jeff Brazier's been up there. Loads of other people, and people just stand there and they have sort of drinks and mulled wine and everything else. And then the hunt arrives, and it's a spectacle. Now, whether or not they went off hunting foxes, I've got no idea. I just know that they were all there with their scarlet tunics and all the rest of it, and the hounds, and off they sort of to go where, I have no idea. We just thought it was part of a bit of a history lesson for people. But I understand how some people get terribly worked up about it, and the farmers get worked up, and then the people who don't want them to hunt get worked up, and it just sort of gets from bad to worse. I'd rather go and stand. To be honest with you, I think it's just as bad standing in a queue for a sale when people fight over things. People sort of become quite different. I was watching the Big Brother people the other day, and people just went into Big Brother to wind people up. They would say, "Oh, you rubbish, you." And then there was one girl, Ashleen Horgan-Wallace, it is. I don't know what she does for a living or what her qualification is, but she said to one of the blokes in there, who was basically saying, "Who are you? What do you do for a living?" And she said, "Oh, I'm this and that." She said, "You wait till you meet my father." And he said, "Why would I want to meet your father?" And she was basically threatening him. It turned out to be deeply, deeply unpleasant. So if you want some Bluetooth the only thing I've not got is Bluetooth earphones. People walk into this building and they've got these little plastic things that they stick in their ears. AirPods. Well, they've got these Bluetooth earphones here. They're in House of Fraser. They're from Adidas. 25 quid. As opposed to £125. That's quite good, isn't it? Is that good? I don't know. Seems to be. You can see I'm more interested. The wine glasses are reduced from £90 to £17. Which I think is, to be honest with you, I think is actually a bit of a bargain. Also, a Ralph Lauren home ad pillowcase. 20 quid, down from 99. I mean, who cares? Who wants a pillowcase? That's not very exciting, is it? That's in Ralph Lauren. In the shop, And, you see, I actually see you more in the Agent Provocateur dressing gown. I don't know why. I'll just assume that you probably don't have a dressing gown. Do you? You've got a Beatles one. You're really quite disturbed, aren't you? Really quite disturbed. I don't know what to say about that, a Beatles dressing gown. John Lewis have got all sorts of things on special offer. I like to look, so they've got one thing here, a portable Bluetooth speaker, 170 quid, down to 119, but you're only saving 29%, but I mean, unless you really want it, it's not really worth having. But most of them, they're doing 50%. There's a Habitat Studio Geometric Flat Weave Wool Rug, 55 quid. Have you seen that rug, which looks as though it's a hole in the ground? Have you seen that? It's like a geometric design, but it's designed to look like a hole. And they say people, you put it outside somebody's door, they come outside, they go, oh! They think they're going to fall into it. It's really clever. There you go. Yeah, there it is on the left-hand side. Yeah, isn't that clever? Don't you want one of those in your house? Isn't that clever? A vortex thing, and it looks as even animals step over it. Have you seen that, Jack? You've never seen that before. You could buy one of those. It's very cool, isn't it? I quite like that. And it's only £20.49. It's not a lot of money, is it, to have a lot of fun and push your granny in, I mean, obviously not genuinely, but I mean, she'd be quite frightened by it. I think that's good. It's like a swirl, and they do different things as well. I've seen people doing it painting on the around here in Trafalgar Square. They do the chalk people. And I think that looks really good. I like things like that. I think that's very clever. And I told you, Kate, she says, I made the crochet throw. We've got a website, cavecrafters.co.uk. Look at you being all clever. Brian in Swiss Cottage says, in the US it's reached minus 40. Minus 40 is the same temperature as minus 40 degrees centigrade. To change Fahrenheit to centigrade, subtract 32, multiply by 5, divide by 9. Well, in fact, to double it and add 30, that's what we did. So if you want to know what it is, Fahrenheit, sort of 20 degrees Fahrenheit will be, double it and add 30. And so you can work it all out that way. It's only a rough guide because, to be honest with you, who the heck cares whether you can work out whether or not something is a degree higher or degree lower? Makes no difference at all. But some people get a little bit fussy about things like that. They say, oh, it's not exactly correct, Steve. And you go, I don't really care. Mr. Neil says, as you know, Steve, we have chickens. And it's a constant battle trying to outwit the very clever fox. We lost 18 hens in a fox frenzy one night, because what they do is they just go and grab as many as they can get in their mouth. And I've seen them doing it in the tundra. The tundra? Look at me being all exotic. And they go there and the birds give birth and they go into their burrows under the ground and they grab as many as they can fit in their mouth and carry them off and then bury them so they've got food to go back to. So I know because, in fact, ask James O'Brien about foxes in a garden because he lost all of his chickens ages ago. Because and a friend of mine, she was looking after chickens for a friend, and the fox came in at night and decimated the entire hen house. And, of course, the chickens didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. So I know how bad it can be for people. Ben says, are bald men not pretty then? Well, don't be silly. They can't be pretty. How can somebody bald be pretty? You've got to have hair. Everybody wants hair. Even if it's a toop. People want to, they run your fingers through somebody's hair. You can't run your fingers through somebody's bald bits, can you? It doesn't work the same way. So, obviously, the answer is bald men are not pretty, Ben. I'm sorry to break that to you, but, just have to learn to live with it, won't you? You're not attractive. You're not pretty. What can I do? David says, did you know you can get a special gadget to remove champagne corks? It's called your hand, isn't it? I'm assuming. He says it's specially shaped and stops them flying off, causing eye injuries. Maybe something for your next birthday. Well, I don't need to wait for my next birthday to buy something. Depends how much it is. And Roger says, watch Ice Airport Alaska, where they battle with the elements to try and keep the airport operating during a snowstorm. We sat on the plane in Gloucester on the runway, and they brought in a huge crane, and they're spraying the whole plane with de-icer so that we could take off. We sat there, and all the windows and everything, he's got like a fireman's hose, but he was spraying de-icer because it's so freezing cold up there, which was great, actually. Steve, is it okay to use a battery clipper in the shower, says Barry. He says, I want to trim the hairs off my body whilst in the shower. I don't think so. Not really. Kind of do things like that. I mean, a battery clipper, to be honest with you, you're going to fill it up really quickly, aren't you? If you've got a battery clipper. Why don't you just use a shaver, a razor, cutthroat razor, or you can buy cream and things like that, if you want to get hair on your body. But I don't think a battery razor in the shower, because you know what'll happen? It'll get, it'll give up completely. And then it'll rust, and then you'll have wasted your money. So definitely not. Albert says, Steve, the urban we have are only here because they're trying to get away from the idiots that chase them in the country. We've got loads round our way. Seriously, we must have a good, 10, 15 foxes, which I see on a regular basis. Steve says, Brendan, AC/DC dressing gowns, so shout out for the odd dressing gowns. I love dressing gowns. Aren't they fantastic? Dressing gowns are just cool. They've got to be big. No, I don't like the little dressing gowns, You've got to have a big dressing gown, which you basically wrap yourself in. There are, in the capital, the London Wildlife Trust estimate 10,000 foxes in the capital, and they think the number's been stable for several decades. There are about 350,000 foxes in England, and that's at the peak when foxes are born in April. So 10,000 in the capital. I think they're all in Twickenham. But they show no fear of me whatsoever, and I've done the usual bit. Shoo! Shoo! Like that. And you think they're getting closer, they're going to attack me, So I don't go for that at all, actually. Steve, laying in bed at my son's house in Bourne, South Lincolnshire, after not going to bed until 2 a.m, we were all singing karaoke and drinking spiced rum, says Debbie. You old drunk, honestly. What are things, drinking spiced rum and singing karaoke? Because it's amazing how many people think they can sing karaoke after they've drunk spiced rum. And Steve, hold the cork and slowly turn the bottle. It will gently pop in your hand, says Jonathan. Thank you. And then somebody says, Steve, no, I love a bald man. Love rubbing. It needs to be about 2 millimetres of what hair is left, and it feels amazing. I'd love to give your head a rub too. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. I think I can manage it by myself. I'm kind of, given the choice of sort of, passing my head around to people so they can have a quick sort of, splurge on my head. I think not. Thank you very much indeed. We get the oddest people in the morning. Have you noticed? We get the oddest people. It was going so well, and then it all of a sudden took a turn for the worst. 6:15 is the time.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Apparently Veronica says, I have a fox come to me every night for his chicken. He sits outside. You mustn't feed them. I don't think you're supposed to feed foxes. You know why? Because then they come to rely on humans. And then it means that in hard times, they starve. It would be like, having a dog or a cat and you feed it and then you die and you don't tell anybody and the thing sits in the house and you think, where's it supposed to go now? So if you feed, it's like feeding pigeons. You don't need to feed pigeons because they forage. If you see somebody who's been sick on the pavement in Trafalgar Square, the next thing is you see the pigeons eating it. Seriously, they don't think about anything like that. So never feed it. It's like feeding pussycats at your back door. One turns up and you start feeding it thinking, oh, poor little thing. You never get rid of it. But you shouldn't feed foxes. I know people do, and they feed hedgehogs, and they do this, and it's very sweet. But it is a bit like feeding, pigeons. But you just don't see, I've driven through Trafalgar Square, and the pigeons have been pecking the ground, and you think, oh, no, I'm going to run over it, You go over it, you look in your mirror, and there it is, still pecking away on the road. So annoying. Eileen in Scarborough says, I find bald men really attractive. See, we've started a trend here now, very masculine. She says, she said, you're practically bald yourself. Huh? Sorry? Where do you get that from? I have a full head of hair, excuse me. Might just look as though it's a bit sparse in places. She said, you should embrace baldness. Oh, I can't. Oh, no. Actually, yes, it never bothered me in the slightest. It was other people it bothers. People like the Paul Danielses and Bruceys and everybody else. They wore toupees because they thought, and nobody knew they wore toupees. But toupees were never that brilliant. You could always see that they were toupees. The boys next door will probably... Wayne Rooney, exactly the same. He's had this transplant. People spend a lot of money on transplants. And you think to yourself, why don't you just embrace, not having much hair? It doesn't really make any difference. I've never had anybody say, oh, you're going bald, because I'm not remotely bothered by it. I was well aware of, what hair loss was. But there again, I had very fair, light hair. I was sort of blondie type, sort of, what now? Don't start, honestly, I tell you. Mention the word blondie, and immediately the little smile creeps over his face, and I know what he's thinking. Yeah, you never had blonde hair, pal. You never had blonde hair. You can't cook mince pies or sausage rolls in the oven with blonde hair. It doesn't work. Susie says, years ago, speaking to a vet who looked after hounds, said some of the dogs had the most terrible injuries after a hunt. Why can't hunters enjoy following a trail rather than fox it? I don't know. Listen, if I knew the answer to that, I'd be a very wise person. Indeed, a very wise person. So the King, his Christmas broadcast did better, followed by the Strictly Come Dancing, then Michael McIntyre's Christmas Wheel, then Call the Midwife, then Aladdin, then Ghost's Christmas Special, Doc Martin, EastEnders, Coronation Street, and Ant and Dec's Christmas Limitless Win. They were way down. 2.7 million. Has the bubble burst for Ant and Dec? Normally, if they do a show, it does really, really well. But bottom of the top 10 list, 2.7 million. I know 2.7 million is very respectable. But to be honest with you, for Ant and Dec, that would be considered a bit of a failure. Have they lost, the cheeky chappy? Because I think they're brilliant. I've watched some of the stuff where they used to do their Saturday night programme, and they learnt to dance, and they did all sorts of things, and singing, and it was just beautifully choreographed and put together, and I thought they were excellent. But to get 2.7, I think, is a bit low, I'm afraid. Steve says, Glyn, we had 5 foxes in the garden since last spring. They have one of their garden dens under our decking. They've destroyed the garden furniture and had to replace the fence they destroyed. I'll encourage their departure this spring to avoid another year of cubs and destruction. Yes, because what happens is they'll have the cubs in about the April, I think, and then the parents will start feeding them, and then they'll bring the cubs to the garden, and that's when you end up with loads of them. And as I say, it can be very destructive, for furniture and stuff like that. And they're very brazen. They'll happily walk into somebody's house. If the door's open, they'll go in there. They're not frightened. They'll go in there. They're not frightened of anything. Why would they? Have you seen the teeth on them? But Glyn said, who'd have thought Hornchurch would be a wildlife reserve? I know. You wouldn't, would you really? Oh, here we go. It's all the celebs, or as I prefer to call it, the naffos, wearing their pyjamas. And so you've got a picture of Naomi Campbell's tartan-clad family photograph, rivetingly dull. Also, Wayne Rooney with his sons, all wearing their matching pyjamas with their names on the front. And then Rebecca and Jamie Vardy with their brood in red. What's the matter with these? There's something the matter with them. Do they have to wear pyjamas? And then there's also Emily in PJs, Lily Collins with her husband and dog. I'm sorry, nobody wears pyjamas now and sits around and has an official photograph taken. It just looks ridiculous. Grow up, for goodness sake. Try and get over yourselves, honestly. Don't find me sitting around posing for pyjamas. Also, here it is, a drone in a place called Cheektowaga in New York State. And it is stunningly beautiful, but nobody's driving because you can't get out. Hidden by snow, the town is. Literally hidden by snow. You've never seen anything like it. One here in Erie County, the snowdrifts were several feet high. They've had to channel something in it to try and get a road going, and then somebody decides to go out in a pair of shorts in Buffalo, New York, to go and do the shopping. Mad. Absolutely mad. Scotland Yard last night accused of policing political correctness after figures revealed it spent more than £1 million a year on diversity roles. And they've got all sorts of different things. All sorts of different things, which is interesting. They've got 23 people focusing on issues of equality, diversity or inclusivity following a Freedom of Information request. Salaries cost the taxpayer a total between $1,177,000 to $1,479,000, meaning some woke roles will be paid far more than the average frontline police officer. Just imagine they're thrilled. Not. Definitely not. Loads of party food now, because all the stuff they never sold over Christmas, you're going to be buying it for New Year's Eve. Because people have parties, we're having fireworks in the garden, and we will be out there with sort of food as well. Happy birthday to Lily Cole, the Devon-born model, actress and entrepreneur, has a double first in history of art from Cambridge, has graced the covers of Elle and Vogue and starred in the 2007 film St. Trinians. She was so successful, she's not made a film since. She now lives in Lisbon. And George Michael's boyfriend in 2016 on this day revealed how he found George dead on Christmas Day. Hairstylist Fadi Fawaz says he would never forget finding him dead peacefully in bed at his Oxfordshire home. Yes, I will always remember that as well, because we were working Christmas Day when the news came through that George Michael had died. And it's always somebody you think, how can he be dead? He's far too young to be dead, isn't he, really? Lynn says, well, Steve, I'm offended. I love stroking my man's bald head. Weirdo. It's really odd, isn't it? Mind you, Telly Savalas, it was said, because he was bald. The one who used to have a catchphrase, "Who loves you, baby?" And used to suck lollipops. And he had a bald head as well. And nobody ever said anything to him. Well, he wouldn't. He was quite frightening. Fanny Craddock died on this day in 1994. The writer and restaurant critic. She was 85. And on this day in 1999, singer Jennifer Lopez and rapper Sean Puffy Combs were arrested for having a gun in their car. J-Lo's charges were quickly dropped and Puff Daddy was acquitted at trial. I think they're mad over there in America. You can actually get guns and stuff like that quite easily. Christine and daughter Sarah listening in Amsterdam, hotel in the red light district. What are you talking about? The whole of Amsterdam's the red light district, especially with the red light district where there's little windows, the girls in the window. You go to Amsterdam and you sort of wander about and it's all dikes and flowers and cheese and things like that. You say to a policeman, where are the girls in the windows? And he will say to you, down there and just on the left. And you go down and there are all these windows just by the canal and there's girls sitting in the window bathed in ultraviolet light. It's the most peculiar thing to see. And they're there and you look at the one and they've got a price list and everything else. And then you go in and make cupcakes or something, or mince pies, and they go, do you want to? And they go, no, just we're doing sausage rolls now. And then you and that's what it is. But they've had it for such a long time. It's so open. They don't think about it. They really don't. Have you been to Amsterdam? Yeah. No. You really haven't been out at all, have you? I've never met anybody your age who's never been anywhere. What countries you've been? Loads of. What countries? You've been to Norway. Well, you went to America. Okay. Where did you go to in America? 2 weeks. Oh, right. 2 weeks ago in New York. And you've been to Vegas? No. Oh, Vegas next year. For a festival? Wow. What's that? The mince pie festival? People who cook? Oh, a teen rock festival. Oh, right. Oh, that's quite a nice idea. In a hotel, is it, over there in Vegas? Or is it just at the airport, in the lounge, just before you head out to the toilet? So you're going there, right? Will there be a lot of you going, or is it just you again? 4 of you? Good Lord, honestly. I mean, that's a pageant. That's a pageant, isn't it? 4 of you? Blimey. And you go and you dance and you do whatever, do you? And you stay up late till like 10 o'clock or something? 10:30? You'll never get away with 10:30. Not in Vegas. Girl, not even I can manage 10:30. I mean, that is really pushing the boat out. Steve, about to catch the 7 o'clock ferry to Portsmouth. Onward to the Wye Forest. Missed the first hour, but have the global player for my trip. Says Peter, the Toastmaster on the Isle of Wight. How lovely. How lovely. And Matthew says, Every time Dom Jolly's on the television, which isn't very often, is it really? He always mentions the fact he went to the same school as Osama bin Laden. Yeah, both careers finished at the first time, the last time, I think. Actually, I don't know what he does now. I don't think he does anything really, does he? He's not appearing anywhere. Graham says 2 years ago I was sick outside a building. A few crows saw me from a tree. 50 minutes later, they'd eaten all. Yeah, exactly. They don't. It's not like us. We sort of go, oh, I'm going to be sick. I hated being sick. I used to do anything to stop being sick. Because sometimes you'd see somebody being sick. In fact, I came in the other day and there's somebody being sick in Leicester Square because they'd overindulge with drink and they'd mix their drink. It's too much booze. Either that or they had an infection. But he was leaning over, he was on his knees, leaning over the thing. And there's other people sitting next to him just chatting away while he's being violently ill. And I thought, we're going to see this on New Year's Day. I don't know why. Why do people go out and they think they've had a good time? That's not having a good time. Having a good time is going off with 4 of your busy mates to Las Vegas and having a really, late night, 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. Then getting up and having a cooked breakfast and then having another sort of Lucozade and sometimes, you might sort of have a cigarette, God forbid, or you might have a pint, Well, we all know that American beer is weaker than ours. Their beer over there. And say, yeah, they do Bud Lights, and not in New York. We're not going to New York. You're not going to New York. You're going to Las Vegas. It's completely different in Las Vegas. They'll eat you alive in Vegas. I mean, seriously, how are you over 18? Because you can't drink in Vegas. You're 22. Well, you've just scraped in because they have a 21 policy in all the casinos. They ask you to leave. Oi, you out. That's what they're like. They're very butch over there. Very much. I think they learnt it from us over here. 6:30. Let's get the LBC News headlines. Oh, can't even speak now. With Lottie Morley.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Tuesday and the sales are still on. Although I should imagine if you went out yesterday, you'll know what a ghastly experience going to the sales is. Everybody says the same to me. They say, oh, but you pick up a bargain. I said, yeah, but the strain. I can remember the first time I went to IKEA. I came back traumatised. I've never been to a place like it before. It must be about 35, 40 years ago. I went to IKEA, the one up at Wembley. And you go in there, and I was looking for, in fact, I wasn't actually looking for anything in particular, but I saw this shelving unit, which was there was a lot of chrome and glass shelving and bits and pieces. And I thought, oh, that looks quite nice. I'll buy that. Well, of course, it's not all in one place. The actual chrome bits are over here. The shelving you've got to go over here to get, and then you've got to go and get the packet of screws and the little rubber bungs which you rest the glass shelves on. I found it just, and somebody said, oh, you can get meatballs. I said, listen, I just want to go home. I can get meatballs in Waitrose. In fact, I might have meatballs today, actually. I quite like meatballs. They're quite easy to cook as well. Or I might have some roast potatoes, because I've still got a box of roast potatoes to have. Where'd you get meatballs with melted cheese? Where'd you get those from? Emmett? Oh, I can't make them, no. I'll have to get Jack to make them for me. He'll be able to do that. Can you do meatballs with cheese in? Yeah. No, it is true. I wouldn't eat them. You're quite right, actually. I wouldn't eat them at all. I'd need to see a photograph of the kitchen and a certificate from the council before we even got halfway near you turning the oven on. That would be and also I'd have to check your hands. You'd have to wait. It's like I watched somebody the other day in Marks and Spencer's. They have different people who work on the bread counter and she didn't even have gloves on and she was handling this food. And I remember saying, or I wanted to say to her, shouldn't you be putting gloves on to handle this food? Are you washing your hands? And she wasn't washing her hands every time. She was just coming from behind and sort of loading up all the cakes and the bits and pieces with bare hands. And I thought, I don't think that's very hygienic. Not at all. And I wouldn't. It's like going into a sandwich shop and they're making sandwiches, putting their hands over and cutting them and everything else. And I was thinking, oh no, there you go, cheese stuffed meatballs. I've never even heard of such a thing. Wait a minute. Preparation time 15 minutes. Cooking time apparently 15 minutes. Yields 4 to 6. You need string cheese packets. It seems quite a good idea, actually, doesn't it? Because I like sausages with cheese in as well. They do these things in Austria, which is the Käsewurst. And you've got to be really careful because the cheese is boiling hot inside. It's all melted, but they're delicious. Seriously, you only need one of those to keep you happy. For winter, it is brilliant. Taxi Tony says, you have another listener added. My passenger loved you coming in from Cambridgeshire thanks to the train strike today. Love, 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 says Taxi Tony. Taxi Tony. So there you go, another listener. That'll be 3 of you now. 3 of you, which is good, isn't it? So we're very, very pleased. Susie says, my husband, Mike, died 11 years ago, aged 74, had grey hair, lost quite a lot at the front, never knew how large his bald spot was at the top centre back of the head. I often wonder what he would have looked like if he'd lost all his hair. Still would have loved him, just as much as I am. Do you know, Susie, I used to get taken to the British Museum to go and see the mummies, because there is a mummy that is growing orange hair. And it's in a case in the British Museum. I love the way everybody checks everything I say. They go, you can't say that, Steve. There's a mummy. And he's got orange hair. And I remember thinking, how novel for a mummy to have orange hair in the British Museum. And I think what they did, they unwrapped... Have you got him? They unwrapped him, and there's yeah. And there is... You can see his hair and things like... Yes. It's bizarre, isn't it? It is absolutely the oddest thing ever. I mean, I thought that, you know, you would lose all of this thing. But they can also tell, look, they can also tell how they died. You know, their neck was broken or they were murdered or something like that, because they can see these things. But when you look at these mummies from ancient Egypt with full heads of hair, and I remember standing there in front of one of these cases with my father thinking, this is like the weirdest thing ever. A mummy, you know, which is preserved. I mean, some of them, I think I forget where it was, in some very cold place, they would leave the bodies outside. They wouldn't cover them or anything like that. They would basically freeze out there, so they were preserved. And I remember that, because the British Museum, I thought, was one of the best museums I'd ever been in. I'd only recently said that. I've joined and go to all the exhibitions and stuff like that when they show you, you know, Roman stuff that they've got in. They put on a big exhibition. It's like joining the V&A. That, again, is another brilliant museum to join, or the Museum of London, because they need the money. In fact, most of the stuff that they've got is not on display. It's actually tucked away in vaults and stuff like that. And you go to the V&A Museum, they've got a fantastic theatrical department where they've got Kylie Minogue's dressing room. They've got all people's costumes, including David Bowie. They've got one of the war horses. They've got, I mean, just everything. And you look at it and you think, it's great, because we can go and see it. I don't like paying. I don't mind joining, but I don't want to feel... I went to the Natural Science Museum, the Science Museum, and they have a thing that you sort of, you know, they like you to pay, but, I mean, I don't want to pay. I live in this country. I've paid literally through my taxes for years. So I always say I'm just going to the shop. And we go to the shop, so I've never paid to go in there. But I don't mind buying a subscription to help the museums out and stuff like that, because I think it's worth it to protect all this stuff. But to look at mummies, and you feel a bit guilty. I used to feel guilty that they'd been sort of dug up and then put on display, like Tutankhamun. You go to his burial, and there he is. He's just under a shroud. You know, they unwrapped him, and he's put in his box, and you can see him. And you think to yourself, hasn't he got any family members around who could sort of look after him or something like that, take him in and bury him properly? Because we put them in museums. Now, I'm not saying that we have to sort of start doing all these different bits and pieces, but to see Tutankhamun, you know, in his sarcophagus, but he's just literally got a white sheet covering him up to his chin. The rest of him, you know, Paul, it was because he died when he was 18. He was very, very young. I thought he was fairly old. And you look at him, I mean, you can only imagine what, you know, when Carter found that, and when they lifted off, working in such a tiny space, all the different layers. And there he is. There is Tutankhamun. And he didn't look well. He never looked well. And he had little tiny Tinky Willie like that, and they sort of, everything was on display. I felt a bit sorry for him. But then they reveal that fantastic mask, which they've had to sort of look after over the years because it's so fragile, because it's so ancient. And you think they were very lucky that the grave robbers never got in there and robbed. They took a few little bits and pieces, but they didn't actually get into the tomb, mainly because they'd have had to have lifted up the lid of the sarcophagus to actually get down to the first, and then the second, then the third or fourth layer, I think. But very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. See, one of the original Spikers has dared me to get barred. And somebody says, why did Santa get a parking ticket? Because his sleigh was in a snow parking zone. Okay, I'm not going to bar you. I'm going to make you suffer, and let you continue contacting the programme, Phil. So simple as that. Why? Because we like you. Why? Because we like you. You have to like somebody in this day and age, for goodness sake. George, and also there's another from the Daily Mail archive. This is from East Germany, from December the 27th, 1963. You remember the wall that was up there, and people would try and get across to the other side, and they would be shot dead by the border guards. And on this day in 1963, the East German border guard shot down a boy refugee on Christmas Day, and the blood still stains the snow. It did. And the West Berliners have raised a wooden cross at the spot. Candles are burning around it. Flowers have been laid. And a small crowd gathered shouting murderers at 2 communist guards in a 15-foot watchtower the other side of the wall. I can remember distinctly those images of people trying to cross, getting through the barbed wire and everything, and failing on so many occasions. And then when the wall came down, and that was really something. That was really something. My goodness me. What else we got? Jennifer Lopez, we did. Elysian Fields. I never knew what the expression Elysian Fields meant. Apparently, it means heaven. It means heaven, the Elysian field. It means heaven, which I was quite impressed by. David Shepherd, the Gloucestershire batsman, born on this day in 1940, died in 2009, went on to become one of the most popular test umpires in history. People who watch cricket absolutely love it. They love it. Michael Parkinson used to work for LBC years ago, and used to do a programme in the morning. He was obsessed with cricket. He would go to Australia and he would do the commentary, and that was his big thing. He absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Me, I used to play cricket, not very well, it has to be said, but careful. I was very sporty. When I was younger, I was very sporty, actually. I played rugby. I did rugby, cricket, football we didn't do, but we did hockey. In the middle of winter, freezing cold, little boys doing hockey at prep school. You can imagine, can't you? I mean, the blooming stick was as big as we were, and you go 1, 2, 1, 2, and then you thwack them in the legs. I didn't care. The monthly jab. This is for people who suffer with arthritic knees. Go see your doctor. There is a monthly jab that you can get to ease the pain, because if you suffer from arthritis, we know how you suffer, and it's really quite bad, actually. It's 6:45.
LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, trust you. It's a bit nippy this morning. They've said come January, it's going to get a bit colder. I remember talking to Chris Lowry the other day. What they've got in America and in Japan, we don't want over here. Thank you very much indeed. I thought we've seen the last of the snow, but maybe not. Maybe not, so be warned. I am unfortunately, says Jeff in Maidstone, back to work today, but luckily I'll be driving around Howletts Safari Park. Oh, I know it well. Emptying the cesspit with the tanker, spending the day with some very grand animals. Yes, we went there. We went to Howletts and Port Lympne. We went to quite a number of different places. We used to sort of try and, with a friend of mine, we used to try and do something on a Sunday that was a bit unusual. So go and do something so you're not wasting the time. So we'd do a museum. We'd say, OK, this time we'll do, the Science Museum, or do the Natural History Museum, or the Geology Museum, or the Museum of London, which I love. Museum of London's currently got an exhibition on, I think, something like 600 murders, proving what a bloodthirsty country we were and how public executions were quite normal. It was like day out for everybody. They go, come on, Jack, come on, Freddie, let's go Tower Hill. They're executing 3 people. Hey, up there, get a baked potato, cheese and beans. God, blimey, I tell you. Who is it? Yeah, boo, boo. It was terrible. We were sort of, you'd stand by the side of the Thames and watch people drowning. Up at Hyde Park Corner, they'd be sort of hanging people. People on their way to the hanging were in the back of a cart, and people would buy them drinks in the pubs up Oxford Street. It was all good stuff. Witches, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the funny thing was with witches, if you drowned, you were innocent. And if you floated, you were guilty. It was kind of a no-win situation for those poor witches and the old ducking stools, I'd have been out on a limb. So you imagine a magician. I've been out on a limb straight away. What do you mean? Where's that handkerchief gone? Right, you're on the ducking stool, mate. Straight away. Paul Daniels would have survived about 5 minutes. I have to think about these things. But no, we were very bloodthirsty. We had these execute. The worst thing was, I think, inside the Tower of London, they have the place where they think the execution block was. They know that the victims, and they were generally royalty and sort of people of upper classes, were buried in St Peter ad Vincula. When they sort of dug up the flooring, there's lots of bones in there and things like that. But one of the girls was, I think she was 16. I can't remember which one had been married before. Anyway, she'd had an affair with Thomas Culpeper. And I remember she was in a room waiting by the scaffold, and they brought Thomas Culpeper's body back, and the carriage went under her window, and of course he didn't have his head with him, and she then knew that was her fate as well. And they seemed to go to their fate quite, they did speeches. I think Anne Boleyn did a speech before she was beheaded, and they used to tip the executioners, mainly because the executioners were drunk half the time, and they wanted a clean cut. They didn't want anything. So if you were lucky and the king agreed, you got a French swordsman over, as opposed to some old drunk wielding an axe. That, because it was terrible, actually. But Catherine Howard was the fifth wife. There was a thing, wasn't there, actually? Was it died, beheaded? Oh, I can't remember what it was now. There was that divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. Typical, isn't it, when the AP remembers these things and the poor old presenter can't remember anything apart from, shall we have one of those nice slices from Greg's or something, always sort of good things. But yeah, we were just terribly bloodthirsty. So at the Museum of London, which has moved now, you can go there and see all these dreadful things. I mean, we did do hung, drawn and quarter, which was basically, it was to make you, how you could suffer anymore. So they half hanged you. You weren't completely dead, and then the executioner would climb up a ladder next to you, and he would literally stick a knife in and open your gut up, and the crowd would cheer and whoop, and the person would be in agony, and then they'd chop your head off, like you hadn't suffered enough. Ghastly, absolutely ghastly, hung, drawn and quartered, and then they'd sort of, you had to, and then they put your head on a spike. And friends used to have to come and rescue you, and they used to put tar over your head to stop the seagulls pecking at your head. Well, not that it made any difference. They were never going to put it back together again, were they? And say, oh, look, your head. Although they did do it in St George's Chapel in Windsor, where the Queen's body is at the moment, and until they probably move her, or they might not, I don't know. But they were going through what they've got under the ground in the chapel. You can't go and visit. It's not open to the public. And they found Charles I's body. He's in a coffin, and it had a royal cipher on it. Now, Charles I, if you remember, was executed in Whitehall. He climbed out of the banqueting house window. They don't know which window, but onto the scaffolding, which was draped with black. People were clinging to rooftops and everything else. And he had a shirt on. And they've still got the shirt. It's in the Museum of London. And his body was then taken. What they used to do is stitch the head back on for the sake of a photograph, but in his case they didn't. But when they opened the coffin, which had the royal cipher on the top of it, they knew it was Charles I because he had the little goatee beard, and the head was separate to the body. I think that's quite interesting. There you go, for goodness sake. And what are you having for breakfast this morning? Well, it certainly won't be heads or anything like that. But yeah, the Museum of London, very good exhibition. Very, very good exhibition. So, revealed the dire state of the broken rail network, says the Guardian. I mean, I don't know where it goes from here. I really don't know where it goes. There's trains departing from the station. 48% were delayed. See, I've always been really lucky with trains. Perhaps I'm lucky. All the trains I've ever got, all right, I might have had to have taken a different train because some of the ones that I would have taken, they're doing work on, and because they're not allowed to do overtime, they don't go there. So I have to get a later train, which is okay. But today I can't do a train because they're on strike, but I can get home via buses. If all of a sudden the buses and the trains and the underground went out, well, then we'd be a little bit screwed. And so I'd have to then take a taxi or an Uber. Yeah, you'd have to spend money on an Addison Lee, and it would probably cost me the best part of 50 quid to get home. And you'd probably be waiting to go, oh, no, we haven't got anything at the moment. It's like, it's like Christmas Eve or New Year's Day. You phone up to get a taxi. I mean, I'm all right because I've got an account. But, other people could phone up and they go, oh, I haven't got anything for ages. And you think to yourself, well, you must have. I can't just sit in London all the time, can I? For goodness sake. I'll be eating all those Greggs pasties and things like that, and sausage rolls and pigs in blankets and all the other things. But, Britain's broken railways. But, of course, if they don't start making money shortly, I'm told that they do make money, they're not going to be able to do all the repairs on them, which are needed. Also, the last hurrah, believe it or not, is the high streets. A 50% rise in Boxing Day shoppers. What is it about? Obviously, all the warnings that we've said to people about, your bills are going to be coming in. Watch your money. It's very easy to go out and spend. People are going, oh, no, we're not worried about that. And you think, well, you might be. You might be. Rail fares are going up. What is it? Nearly 9%? 5.4%, is it? I mean, that's the last thing you need. Last thing you need. Rail fares going up, and people go, oh, that's all right. You wait till it comes through. People are not sort of as up for it as you think they might be. The Secrets of Doc Martin. I think it's finished now. I'm pretty certain it's finished. And even though we love Martin Clunes, I never saw any of them. Perhaps I should buy the box set and then I'll understand it. And 2/3 of junior doctors, according to the Eye, junior doctors are trying to leave the NHS. Why? Because they can earn more elsewhere. They can earn much more elsewhere. There's no sort of incentive to stay with the NHS at the moment. And girl power, they say, they were a force of nature. Spice World, the movie. Did you ever see it? It was ghastly. Ghastly. I've never seen so much twaddle in my entire life. Ghastly. But they say, the Spice Girls were a force of nature. Girl power. There was no girl power. They were put together by men, and men managed the group. They didn't, nothing, there was no girl power. They just sort of made up that idea that it sounded quite good to go, it's girl power. And you think, there was no girl power. They were a group assembled by a man who put them all together, and then they were sort of instructed what to do, and they had to learn to do I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want. And they went out there, and then Victoria Beckham, not Scary Spice, Jerry decided to leave mid-tour, so she tiddled off. And then the rest carried on without Victoria, because she had no intention of ever going back. Why would she want to go back to the Spice Girls? She hardly ever featured. The only time she really featured was when they did it for the Olympic Games. They came on in taxis, and then they stood on the roof, and Victoria sort of looking as though her bones were so frail, she was very lucky to stand up, I think. And if you time her in, I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want, you can wait for minutes before she even makes an appearance. It featured sort of everybody else, which was a bit of a disappointment. But there again, she made her money elsewhere. Oh, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. So here's the BBC trying to hide the truth about the £7 million of public money it spent on rebranding logos, which is just, I don't know, just looks a bit bizarre. And Ian Botham told the BBC to look up the elderly as he stepped up calls for the over 75s to get free TV licences. Absolutely. I think the over 75 should absolutely get a free television. Most of it's repeats anyway. Why would you not get a free TV licence? I'm all in favour of that, thank you. But he says, I would like to see and hope that our elder statesmen and pensioners are looked after. Wouldn't we all like that? Wouldn't we all like that? So the shopper, I bet there's people queuing already. I bet you, to try and get those bargains, because they stick them in the windows and people go, I'm having that. I'm having that. People like things like that, don't they? We love a bargain, and if you get one, good for you. You can tell me all about it tomorrow morning. Because I'd love to know if people actually go out to buy something specifically or just to see what's on offer. That could be quite nice.